Hey, kappa kappa, hey, kappa kappa, hey.
Greetings. Hello, welcome. We're going to play Valorant for a little bit until I get ticked off. So I'm gonna start this queue. In case you didn't know, there's a follow-a-thon starting July 22nd and going all the way through July 28th on this channel. Streams will be 12 hours long, so make sure you catch some part of it. Hello, Safi. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How's everyone doing? I think I need to make me bigger on the screen. I think a little bit bigger. I think a little bit bigger. I should take up more of the screen. Yes. Please remember that I am bad at this game. If you were hoping to catch God tier FPS shooting, you were in the wrong place. Yeah. I'm gonna heal myself. Just to tick people off. You said you almost accidentally napped. Yes, I was laying down in my bedroom. And I was like, oh man, it's really comfy. But I said I would stream. So I best go do that. And here I am. Is the game loud, quiet? Does the volume need increasing? Keep accidentally napping. We'll find out if it's too loud now. Anything else? Not Jade. Okay. I can't hear it yet. May need to go into something. It should have said match found. The game screen is really shoved far over, it feels like. Oop. Do you hear gunfire?
Let the killing begin.
I'm going. Oh.
There. I'm out of here.
Dang it. Did I miss all of that?
Smart move.
Who died? Do you die over here?
There. To disappoint me.
I got a bowler. Dang it. Levels seem okay. That's good, that's good. Is somebody sneaking around the corner? Nope.
For you.
Beep 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 beep. You're welcome. Save my life!
Can't use this yet.
That scared me. I don't know how I survived. I can't shoot. Ah. You know what we should do, Raze? Never mind. She's dead. She dead. Hello. Well, I usually use neon because everybody moves too slow. Oh sh. Hey, what is that? What? You shouldn't have peeked. Oh, shit. What the fuck? The lag. Oh my god. I am going to die. What the fuck is that shit?
Reloading. Be at peace. Reloading.
I am lagging something awful, my guys. What is that? What is that? What is wrong? Ah!
10 seconds until
Bro. What is my internet right now?
stage 3.
Bitch. Ah, fuck you, Jet.
Out of here.
I could have had him.
Satchel out.
Jet,
Where we go?
get out here. Poke your head out. How dare you? Doing around.
Reloading.
Okay, Neon, listen. I want to go up this way. I'm gonna get this.
Charge you.
What the fuck? I don't understand how I'm so bad at this, but it really should be illegal about how bad I am at this. Is somebody coming around? Or are you just messing around over there?
Got him, buddy out.
Damn it.
Satchel out.
Ah!
10 seconds until stage 2.
I'm bad at this. Oh, why are you guys all out there?
Get out of my way. I'm out of
Final
here.
stage.
Satchel out.
Get murdered, man. Oh.
Three for me.
Ah, bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Finished.
Dominating.
I don't feel like I'm dominating anything. Eh.
My ult ready. They will cover. Reloading.
God dang it. This game takes too much concentration for me. Dang it, it didn't work fast enough. I tried, Jet.
Spawning.
You guys suck. Just die. Thank you.
Yikes. Go, go, go. One dead.
You missed me. You missed me. Oh, fuck. We're not supposed to do that, you know. I know some being fit here. Reina. Bullshit. You do bullshit. Fuck you. Fuck off! Get away from spawn camping bitches.
Fire in the hole.
Reina, there's no way.
Right there.
Suck it. What you get for being a bitch? Assholes. Sorry, I already healed myself. Ah! Raise. That was the wrong fucking button.
One down. Your fault. Imposter kill.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Satchel out.
Wrong button.
Go, go, go!
5 kills remaining.
The hunt begins.
I pushed the wrong button.
Battle out.
Did you fucking die anyway? God. Ow. I'm still. Oh, it's loading. What?
Reloading.
I died significantly less than I anticipated. Huh. BBD. I am so very bad at this game. Why do I keep playing it? That is a good question. Let's do escalation. It was one round of escalation that I was doing, and the only thing I won was 2 showdowns for Izo's ult and using a sniper rifle, ironically. I hate the stupid like snowball thing. That's annoying. Don't know how to aim with that. But I don't know how to aim in general, to be fair. Spike rush. No, and it can.
Warm up.
Warm up. Why am I Sova? I don't want to be Sova. Sova dumb. Ugh. Don't scare me. Fuck off. God! Every escalation's this stupid thing!
Fight.
I'm gonna just shoot that way. For safety's sake. Ha! Got you anyway. I was gonna die anyway. The question was whether you would die too. And you did. That went right past my face. Saw my life flash before my eyes. Bitch. Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Jet. Oh, you guys kill her? Beep 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 beep. There's nobody this way? No? Yeah? Sort of. I'll just follow you, Sage. I'm gonna go the other way now. I'll find people. Hold on. Just wait. I'm a master navigator. Oh wait. Hey, hold on. Oops, wrong button. I'll go this way. Free for me. Not me though, cause I'm bad. That's bullshit. Oh, bullshit. Stop putting me in the same damn spot. I don't want that. Granted, I don't want what I have either. I hate the fucking Vandal. I don't like it. Not my favorite. I prefer shit to stop the fuck lagging. The fuck? Neon, stop coming around me. Fucking bitch. I just got lucky there, I'm not gonna lie.
Sleep, brother.
But I am lagging way the fuck too much. Stop! Oh my god. Hold on, I need to test my internet. Because whatever is happening right now is not okay. It needs to stop. Dropped frames. Yep, that's going great. What is happening right now? Why is the internet shit in my area? How long does this say we've been running?
Got one. Enemy down.
It's so laggy. Why is this happening? I don't pay this much for internet for this bullshit.
Off there. Jet's grounded. No more freeze.
I'm by myself. I'm by myself. I don't want to be.
Ciao.
It's unsafe for me. Ow. That hurt. Oh my god. Why? Why lag? Stop! God damn. Hi, Mastermind. I'm having a great time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Neon stopped.
Target dead.
I literally don't even... I have stream running. And that's it. That's taking internet, so I don't know what the deal is. Fuck you. You were not first dead. What the heck? Don't lie.
Get out of here.
Don't not lie. Alright, fuck you guys. I'm gonna whack you with my magical girl stick. Swear to fuck. Where'd he go? Redeems don't lie. Yes, they do. This game is pissing me off with how laggy I'm being right now. Bitch. I am not usually this terrible. Dude, what the fuck? What'd you zap yourself for?
3 kills.
Captain
Ah.
killed.
That's bullshit. Bullshit!
Enemy down. Reloading.
1 minute remaining. 30 seconds left.
Uh-oh. You
10
died.
seconds left.
I didn't kill you, though. Alright, let me see what the internet's doing. It's so annoying. Super annoying. Speedest. I don't know what the dealio is. Wonder if it's some music. I can turn that off. You guys could just get to listen to the game sounds when they happen. But first, let's check the upload. It not loading is probably a bad sign, huh? Oh yeah, that is not normal. The internet in general in my area has been really stupid. I think it's because of how hot it's been, to be honest. It looks fine. It looks fine. We'll see if Spotify is just fucking shit up. Let's try again. Let's do a spike rush. Random weapons? Yeah. Let's try Spike Rush. If it continues lagging, we will simply switch games. I wanted to switch my Vandal to the other.
Match
Aw, I'm not fast enough. I'm too slow. Ascent. Ascent. Descent into madness, more like.
Everyone is afraid.
I always forget when I change game modes. How is your weekends? You weekends doing the weekending stuff? Things? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't know what I mean. Hello. Bah. Yeah. I got a
Rush.
big ass head.
Take the girl out of Salvador, but you'll never take the girl out of Salvador.
Salvador. Okay, hold on. Wait. Going. Goosty. Goosty. Brr, 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 brr. Why is everybody over here? Ooh, yeah. Ah, fuck off. Dang it.
Spike planted.
I don't have hydrate. See, this is what you bitches get for going all over there at the same time. Gotta do the damn walk of shame. Stop playing with your shit.
Yeah, catch. Grenade.
Generally, I don't think they're over there.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
That oh no, I thought he took my gun. Them boy barks. Daddy chamber. No. If I kill you, that just means you're really bad. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, you're gonna all stack on B, and now they're gonna go to A. Well, I'll be here by myself. Oh, it's doing it again. That was bullshit.
Last player standing.
This is going great.
See ya.
Spike planted. Last round before the switch.
Well, shit.
Its terror will
Going down mid then.
give her a dose of her own medicine.
Push them back.
I'm gonna do a fake shoot. Somebody's in mid. Ooh. Ah, shit.
Bring them down.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking. Did you get her?
One enemy remaining.
Ah, shit. Why does it zap me way over there? I thought I had to be on top of it. Where are you going?
Switching sides.
Ah, shit. This gun sucks.
Gear up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
Hmm.
Just
Beep,
check
beep,
their
beep, beep,
neon
beep, beep.
rushes on in.
I'm still lagging. Beep, 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 beep.
I'll find you.
Hey, I got somebody.
Reloading.
Ciao.
One enemy remaining.
Where? Ah, but
Flawless.
I shot two. I helped.
We crushed them.
Match point.
Put them to
1
sleep.
HP. Me? I didn't do anything.
Claw through them.
Bubble pop boy, adorable.
Bring them down. They're blind with fear. Close their eyes. Careful here. Missed me.
Whoa! Panic!
Reloading. Stay down. Satchel out.
Raze, can you not? Like, actually?
Bring them down.
Found one.
Where'd they go? Ah, bullshit! From that far, I think the fuck not.
Last player standing.
Boo 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 boo. Oh, look at the little teddy bear.
30 seconds left.
Get him, Jet.
Blocking sight.
Now, where'd you do that?
Spike planted. My ult's ready. Watch this.
Oh. Oh no!
Clutch.
That wingman's super annoying when people actually know how to use Gecko. Whoa. Ba, 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 ba.
They are mine. I'll find you.
Marked one.
Bring them down. They're blind with fear.
Defender spawn.
Sloppy, like I never left.
I was super distracted by Soma's thing.
Face your fear.
Don't get it! Don't get it!
30 seconds
It
left.
is super
Last
quiet.
player standing.
How did I only get one of them if there was several there? Oh, look at you, Raze. You went around the other way.
Here comes the party!
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
Clutch.
Nice.
Don't
Attackers
mess with
win.
this Bayana. There we
Nice stop.
Nice work, everyone.
I'm gonna go back to team deathmatch now. I'm more comfortable there. I also can do more because I respawn faster. I can die more often over there. It's more pleasant to play in a not at all pleasant kind of way. We'll do one team deathmatch and then we're gonna switch to World of the Ring Waves because I gotta finish my battle pass. Or whatever podcast thing. I'm gonna just keep calling it battle pass because it's the same thing. Where are we going? I don't know. Let's go. Abstract Curio. Somebody plays Honkai Star Rail. Oops. Me. Me. I swear I usually do more decent at this game. I'm super sleepy though. I wanted to take a nap, and here I am, playing Valorant. Because I hate myself. Might as well play Elden Ring, or Dark Souls. Valorant's the same thing. Only people that hate themselves play this game. Maybe I do these. We give these shot. We give Dad shot.
Reloading. Reloading.
Oh, bullshit. One of my main issues is I feel like I'm shooting at their head and it tells me I'm not.
Healing.
Get out of the way! Raise! Greedy bitch! Fuck! Really ought to change that you get blocked by your own fucking team. No.
Take this.
Reloading.
Heh.
Gotta go.
Found one.
I'ma wait right here where it's safe. I'm blind. Bitch. It wasn't safe. Spoiler. You should have checked your corner. 'Cause I couldn't see shit anyway.
Fear. Silence dreams you. Bring them down. They're blind with fear.
Ah, Sage.
Reloading.
Bro.
Reloading. Mark 3.
Bullshit. Why does this spray so bad? Is this a good crouch or something? What the fuck is this gun?
For you.
Excuse me?
New stage in 10.
This game doesn't understand how guns work.
Reloading.
Stage 3.
Reloading. Take this.
Making cover.
Heads up.
Eh. I shall keep killing Reyna. Life goal. Ah, blah, 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 blah. You guys are annoying. Bum ba dum ba ba. Bitch.
Charge your ults.
Fuck you.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Reyna's pissed off. See, you see how I was aimed at the body? It said I hit fucking legs. With this shit.
Destabilizing.
Watch out.
Seconds until stage change.
This way.
Final stage.
I fucking hate this game, man. It make no damn sense.
Where are you?
Everybody's going the same way.
Bring them down. Reloading.
What? Shot? What?
No distraction.
Reloading.
No.
Wall raised.
And I somehow still get stunned. Cause I'm stupid.
This. We found take hold.
I hate this game. Why am I here? Why do I keep coming back?
Ult is ready.
Bro.
The hunt begins.
Where are you? Mark 2. Disdain. Mark 3. Go away.
Enemy.
No.
Reloading. My ult's ready. Here we go. Running low.
What the shit? Ah! Somebody's coming up around behind you guys. I got her. You're welcome.
Get out of my way.
You guys are annoying over there. Die. Ah!
Making cover.
Coming through.
Yee. Eat 'em. Stop moving! Hello! Hi! Fucking hate this shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Ah!
15 kills.
my guy, what the fuck?
Breaking down.
Joke's over!
Me
You're
over
dead!
Quietly.
Ow! Sage? Get out of the goddamn way!
Reloading.
Smart move.
Destabilizing.
Where are
You probably shouldn't hide behind a breakable wall.
you? Kill 3. Reloading. Reloading. Watch out.
Ugh. They are slaughtering us. Ah, but stop pushing me, shit!
Charge your ults.
That makes 3.
Blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. How about that, Jet? Fuck you. Bitch. Didn't fucking count. Why you shooting anyway? Alright. Enough of that bullshit. How are we feeling about doing an exploration quest? That was a rhetorical question. 'Cause that's what we're gonna go do. Give me a minute. While I do that, you can stare into my eyes. How about that? Hmm? Just because I can't aim in the game doesn't mean I'm a bad Reaper android. You don't forget that. I'm good at games. I can do stuff. Hello, Kudo. Thanks for the lurk. I can see you. What is that on your computer, Kudo? What the fuck, man? What the fuck is that shit? What is that? Oh, come on. You should... Where's your class? Tactless. No class. No class. Login. Gotta make sure you can't see my screen. With my login stuff. Cause I'm paranoid. I'm hella paranoid. Cause what if, like, it says the wrong email instead of my Vtuber email? Hmm? You would like that, wouldn't you? Am I standing next to something maybe not good? It takes so much to move me over. I should have a camera toggle button thing going on. But I don't. Anyway. I have shit to do. What? Oh no. Oh, I have 21 days for that. Okay. What's this? Ooh. What is this? Double drops? Let's go. Fucking let's do it. Fast travel. Good thing I have the memory of a goldfish. Goldfish's attention span, huh? What? What just happened also? I got a notification like I got something. I don't think I did though. Anyway, we're gonna go in here after we change the party to... yeah. Gotta have a healer because I play too aggressive. And fast. Solo. I don't need no help. I don't need help. See, this is where you see that I'm good at games, okay? Hold on. Too high. There. This is where you see I'm good at games. Oh, not you. Oh. Wait. Wait, I didn't get the show off. I didn't get to show off. Ooh, yes, give me all the purple. Give me all the purple ones. I need them. I need them so bad.
ともれ万象の好み方向一閃の姿でほっ現象移動無に帰れ
Bong. Poor little cute little rock eyes. Those little dudes, yes, I am going to waste all of them on this. Because I need these so bad. For like 90% of the characters that are 4 stars right now, use that. Except like 2. This one, particular.
万象は好み私が守る
Beep, 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 beep.
同心虹に身を寄せ
The switch up was so fast. I was already playing the other game. It was almost an hour. It was bad. Valorant's stupid, and literally I've seen people cheating on fucking TikTok all the goddamn time. And the screen's too small, so I can't figure out how to report them. But oh, because my game glitches and kicks me out of the thing, I get flagged, but not the fucking person aimbotting in competitive modes. That's bullshit. They got their priorities super fucking twisted. Like, I wasn't even dodging. You see the internet gave out. Like, excuse? Excuse? Dragon tasty, yes? Bye-bye. What the fuck? Don't touch me. I'll fight you. I'll eat your goddamn eyeballs. Flower? What's that? Puppies. I'm gonna go kill the puppies. That sounds fucked up. Don't take that out of context. They're bad puppies. They eat regular puppies. Dragon laser! BPD. How did that other dog hit me anyway? These guys, they troublesome because if I get one of the elements of the character I'm using, I'm fucked. They're immune to me. Oh, were you sleeping? Not anymore. Enjoy my dragon laser. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Flower. So... I have... 30 levels to do on this thing. The last 10 be pretty fucking not worth it, but I did pay for this down here, the Insider channel. So it should be fine. I really need to go do the event. But first, we should probably do our dailies. Like the daily quest. That usually is super fucking boring. I don't know if I already completed the ones with actual, like, story in it. One of them was just freaking talking to an NPC. My chair doesn't want to get close enough to my desk. And then I rescued a bunch of kitties. I don't remember where the kitties are. I got to name them. By name them, I mean I got to pick from a list of names. Pigs. Ah! Nori! Don't hit me. Just because I've shot you a billion times doesn't mean anything. Stop! They're distracting me! I'm a magical dragon princess. No, you didn't. Name one gory. You? No, not me, you, but you. Y-O-U. Nah, you grim on. My name is you. I'm gonna make a TikTok. You know that song that's like something, forget my name? They call me blah. They'll call me blah. It's just gonna be clips of people calling me freaking gremlin. And then me just going, that's not my name! My name is not gremlin! You missed me. You missed me. A magical dragon princess right now. I'm very short. The Tink Tinks. It's not my name. I don't know. Sure. I don't fucking know the names of people. I know, like, the names of a handful of VTubers, and that's it. Actors? Not generally. Literally never know the artist of the song I know. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Turtle soup? Benji, you want some turtle soup? I know you're a big fan. Big fan of turtle soup. Turtle soup. You missed. Ow! I was running away. That's what happens when you talk shit. Immediately get hit by the turtle that's spinning and dancing. I'd rather have the turtle as a pet. They do a dancey dance. They're all dead right now. Not these turtles. They're very dead. Wait. What'd I do? Successfully dodge or counterattack once. I done that several times. What you mean? You get to live because you are not a goat. Hey, watch out! Hey, watch out! Got it. Parried. BBD. How am I? I missed the start of the stream. The start of the stream didn't happen. It was just ads. Don't worry. You didn't miss anything. The stream just started. Ooh. I need to go collect some, Oop. I barely saw that shit. These are hard to see when it's dusk. Yeah, stream started, like 5 minutes ago. Don't worry about it. The time is wrong. I didn't change the game. Okay, I did it. I did it! Did it change? Is it good? Is the sound good? It's a fucking goat. Killed it. No, you didn't. It didn't happen. There was nothing. There was no Valorant. Valorant didn't happen. Except that time I was 13, 18 at the very end. That happened. Normally that's like 8:20 in that mode. What the fuck? Why is there a treasure over here? I've definitely collected all the treasures ever. What the fuck? You know, I don't wanna... Did I rage? No, I didn't fucking rage. I won. I don't have to rage if I won. Duh. I didn't rage. I'm not a rage gamer. That's so cringe. That's cringe as fuck, man. Only losers rage at Valorant. I actually don't rage that much in Valorant. I get really annoyed when... I was more raging about my internet lagging. Hello, not you. Yeah. 18. But if the start didn't happen, so no evidence of proof. No, it was the end that it happened. So joke's on you. Pee 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 pee. Don't look at Tauki's butt. This is a say-so stream, except we curse a lot here. You know what I need? I need treasure. I'm a big fan of treasure. And I would like to find more of those. So, give them. Put them right in front of my eye holes. What? Didn't go to bed until 7 AM? I told you to go to bed. You wouldn't. Did you record your thing that you needed to record at 2? Or did you sleep too long? Oh, box! Okay. Let's go do the quiz that we need to do. What is this? I guess this one, because this place is Danger Zone. Oh, I don't want to fucking be there. Got all my work done. Good, good. I did not. Recording done, edited, schedule. I clipped one more thing and added it to that video I showed you. I'm rethinking everything about it now, though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's good enough. It's not enough, but I don't know what to look for. I need these. Why does it only give me one? There's 3 on the stick. It wasn't good. Oh my god, it did it. It gave me treasure. Do you see that, guys? It wasn't good enough, though, Renji. It could be better. It could be more... what's the word? What's the word? I don't know. I don't know. Like, if I saw it, I would have been... As an external person, I'd be like... Eh, it's mid. You know? In mid. It's like bottom mid, too. Oh, the clips are bad in it. It needs to be better. I could do better if I could find shit. Ah, this better not be hot. It looks like it's hot. Oh, what happened? You being too hot? No, I'm not. Is the additional power... Yes. All ready and set. What about your part? One last step before we're ready. The switches to shut down the devices come in pairs. I might need you to switch down the other one simultaneously. Okay. I don't know if I want to be in here. I mean, that doesn't look safe, you know. Turn it off. We'll talk about it. I'll try to remember. Do it, don't gotta. It's okay. It's bad, I know it is. You can't convince me otherwise. I should probably not have a one-directional mic, honestly. Because I lean away from it too much. But at the same time, my computer is on the desk, so the fans are loud. 1, 2, 1. 1 0 1 0 0 1 0 1 0 0 0 1 1 0. It'd be really awkward if I actually said something with that code. Probably like fuck. Well, Gremlin also loud. Child, this seems like a dangerous place. You shouldn't be here. You should read something without the owner. You shouldn't read something without the owner agreeing. I'm not peeping at others' privacy. Instead, I just found an excellent way to find Grandpa Hong. One of the stories I collected is about an uncommunicative device and his assistant, a doctor, who worked together to solve a lot of conundrums. That's a big word for a 6-year-old. Man, they weren't kidding in the writing. I'm not here for the story. I'm here to collect hot anime people, fight shit, and open treasure chests in an open world. That's all I'm here for. Brr, 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 brr. That's why I think that through focusing on today's entry is definitely the right decision. Earlier entries are still important resources. You're reliable, aren't you? Hee hee, now you know. Wait, it's late. You should go home, Lou. I don't want to talk to kids. Go away, child. I'm gonna read your shit. Ugh, no. Let me alone. Feels incomplete. Sure, I definitely read that. Not lying. Adults never lie. Adults never lie. Only Uncle knows. Is it Uncle or Grandpa? Only Uncle knows. The next step of instructions. Excuse me? Why am I taking orders from a 6-year-old? The fuck? Why am I messing with big machinery by the command of a 6-year-old? This is beyond big machinery. This is giant machinery. Look at that thing. I don't even know what it is. I'm floating. Wait for the elevator. You can't tell me what to do. I'm gonna go break those rocks instead of waiting for the elevator. Ha! Take that, linear storytelling. You can't boss me around. Take the elevator to the middle floor. I will take it to the top floor. And jump down to the middle floor. Take that, storytellers. Oh. You only put it on one. You only put it on one thingy. I'm going to the upper level. I can't run on here when it's moving. Okay. I am on the upper level. And now I'm gonna jump to the mid level. It's really gonna make me ride it, huh? I don't wanna ride it. You can see. Oh, excuse me. I am floating. Child, you're gonna make me fall. Do you mind? Hey, look at that poster. Oh wait, that's not a poster, that's a hacky thing. Wait, I gotta put the power in this. Wait. Where'd the power? It didn't say anything about power. I've been lied to. Excuse me, dizzy. If you're dizzy, you should probably not be working or researching anything. Hydrogen plus oxygen equals hydrogen oxide. In which beaker did I put the... You're not in a laboratory. I would hope it's not over here. What is happening? She seems to be asleep standing. He's having a nightmare. Well, is it a he or she? Ha! Nightmares are horrible. We should help her. You're not supposed to wake up somebody that's sleepwalking, kid. Oh, why am I here? Wasn't I... No. You should go to bed. That tree is very bulbousy. Oh, she's awake now. So adults look equally foolish to me when they wake up. Brother's a liar. A young lady in a black and a kid. Who am I? Am I still in a dream? You can pinch someone to check. That's not how that works. You pinch yourself. You were waiting for a train. Hey, who put this in my mouth? What train? Oh, I remember. Because the refinery tower is off. Is that what that is? Is a refinery? Refinery? Couldn't help but fall asleep. Maybe I'm just too tired after overnight experiments. I really don't want to read all this shit, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. I already missed half of the story. I was trying to do this earlier. But you wouldn't let me. No. Oh, wait. 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 Reset. I'm not stupid. Hold on. This one. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. I got it. I got it. Leaving one square is annoying. What is that? Why is it yellow? It's supposed to go green. Initializing. Is this what we should do? I'm not your sister. I fell from the sea sky. Verification is required. I'm not reading that. I osmosised it into my brain and the answer shall be provided. You may not want to do that. If you fail to pass a verification for certain times, the console will be locked and the system will be forced to shut down. The locking of the console will delay the reboot of the refinery tower. Why am I fucking with shit? Voice becomes close to you and it finally moves in front of you. Who is it? Oh. Moody? Moody? I heard from a coworker what you're trying to do, and I thought you might find difficulties in passing the verification, so I came to save the day. I don't need your help. I don't need no man. I'm not saying that. You can't make me. I'm not saying that shit. I did not say right on time. Canonically, it didn't happen. The kid said it. Are you the researcher that was fighting with Grandpa? Is it Grandpa or is it Uncle? A fight. The journal. Ha ha. Can I see that? He takes the journal and starts reading. Feels like what would happen between me and Lily. But that researcher isn't me. Uncle is a de facto teacher of mine, so I won't have fights like this with him. I respect him a lot because he taught me one thing. There are not only cold hard figures in science, but also lively fantasies. For example, we often encounter the infinity symbol when doing research. Is that why the dragon's like that? A lazy 8 symbol might look like radio waves crossing space. In another case, the symbol is an overturn to the knowledge of life in a sci-fi epic theater play that was on Jinsho. Okay, no more talking. Authentication successful. Yeah, look at this. Still gotta hack shit. Cause you a bitch. Excuse me. You did the ding. Ah, yes. Nice and satisfying. Fill in all the little squares. Now what? Know-it-all? People call me a know-it-all all the time. I don't know everything. I just happen to know in this moment something that you do not. And you are wrong. Okay? Not a know-it-all. I don't know everything. Sometimes I just happen to know more than you do. There's nothing wrong with that. I shall fix your ignorance. Blah 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 blah. Read it if you want to. I don't care. I don't wanna. No more reading. What do you mean? Ah! How do I have these moments so often? Good God. I'm like, I'm not doing that. And the game's like, do this. I'm like, no. Shut up. Blah, 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 blah. Draw a circle. Circle, circle, dot, dot. What's that a reference to? Maybe because like they sanitize with like an alcohol swab before they do your vaccines. Did you know that cooties was an actual thing? That's just what kids called it. It was... I don't remember what... But it was something. Why I push skip and we're talking still. I don't want to fucking talk to you. I want to finish the thing and move on with my goddamn life. Why? The elevator is so slow. Why do I always have to call the elevator? I don't Yay, it's here. Let me run. We're gonna go upstairs. Up with the stairs. I probably wouldn't have had to call the elevator if I had just... Ah! Wrote it up. I still don't understand how I only get one of those when there's 3 in front of me when I pick it up. It's some bullshit, is what it is. Is what it is, and it's a bunch of bullshit. Why is that in the middle of the stairs? Who designed that? Who's the idiot? Oh. Excuse me. I was still on the stairs. Are you so impatient? My god. These bitches be yoinking me all over the damn place. My face itches. Look, you, it's Grandpa. This man? Or that man? He don't look like a grandpa. He looked like he ate a bumblebee. I've seen dogs where their faces look like that when they eat bumblebees. Like all swollen. I know it's meant to be that he's just got a round face. I don't think it translates very well on the model. This grandpa's got some creepy eyes. And he keeps staring at me. I'm uncomfy. Goodbye. You talk too damn much. What? Oh. Do you sell stuff?
簡単な食材だからこそ奥が深い。でも俺にかかれば最高の味を引き出せる。
Okay. Cuisine unrelated
その
ingredients.
通り。
Right you are, with the miners helping mine, I've jazzed up traditional recipes to keep them both satisfied and nourished. My version packs in fresh vegetables, while cutting back on greasy and salty ingredients, all without sacrificing taste. Not everybody needs less salt, I'm just saying. I require more. I live in a salt mine. That is why I am always so salty. Ooh. Spicy duck. That's not a chicken, that's a duck. Windmow. Windmow. What's up here? What? You're a duck. No, you're a duck. I'm just kidding, you're a monkey. I'm not a duck, though. Monkey man. Treasure. Luck, luck. What's over there? 走りたくないのに. I don't notice how quiet this game is until I'm sitting here babbling to myself. There's not a whole lot of music. I thought they fixed that. Treasure.
今日もついてるね
I like treasure. I really want to do a scavenger hunt. How is one supposed to do that virtually, though? Ooh, it's like Google Maps. Hey, 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 what's this? You want me to do that one first? I can do that one first. Need to break this one. And then to break this one. I've played games before. I know a thing or two. And then this one. I did it. Where did these scorpions come from? Game, I did what you wanted me to. You told me to hit the things, I hit the things, I went fast, I didn't go slow, I didn't even wait for the butterflies to get all the way there. See? It done did it! Why it's so slow? Bitch ass butterflies be slow as shit. Where'd they go? Is that it? I don't even have to walk them. Dead. Why you dead? What ate you? The scorpions? Did the scorpions eat you? I was doing something. What was I doing? This way? Guys, I'm going this way now. Look at that! A breakable wall! Ooh, treasure. I pushed a button for the treasure, thank you. What's this? What's hiding? Oh. Get me! Stop bouncing around! Moving too damn much. Do I need to go down? This says down. I don't know. Is there... There's no cave over here. What the fuck? Am I still very far away from it? Where am I going? Have I been here? I don't know. This is up the mountain. This is down. You don't want me to go up the mountain, do you? Where? Oh. Is that up? No, you're saying down, but that looks up. I don't know what you want. I'll go around the building. Is it still lower? Is it down there? It is over there. Hello, I am here. Do I get rewards? Talk to? I don't want to talk to anybody. Hello. Yeah, sure. I guess. If you want to call it, well... You'll have to collect some samples on another day. An argument over whether to coexist with TD or not. It seems to me that they take you as a member of the ministry. Let you know their secret inadvertently. What secret? There's a crisis. What was that reaction? Some follow-up work to do. The meeting just now was trying to chat with you a little more. Maybe next time. Oh. Well, that's done. Nice. What's over there? Something's shiny. Something shiny. Hello? Shiny? Inspect. You guys read that, right? Write it down. Turn it into Morse code. And then tell me the Morse code to whatever that was. I'll figure it out. Trust me, I know Morse code. Definitely do. Not lying. I want treasure. We have an ad starting in roughly a minute. We will take a short little intervention while the ads run for 3 minutes. You will not miss anything. Also, ads in 1 minute. Yeah, I got it. Braille said, nope, it has to be an audio file. You guys work on that during the ads. I will be in this exact spot when we return. I shall see you shortly. I hope you don't get anything ridiculous. Until then, bye-bye. I will see you momentarily. Not bye-bye. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, beautiful neon bites. How were your ads? Were they incredibly boring? I've seen some crazy ads, like Ford ads. Ford ads be kind of crazy. You know that meme one that they were doing, where it's like some been wheat spaghetti noodle, cause you got confused and fucked her dad. That's what it feels like to drive a Ford F-150. Ford. That sounded like a legit ad. You've never seen that meme? It might be on the US side. There's a meme! A meme? You know? Shush. What is this? Resonator. Can you refresh your store for crying out loud? Shut up! Don't talk to me. You have nothing I want nor need. I really need to go fight some of the things. But first, I need to get up over somewhere. Is it up there? I need to synthesize. I don't remember where to go to do it. I think it's over here. It might be higher up, actually. I think this is the weapon place. No. Synthesis? Weapon? Synthesis kitty. Look at the sleepy kid, guys. Aww, look at the little sleepy tiger kitty. Hi. You want a snack? You want a snack, kid cat? Nani? Nani kore? Zoom. Nani kore? Hello? I wanna rearm. Never mind. Shush. Uncle. Uncle. But I got one of these. Two? Two? No. You don't drop that enough for it to be two. Fuck you. I have fought in so many of those and I've gotten one. I've fought Scar 50 times in a row. Because I was bored as shit. And you gave me it once. Should not be two of those things. Fuck that shit. What do you need two fucking molds for? The fuck? Let's turn these into the blue ones. Did they make this so it stopped making noise? Didn't it make noise before? Oh man. Oh man. Okay. No. Okay, who first? You're almost done with these, so I feel like I should do yours. You don't need those. We'll do you. Because you need the two. And you're done until we level up again. Oh my god, you also need the blue ones. Why didn't you say anything? Crit rate. Attack. Crit rate. Oh, farming is pain, and I'm trying to make sure everybody's built. Oh, hey, you can have stuff. Polarized. What is that? Polarized? Polarized metallic drip. What do you... No? You're good. Though I don't think you're level... What do you need? I have none of those. What do you want? More metallic drip. Metallic. Wonderful. I don't know if I have enough to make those. It looks like I don't have any to make the blue drip. Yeah. I can make 14 of them. Let's see how far it takes us. Yay, grinding. No. 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 Wrong thing. Activate. Get out of my face. Activate. Get out of my face. Okay. Okay, that's 2 done. I guess it's 1 done, huh? You're fine. You need this, but I don't have them. You needed this? I am just short 1. And you need to be leveled up. Whoops, wrong button. Okay. Got 5 50s that need to be... Oh no, I have 6 50s. Okay. We will start with you. Because you, are the only one that needs that one. So... let's go do the Infernal Rider. Inferno Rider. Where is he? Where that bitch at? Down here. He's got the best fucking combat music though. Like the best combat music. Dope. Where am I? Right now he's sucking up the juices of hell. Ah, dang it. Do 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 do. Excuse me. What was I running into? Nice. Let's see if it drops 1 the next time. Like a bitch. Like it always does to me, because it hates me for some fun reason. Blah 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 blah. Yay, money. I love money. You know what I love more than money? These. Specifically the purple ones. Give me echo stuff. I need to level up my echoes. I don't want to go do the Tacit Fields because they have the audacity to give me, like, Spectro with a Havoc main. And, like, excuse me. What do I need a Spectro set with a Havoc main stat? No. You make that so unworth it. It costs 60 wave plates. No. Kuro. No. If you're gonna do that and have it cost so fucking much, maybe don't mix the main stats from other fucking sets. You do it when we get like the special things, like in our backpacks, like these. They don't give them a different main stat. Tambourine, let's see. Luma scale. I kind of want that. I'm gonna get the Luma scale construct. I think Glacio Dread main. Yeah, let's do that one. Good. Lock it. Lock it. What is this? I needed the drip, right? Just one of them? Just one of them? Just one of them? Just one of them? Just the one? For this? Dang it. Who was it? Who just needed one? You. Nice. Good, good, good. I didn't mean to pull this character because I was determined to have every character I have built. Because this is one of those that you need to. Yeah. Barry! Barry, the platypus! Where are you going? Why are you tracking the... Remember this guy? Ow. Stop. Touch me. I don't like to be touched. He's got great music. Great music. I beat this boss when I played. You know what's real funny? It's not even a boss. The bosses you can only fight 3 a week. And there's already 4 of them. Speaking of which, I think I need to go fight one of them because I don't have a lot of the mats for them. As sand. I love the Japanese VA for this character. Yay! I can't do to 70 yet. I can't do my thing until everybody's ascended to 60. Through their 60. Oh, you only need 1. How many of you ice bitches only need 1? Okay. Who gets to get the ice thing first? How many you need? Everybody only needs 1. Chat. Which glacio bitch gets the first ascension? Hydrate. I missed my fucking mouth. People think we're VTubers because we're ugly. No, it's because we do stupid shit like miss our fucking mouth. Ah! I missed my hair and my shirt. It's in my lap though. Ah, I'm not stupid, you're stupid. I'm not stupid, you're stupid. You the stupidest is stupid. Yes, I'm talking to myself. What are you gonna do about it? Ow. That's enough of that. He was a VTuber because they don't know how to feed themselves. Liquids isn't feeding. You know, if you're gonna go fight the cryo thing, you better heal very well. Alright. To the cryo, bitch. Or cryo. Same thing. Glacio, bitch. Where is it? Local desko. Local desko. Hello? The fuck? What the fuck is this bitch? Isn't it on this side? Oh, there he is. Nope, that one. This one. Koko desu. Soko? Soko desu? Asoko? これはグレイシオ。
進みましょう。この姿で追い打ち。
Ah! You're a cheater! I was hitting the button and it wasn't triggering. Stop going invisible, bitch!
私のまま 兵士
Biddy 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 biddy.
妊娠に身を寄せ
Do not lift me. Lame. Ugh. Well, we're only finding it once. Alright, which glacial bitch gets it? Which glacial bitch gets to ascend first? Damn it. Mhm. This one, or that one. One, two, or three. Let's see. This one's a healer. I never use this one, and I can't use this one very well. I feel like she's the only one that doesn't have weird boob physics, because like this one, they have a mind of their fucking own. You bitch. I said I don't use him. The little lion boy? Really? Does it have to be? He's only good for one thing. Ugh. You're probably right. I'd put it off until the end of the world, too. Shut up. Shut up. You shut up. You shut up. Alright. Yay, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I need to fight the monkey. Where are you guys at for your ascending? You've got to go. Do you have the... Okay, you also just need that. Wonderful. That's great to know. Do you both need that same flower? Okay, we're gonna go get some of those flowers. Where's the thing? The ravine. The ravine! Let's go that way. We're not fighting the giant turtle with the bell on his back. He's very useful for, like, elusive dreams, though. I need to go down and get some of those flowers. Oop. That one. Right there. Nice. More! More! I wonder if any of the turtles are gonna dance. Or if I, like, need to damage them and run away. Oh, hey. Excuse me, I'm just gonna grab this real quick. Don't mind me. Just picking up some flowers. Minding my own business. Look at them goats. You know what I'm not minding my business about? Goats. Die. What about that goat? Where'd you go? You're hiding. Ha! So much for your camouflage. Whoa, whoa, listen, bear. I'm just gonna go around you and collect that echo you left. Hey, mind your business. Fight your bear. Give me this. Ah! Run away! Anyway. Hello, turtles. Do you have a flower, perchance? No? Okay. Mind your business. I'm looking for flowers here. Again, stop chasing me. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. That's how you know you're in the boss zone. Ooh, there's so many on this tiny little island. Yay! Flowers. Eggs. Flower eggs. I will fight this if it gives me an echo. No, not that. Excuse me. Look, you're falling down. Ba, 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 ba. Why are you not dying? I wasted my ult. Ah! No, no, I stay up here. I stay up here! Ah! That's not how that works. Your tail didn't touch your back. Bitch, you cheating. You a cheating bitch. Fuck you. Hey, dragon! Ow, it crushed me. I did it. I got the echo. How much you wanna bet it's useless? It's purple. What the fuck? Why you give me purple? Purple no good. I'm on gold now. Purple is good if you have a drop rate of like 10% for purple. Purple is my lower echoes now. I've played too much, Renji. I cannot believe they gave me fucking purple shit. What the fuck? That's bullshit. Dang, you're in her. Shut up. You're one to fucking talk, weeb. Hey, there's a challenge over there. That's why it's bad, because I'm calling you a nerd. Well, I'm calling you a weeb, which is way worse than a nerd. What is that? What are you guys sitting next to it like that for? I'll go up here. I'm a weeb and I am proud. Good for you. Hey guys, look at this treasure chest that popped out of nowhere. Do you see that here? That was awesome. Ooh, butterflies. Look at your butterflies. Why am I doing this for free? I don't fucking know. Butterfly? Excuse me. I'll be back for your asses in a moment. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Ba da ba ba da ba da ba ba ba. Ba da ba da 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 ba ba ba. Ba da 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 da.
万象は好み真理へと至る道追い打ち頼もしいはっ
Up, 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 up. Me, 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 me. I'm gonna eat this. Yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. What is this? Is this the crownless? Hello, crownless. Did we finish these? Oh yeah, we definitely did. What the fuck? I only didn't do 2 things. I might as well do them. Don't look at that. I am super gonna be fucked once I finish. I'm gonna have to go pre-farm stuff before I do my ascension quest. But right now, this guy.
私が守る。
Miss.
ちょっとだけだぞ。
Bum-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
兵士。影と舞い踊る。
Battery simulator! It sounds grindy and not super fun. Ironically, it's less grindy than other ones I've played.
そういろ。よ。甘くなる光よ。
Ta-da! Will you give me ground gold for that shit? I wanted the turtle. Defense. Okay, hold on. I should probably... No, it's fine. He has to load in. It is kind of grindy, but less than Genshin is. And that's because I didn't keep up with it. Dreadmane. There's this crown list. We could swap... where is the new crown? What are you for? Huh. HP, and this is defense. What do you got here? Havoc, defense, crit rate. I think I'd be okay depending on how this rolls. Don't make me go all the way to 41. You bitch. You bitch. I never have enough echo shit. Double defense crit damage. I'm okay with that, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna swap this. Equip. You scale off your defense. 240. 2496. Yeah. Region. And yeah, that's fine. Good enough. Hey, look at them. Do you think they want to die? I think they do. Are you bitch? Yeah, that's what you get. I'm gonna eat your echo. Cause you stabbed me. Hey, bitch. No looking at butts. No butt looking. What's that for? Oh. The wall. Oops. Do. I'm gonna eat your echo. What did I nothing? Oh, guys. The poor little guys. They didn't know what was hitting them. You came back to normal gremlin stuff. Yeah. What Renji said. Treasure? No? Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Give me treasure! What was that for? This character keeps saying something Oshiri, which is a butt. What? What? No butt stuff. Treasure. Look, look. I saw a goat. Did that not give me that? Give me it. Something's fighting over here. These wolves. You guys take your time. I'll fight the winner. I'm gonna go get these mushrooms while you're at it. Yeah. Why'd I slide now long? Look at these boxes. Nice. Who won? Nobody yet? You gotta fight 2 wolves now, bitch. Silly little dog. You should have minded your own business. I mean, that was your business and I didn't mind. Well, shitty means butt. They're saying something about their butt. Are you sure? This character? When do you hear it? Well, shitty... I don't think so. That was during a run, right? Sprinting. Join ascensions. Strategic parry. Resonance. Dodge. Counter. Hit. Injury. Fallen. Summon. Grapple. Sensor. Dash. Let's take it slow. Are you sure it's not? I don't think you're hearing the first word right. I don't think she's talking about her butt. Cherished items. She has Legos! What's this? Oh my... What is that? Why does it have a plug? What is this? Soft plush turtle. This doesn't tell me what the plug is for. I have questions. What is that? Butt warmer, portable charger. Why is a pillow chargeable? Butt warmer. Butt scratcher. Why you sussy? Why you sus? Gotta clear the notice since I'm here. Give me this thing. Experience. Blah 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 blah. 41. Oh no. Oh no. Don't look at that. Don't look at it! Do not perceive! She sounds like she'd say ara ara a lot. No, she says waku wak. Waku wak! Die, goat! Hello! Bye bye! Excuse me? Anonymizer? Oh shit! Who is fighting me that is anonymizer? Is it that guy? Yep. This one's pretty. Thank you. I think it's the horns that really sell it. Horns are always a big hit. I miss my horns. I miss my horns. Ba 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 ba. 進みましょう。あーなな。 shut up. You have to say it every time I hit the dash button. Shit.
この姿で儲けたいんだろ平和さあ迎えるために
Sorry, what was that? You were saying something? No? Alright, bye. We form an alliance, striking Haixing when the time's right. One victory is at hand. Split turf 60-40. Treasures 50-50. You want to meet me by the river. Midnight. The 15th river. The 15th fiver? What? Meets by the river. When you was... Back in the old days when you was a gremlin demon. I wasn't a demon. I wasn't a demon, and I'm not a gremlin. I'm a robot. I mean, android. Shut up! Don't say nothing. Shut up. No. This goat is you. This is you as a goat. Gremlin in the shell. Shut the fuck up. No. I've never actually seen that. The aesthetics for it, though, on point. If it was like... rebooted, I'd probably watch it. Clip it and ship it. No, no shipping. It's in the rules. All of the above. No. It's okay, I haven't seen much of it.
進みましょう
I hate you, Renji. I hate you! You suck! Where'd my fish go? Where'd the fish? You said there was a fish! There he is. Get me the fish. I ate the fish. No, you didn't. I have the fish. Wait for... Huh? There's a second act to that? Why? Let's do the nearest side quest. Restart the radar. We're going over there! Mods timeout Renji for shipping in chat. That's against the rules. That's it. Who clipped it? Who clipped it? Who did that? Oh, hello. I'm pretty sure I'd already put that battery back because I've been here before, but yeah, I'll go look for it. No shit, Sherlock. I was going to go find it before you yoinked me back here by my little rat tail. What's going on? I was clipping the thing. Bitch! So it was you! Don't post that in here! Icho. Shuang. Constant moaning. What are you waiting for? I'm not gonna do that. Nope. I'm gonna say so. I'm say so, except I got a foul mouth and a sense of I curse too damn much. See? I have no self-control. Bah! Also, why poor Renji? The goat was you and I stabbed it because you were being a nuisance. Somebody time out Renji for being a nuisance and shipping in chat. And saying I'm a robot. Hello? I was gonna stab him. Hello? Are you the one who's taken the cell? Why are we speaking with the exiles? You said a robot. I got the quit. No, I didn't. It's a fake clip. It's been AI edited. Don't AI edit me. I don't consent. No. Caramel? What's caramel? We'd be eating all the caramel if we had them. Not caramel. So, those don't even sound the same in English. Do these sound the same in Chinese? I think this is a Chinese company's game. I posted the clip in... No? What Discord? Discord doesn't exist. Saying you don't consent means you do. That is not at all how that works. Caramel, Celamel, they be the same. No, it's just an act. I've seen it all before. You try to talk to sense in these airheads, and this is all you're going to get. It's a dead end. Some good old baiting is the only way to deal with these clowns. Aw, hell yeah! Fight them bitches. Was that it? Ow, ow, ow. Alright, alright, don't kill it, boys. Give it up, okay? Out with it, then. Where are you keeping the induction cell? Is that what it is? I'm just along for the ride. And to beat shit up. You got any more friends that want to fight in a little tussle? Bro, the fucking mountain... Yeah. Ringy, time out yourself. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Bitch. They were fighting on a box. Blah, 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 blah. Do you talk too much? Goodbye! Ah, oh, fuck. You want me to go hunt for it? Nothing. Damn it. This was my first option. Nice. Should've went with my gut. Yeah, okay, I'll promote myself. How are you supposed to do that? How convenient to have triggered... No! No! Bro, that makes my eyes mess up. I don't know what the deal with that is, but it makes them really creepy because it gets rid of the like little details in them. It's weird as shit. Weird. Weird as shit. Oh boy. Why? Double hydrate. I don't... Ah! My shoulder. I forgot to put the timer back on that. Wanted to confirm. Yeah, I saw the first one. Oh, you mean the eyeball thing? My drink is empty now. Ugh. Let's leave the decision to you, who was definitely paying attention and not paying attention. What are we doing? Seems to be tagged. The only way to find out if it's functional is to go back to the station. Don't tell me what I know, Travis. I know more than you. It's hard to tell what I can jump with and what I cannot. Why are you climbing? What are you climbing? Let go. What the fuck? I got it. It's a little banged up, but it's fine. Ah, I see. I don't have ears. Do you guys know that? I don't have ears. It's connected. Yay! Connection. One more surveillance station to go. The radar's back online. Shut up. Oh, side quest. I hit a trunk. Get down. Oh, this wall's slanted anyway. I hit the wall. I'm dead. I'm alive, but I'm dead.
失礼
Why did you go backwards? What was that about? God! Why did I kill it? Oops. I frequently hit my keyboard. Right? Is that done? Is this complete? I think I've done this one. It looks complete. You doesn't have ears because I haven't sent the renders yet. How can you hear us if you don't have ears? The tech in my skull head cavity. What is that?
進みましょう
Where's he? There's one thing missing and it's probably up. There! I'm gonna go look. What was the question? Ah! What the fuck? What'd you do that for? Nope. How can I hear? So I can't hear, but the sound waves vibrate off of my skull, kind of like echolocation. And by skull, obviously, I don't mean a literal skull because I am not human. And my processors translate it to the vibrations that match that come out from humans in words and language. And then I understand. True story. That's why I have auditory processing issues. Cool story, bro. Fuck you. Where was I going? This way. What's in here? Hello? Do you have treasure for me? I like treasure. No?
進みましょう
Sumimasho. Mataraishu. A minute. Mataraishu. What the fuck? Why do the stairs go like that? That don't make no sense. Nor does it make any dollars. Or quarters or pennies. Or pizza. I had pizza today. It was okay. Don't flip me off. Wait, I hear movement outside. Nani the fuck? These guys look like they mean business. They got us outnumbered. This is a cakewalk. What is it? I can't even see. Oh, TDs? Okay, yeah, they're not really that threatening. Can you shut up so I can go fight the things? God damn. Oh, that thing?
姿で相打ちどうしてはくれないのね頼もしい
You're lucky I didn't get that off.
走りたよっとここからよ
Beep 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 beep. Ow. Don't touch me. Bro. We don't know each other. Like that. I had chicken wings. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Da 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 da, something macaroni. I ate a taco of cheese and ground beef. That's a weird way to phrase that, mastermind. I'm not gonna lie. Whoops. I want a taco now. Renji, everything's closed now. Everybody's sleeping! Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Renji wants a taco. Brum, 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 brum. Oh, that's what that was! Espresso. Renji, is that emote supposed to say pain? But with an E. Pian. That's not... Pian. EI would be a... You don't know that mean? No. European? European? You should do that in the bathroom. Why are we going to the farthest one and not the one that was closest to us, huh? Mushroom. Would you guys eat the Terraspawn mushroom? Hey, what you guys doing? Would you like? Buddha. Nice knowing ya, and by that I mean absolutely wasn't. Get out of my way. Why do you guys put your roadblocks together with your little rings and frogs? Frogs? You don't know something. I already read that. Oyuchi. Tic tac. Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man came rolling home. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Another empty building. Oh my gosh, it's almost like we live in a decaying society of ruins from the Tacit Discord issue from previous whatever. What was it, like 100 years ago? I don't fucking remember. You're in a post-apocalyptic world. There's gonna be empty buildings. Dumbass. There is one last approach. Activate the radar. Once done, we may find new information. Why am I doing all this? The last data. Data. Data? Data? Laser beam. Oh, it's a giant satellite. Pointy. Whoa. Oh, I've needed to go back there. Is that gonna break it? Oh my gosh. This has been on my map, and I was over there, and I was like, why can't I get in? And it's like, you found a hole. There's a breeze coming from there. I'm like, Rushes to collect data, his fingers slightly trembling as he enters the inputs. Despite his nerves beep, data transfer complete. You talk too fast. Mixed with chaos and clamor, dozens of elite class GDs and 10 individuals who fought to their last. Among them were 9 elites and 1 untrained. Mihan and the 9 rangers that were stationed here together with me. 9 people fought against the TDs while protecting the untrained. The frequency gradually weakened and disappeared. Only 1 TD and the untrained person remained. Later, the frequency demonstrated a steady pattern, and the waveform resembled the comparative experiments often carried out in laboratories, but this time it was done on the field. The slight tremors on the waveform revealed the agony of being torn apart. Is this what happened afterwards? The person ended their own life. Followed suit by performing the same action. You mean to tell me the person, knowing he's got no way of escaping, collected the frequencies of the TD's raid on the spot and using their quick quirk of copying human behaviors guided it to destroy itself? What the fuck? As far as I know, there's only one person that checks the box. Everyone falls silent. Nani the fuck? You good? I've managed to calm down. I feel much better now. Be honest, from the moment I received my mentor's message. Oh. We're in an ad. Potty break time. We shall return after these messages. Welcome back from your corporate world hell. Everybody should be returning in the next couple of seconds, so we're gonna continue. I hope you grabbed your snacks, grabbed your drinks, and did not hold your pee. You went to the potty, right? It's not good for your little human organs to hold that. It's very bad for you. You could go into what's called kidney failure. Did you know that? Human bodies be very fragile. Received my mentor's message. I had a feeling that his fate was sealed. Being a strict person that he was, he never talks about anything other than research. I thought he was untrained. He can't be a mentor and untrained. Your story's not lining up. Oh my god. You gave me a sealed tube. I love you. Shirotokanai nani. Ah. Did you see that? Well, the sun rises as usual. Excuse me. Stop leapfrogging the goats. Why was there a flake on my screen? Did you see the snowflake that randomly appeared? That was weird. Hi, Biko! Welcome! Let's see what we have, what else we have to play, because the other quest is in the mountain, and I'm bored exploring there for right now. Let me get Steam open. Hello! How are you doing? How's your evening? Ayani. Yutarito. Steam, hello. Steam. Let me go to the chatting screen. How off center am I? Not too bad. Okay. I gotta close this so that Steam will open. Because it's not wanting to. No. How many hours is Tell Me Why? It's short, isn't it? Should be pretty short, huh? Hanging a chaos content warning chain together. Chain together already has an update. Somebody I know is playing Overwatch. Oh. This looks like it's already downloaded, so we'll play that. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. 33 active viewers for this game. Properties. Gam. This gam. Okay. Gam sound. What is that? Autosave. Properties. Get out of my way so I can see what I'm typing. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. That long. There we go. There we go. Press any button. Connection. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was gonna connect my, Xbox, which is not at all this name. New game. Tell Me Why, story-based game that takes your choices into account to shape your relationships with other characters. Oh. Xbox Game Studios presents Don't Nod Entertainment Deros Crossing Alaska 2005. That was a long time ago. How's the audio? Is it loud?
Hey, kiddo. I need to ask you a few questions, okay? Can you tell me what happened tonight?
Dude, he's traumatized. Why are you bloody?
I went to show her my haircut. She had a gun.
Take your time.
She freaked out.
It's okay.
No, it's not. It's not okay. My mom tried to kill me, so I stabbed her. I killed my mother.
What the fuck? I don't think we want to go home. What do you mean homecoming? The heck? Sorry, that was... What is this? Discord. I don't know. That escalated so quickly. We were just singing and now dude stabbed his mom after she tried to kill him. What the fuck? Fireweed Residential Center, November 2nd, 2015. Sophie. Was she crazy? We'll miss you. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here. Oh, wait. Do you have streamer settings? Music volume. Oh, we'll okay. That's not very- you can barely hear that, right? You can't hear it. Why are you walking around brushing your teeth? Nice boots. I don't think they look very warm. Oh, why are your eyes creepy? I can't wait for technology to make 3D models less... like, able... They don't have weight to them, so like when they push things like the cans off the desk, I can't wait for collision, because otherwise it feels like nothing's connected, you know? You know what I mean? Are you the kid that killed his mom? Why do you have a photo in a frame that doesn't fit the photo size? You fucking heathen. Chocolate snacks. Ooh, that's my favorite brand of candy. I think I have peanut butter M&Ms still. Please give me and fireweed. House keys.
First, I'm gonna find the keys to the old house. Then, I'm gonna drive to Fireweed, and I'm not going to freak out. Everything's fine.
Oh my god, we have a reflection. What's fireweed?
Not here.
Bitch, you didn't even look in the box, the fuck?
I have got to make solid plans to see the Geminids. I wonder if Tyler'd want to go.
Oh, that's
hey,
not...
you wanna freeze your ass off watching burning rocks fall through the sky? Yeah, I might need to work on my sales pitch.
What is that? Burglar? Why'd you draw that on a sticky note?
Oh. Ooh, I can't wait to force Tyler to watch this with me. He's totally gonna hate it.
Weird.
Oh, right.
Have you figured out why yet? No. I have not. God, I hate that. Hey, look, the keys. It's a baby Yoda.
So that's where you've been hiding.
Why do you have a single box?
This feels like another lifetime.
Well, a random photo and a doohickey you lost. Who picks up keys like that? Oh my god, these camera...
All right.
Did my camera just
think I'm
collide
ready
with
to
the
go now.
star? Did you hear that? The fuck?
One more season. What am I even gonna do with myself when it's over? Probably not gonna see any stars at this time of day.
Why is your blinds shut? What time of day is it?
Haven't practiced since high school. I'm probably super rusty.
Silly human, you don't rust. Hello, little circle. Why is your makeup sitting open on the counter?
Why do I still have this? Every time I look at it, it reminds me of how very single I am.
It was literally 3 years ago. You're fine. Why do I still have that? Puts it back in the drawer. Is this the leave door? No? Oh, that's the leave door. I walk very slow.
Allie. She's gonna be so awkward.
Love you. What do you mean? Wait.
Can't believe I'm about to leave this room for the last time. Okay, I'm pretty much done here. I just need to grab my goblin and I'm off. Hey, little guy. You're gonna be reunited with your sister soon.
Is that your sister? The drowning. New
Cool.
collectibles.
I guess I'm totally ready to go now.
Collectibles. Can
Bye,
I take the
Herbert.
plant? Why are you leaving Herbert? You can't do this to him. He's been with you through thick and thin. Take me. This box of junk treasure is now yours. Finders keepers. Why can't I look inside of it? Testosterone. Are we trans? Are we trans? We're trans! Guys! Oh my god. Dope. Let's go. I don't think you're supposed to take that every week, though. I think mine was every 2 weeks. We have tomorrows for a reason. Let's go! Weeba. You good, bro? How dare you? The fuck? Give me my teddy. Why are you walking like that? That's awkward as shit.
Hi, Tyler.
Hi. First
Hi.
time we see each other in 10 years, and it's hi, Tyler.
Oh, sorry,
It's fine, Allison. Hi's a good place to start.
Why are we
It's
awkward?
good to see you.
Likewise.
What is the center we're at?
You have anything else you need to get?
No, this is it. My last 10 years in a bag.
Then we should get going.
That's a really small
just have time
bag.
to
That
make the
barely
morning
fits
ferry.
10 days of clothes.
You
Did-
look good in that.
Thanks. One of my mentees designed it.
It's really good.
Yeah,
Mentees?
he's so incredibly talented. I got a couple of local coffee shops to hang his art.
Tyler Ronan, shaping the leaders of tomorrow.
Yep, we're screwed.
So, Are you gonna miss anything about this place?
Food.
The sweet taste of overcooked halibut.
Ew.
But seriously, yeah, it was home. For a while, you know?
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
But that
I'm
might
also
be awkward.
really happy to never eat that halibut again. We planning to drive to Delos Crossing or push?
You are welcome to walk.
Nah, I'll take my chances.
Need one last look or anything?
Looked. Let's go.
What is happening? So, which one of us was the kid? And why did we live here? I suppose we're playing both of them. Rear view mirror. Leave the center. Was it an option to stay? Did I have that option? The loading screen
No,
is
really.
the little goblin
I am 100%
walking, but it's
not
sketchy.
creative enough to make that stuff up. Oh, and just last week, they had to turn the ferry around because a bear was on board.
No way.
A polar bear?
Someone heard a commotion in the back of a delivery truck, so they opened it up. And there was the bear, fat and happy on a literal mountain of empty chip bags.
Literal.
You go where the food is.
Oh, I can relate to that.
So then what happened?
This feels awkward
I'm
as
not
shit.
sure. I think they couldn't get him to leave, so they tranked him.
Oh, poor buddy.
Hold on. I feel like I'm blocking too much of this screen when it's story-based. Let me turn you this way. That works.
Shot
Sorry,
in the
small
ass just
screen.
for getting the munchies.
Yeah, well, you know what they say. Safety first in bear country.
Yeah, but prevention is best. Common sense goes a long way in keeping them from getting shot.
The bear is fine, Tyler.
For now. You hear they've been talking about loosening up regulations on trophy hunting again? Higher bag limits,
Tyler sounds like
inhuman ground
he's
traps,
very...
even bringing back hibernation hunting.
Hibernation
what kind of asshole
hunting, that's
gets off on
fucked up.
killing a sleeping animal? I'm not against hunting, but predators play a vital role in the health of our natural parks. What? Why are you smiling? I'm being serious.
Oh, I can tell, Ranger Tyler.
Not yet. But at least I got the school part out of the way.
Oh, is that where we were? Where we had ranger school?
I can't believe you've got a bachelor's already. While I boast a half-completed certificate in accounting from an online college that may have stolen my credit card number.
You'll figure out what you
Down
want. You
in
have
front,
time.
move your big head. Fuck you. How's this for big head, How's this for big head? You get to watch the stream like this now. Fuck you. Is that good for you?
How are you feeling?
Like I'm about to drive straight into a whiteout and my fog lights are dead.
Oh, we can look around now. Hold on. That's too much on the screen. Wah, 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 wah. Don't sass me. I'll sass you back. I'll sass you back. Pull it this way. It's so fucking big. Shut up.
What about
You
you?
got a big ass head. Have you seen your hair? I wish this would
Allison?
stop pausing when I leave the screen.
Whoa. Zoned out there for a second. Sorry.
What's up?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to
Look
wrap
how
my head
cool
around the
we
fact
look.
that you're right here, standing beside me, on our way to Delos.
You don't have to apologize. It's a lot.
Oh, what's that?
Why did we take the ferry instead of the coast road?
'Cause I didn't want to be stuck in the car with you for an extra 2 hours.
Ha ha.
We have to
bitch.
take the ferry. It's the only way to reach Delos from Fireweed.
I see. Well, good.
Why?
I don't think my stomach could have taken 2 more hours of how you handled curves.
I'm sorry. Do you want to take over driving when we dock?
No.
You're
Yeah.
gonna have to get back behind that wheel at some point, you know.
Look, I put a fireweed van nose first in a ditch.
Hey, at least you missed the porcupine.
That sounded
I'm guessing things
very
haven't changed much.
You
I'll
mean
drive.
Delos?
No.
Still the capital of East Jesus nowhere. Can't wait to get out of here.
Small town life.
Guess that normal life you wanted didn't live up to your expectations, huh?
I mean, having cable and full-time electricity was definitely a plus, but no one ever forgets anything in a small town. You get marked a weirdo and that's it. That's your life.
At least you had Michael.
Yeah.
True.
I
What
don't
happened to
think I'd have
Michael?
survived high school
I only
without
saw a
him.
picture of
Bet you're
Bobby.
gonna miss him when you move to Juneau. How's he doing?
Good. Good. But I haven't seen him much outside of work lately. He's been busy with his dance and helping his clan organize a potlatch.
Clan? Can't believe you didn't trust me to
Is
drive.
that smoke coming
No.
out of Stonehouse?
Which one's Stonehouse?
That one over there?
No, the one just beyond it. You know, the one the elders say is haunted to spook little kids.
Oh, right.
Oh, a whole group of us were drinking at a bonfire down at the point, got dared to go inside. We didn't make it past the garden.
Chicken shits.
Sounds fun.
It was.
Wow, you got to have memories while I was fucked up. I don't know why I was fucked up, but I was fucked up.
So, we're really going back there, huh?
To Stonehouse?
I mean, we're going home.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Think the house will sell?
No interested buyers yet. Turns out people don't line up to buy murder houses with no electricity.
At least it's got one hell of a view, unlike Juneau.
Hey, Juneau has mountain views aplenty. It just also has
These views
people
are
and
pretty.
fun. You still thinking you might be my roomie?
I'm thinking about it.
Part of me wants to live
Hey,
somewhere like
can I
that, but
ask you a
also
question?
I need the internet for obvious reasons. Question. Again? Sure. Oops. Sure.
Shoot.
I was told... I mean, after you, well, graduated, I guess, and became a mentor 3 years ago, you still basically spent all your time at Fireweed, right?
Pretty much. There were a few
Why is it
times
called
I tried to go to
Fireweed?
these meetups for trans people in Juneau, but something always came up. I probably should have put myself out there more, but it was better to be around in case the residents needed me.
So you were free to come and go as you pleased.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Oh,
You
nothing.
visit
Just
me.
being an overly invested sister. Curious how you spent your
visit.
time.
Not visiting me. So, this is set in Alaska? Yes. We're in Alaska. Ka.
Allison,
Yeah?
spit it out.
Okay, you need to promise not to freak out.
What is it?
It's a gift. From Eddie.
Who's Eddie?
I know he's not your favorite person, but
I'm sorry. When you said Eddie, I thought you meant Chief Brown, as in the police officer who arrested me.
come on. Dad,
Arrested?
don't-
And your adopted father, the man who didn't let you visit me for 7 years.
What the
The
fuck?
Fireweed administration backed him up, Tyler. They thought it was best for both of us.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
So we were forced to
peace
be
offering.
separated?
And you're the two most important people in my life. Please? For me?
No.
He can't buy my forgiveness with some cheap-ass trinket.
It's a gift, Tyler.
Fuck
you know
his
what
gift, the
gift-giving
fuck?
means in Tlingit culture, and what it means to refuse one.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
Exactly.
Oh. What?
Seriously?
Bro's mad about the bear, but
That
he
was
throws shit
childish.
in.
What is wrong with you?
No need to be so dramatic.
I'm the one who's being dramatic.
Yeah.
God.
Fuck you. What's that? What's happening?
Did you hear that?
What is that? What is it? What are we hearing? What the fuck?
So, that was an asshole move.
To put it mildly.
Yeah, what if you had hit the whale? I'm not sorry.
I deserve that. Sorry I tossed the ring.
I'm not sorry.
I'm sorry too. I just hoped we could wrap everything up with a grand gesture and move on to our perfectly normal lives.
You need to shut up about the normal lives thing.
What?
When
This isn't
something
normal?
like that happens and you live in a small town, it will never be normal life.
Still your brother?
Still your sister.
You guys wanted me to wear matching rings with you and your adopted dad that separated us.
Would it ruin the moment if I said I needed to call home?
Yeah.
Yes. Completely.
Sorry.
Go ahead and stop apologizing all the time.
Okay, sorry. Thanks.
I am so not sticking around to listen to that conversation.
It's so weird being back on this boat.
Can I go up? Nope. Is this our truck? Or is this your truck? Hi. Hello.
Morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Enjoying the ride?
Wait, wrong button. Yeah. I saw a whale.
I don't think I could ever get tired of this.
Agreed. Where are you headed?
Delos Crossing?
Same here. You from around here?
Born and bred.
Born and bred.
Ah, you don't say. I moved to Anchorage around your age. Delos was mostly Alaska natives then. Clay Kid, I haven't been home in 5 years.
You visiting fam?
Oh, so you owed your family a visit?
I'll say. You may not know it yet, but your folks, they get old real fast.
Mine doesn't.
I'm Alex.
I
by the
stabbed
way.
my mother.
Alex Gershwin. No relation.
Huh?
To
Huh?
George Gershwin.
Oh. Who's that?
Gershwin, the pianist. Folks
The
are always
penis?
asking if we're related, so I try to head it off in the past.
Oh,
What'd you say your name was?
Tyler.
just call me Tyler.
All right. Good to meet you, Tyler.
Likewise,
you.
sir.
Can I look at your car? I see stickers. Whoop.
Yikes.
Hey,
Crime control. Ugh. What's the other one? Do I want to know? Deer is my sport. Check my six-pack. Tyler, I don't know if we should look at his truck anymore. We probably don't want to know what's back there.
What a waste of a good pun.
MV Saboteur. Alaska Sea Lines. What was the pun? What's the pun supposed to be? What does that say? When everything else fails, try doing what the captain
Charming.
suggested. What is... The texture on this sign is weird. I'm gonna lean here. Wow. Look at that ski lift. It's so pretty. Your big ass head's in the way. Beautiful. Up there, that's where, what's that game called? Until Dawn happened. I'm not looking in your truck. That's none of my business. Up the Jord. Up the Jord. Are you done talking on the phone? Hello, sister.
Hey again.
Fancy meeting you here.
Are you gonna say anything, or are we just sitting here? How long are we just sitting here? I'm not looking in the truck. I'd rather not know. It's none of my business. Let her stare into your soul, chat. Let her stare. I can't zoom in. Well, that was a good watch. I'm bored. See, the thing they don't tell you is I get really restless. What's this? Can I take that? I think I'd feel safer. Ecology matters. Don't throw shit in the water. Tyler. Are you still pissed off because I didn't want to listen to your conversation with your fake dad? Who separated us? Like a piece of shit. Are we there? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Sister? Allison? Are we there yet? Allison? Allison? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Allison? Allison? Chalk rear wheels. Why? Chalk? Chalk? Did we do that? We did it! Neither did that guy! We're all rule breakers is what we is. This is just asking for like a wave to... Over here? No, we're not.
Back to the car, Ronan.
I've never been on a ferry before. Is it scary to drive on that piece of metal that's connecting you back to the bridge to get on land? I'd be terrified. Is it also more expensive to cross with your car than it is to just ride it? What if I paid for someone who's pretty Whoa. We're here! Vámonos. What? Why you do that? Ugh. Chat, do you think the bloodstains are still there? Those trees dead as fuck. My elbow hurts. Don't touch that with your bare hands. It's cold. Your hands are gonna get stuck. What a shitty little house. No wonder nobody wants to buy it. You're also smack dab in the middle of no damn where.
It's basically exactly like I remember it. Only faded.
Like a Polaroid left on a windowsill.
From the
Wow,
outside,
dramatic.
it almost looks charming.
No.
Charm's not the problem. Structural integrity may be an issue.
You think there's a chance whoever buys it will just tear it down?
Heavily likely.
If someone buys it, they can do whatever they want with it.
You wouldn't care at all?
Would you?
Sure.
Why do you care?
Everywhere I look, I see a piece of one of our adventures.
Everywhere I look, I just see her.
Allison, we could go grab a bite. Start this tomorrow?
No. The only way to get this done.
Are we
is to
gonna
do it.
find out that why Mom tried to stab me? Or no, she
After
tried to
you.
shoot me? No, I'm gonna go around back. I'll be back. Who was this?
Doesn't seem like the greenest source of energy.
No. Was that a shovel?
At least we don't have any use for this right now.
Luckily. Remember the snowstorm in 2004?
Are you following
Marianne
me?
had
Why
us
are you
digging
following
for
me?
hours.
Went into a game.
I remember she made it a game at least.
That's right. We made tunnels to escape the ice troll.
I gotta hand it to her. She can make us do anything if she turned it into a goblin tail.
These sliding doors, you can actually pop off the one that's not sliding. So when you have these and you live alone, make sure you're blocking that shit. They pop off and then you can just not pay attention to the fact that the sliding door is locked.
It's locked.
Seriously? Why haven't you checked the front door?
Because true adventurers never walk a straight line.
Shut the fuck up, Tyler. What was that?
I
What's
bet we
under
left
there?
all kinds of cool things in there.
I bet there's something in the boathouse. Why is this water frozen, but the water we were at isn't?
No, you're right.
Yes, I do.
You really want to go out there?
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yes, I do. Tyler, where's your sensitive adventure? That is the most unstripped. What's that?
Oh. Looks like a neighbor came by.
It's funny. I can't
What
remember
the
any
fuck?
signs of them when we were
What
kids.
texture is
Probably because
moving
our
around
mother
on the
scared the
tree?
shit out of them.
Yeah. She scared everybody else off too.
Look at this bench.
You need a break already, Ronan?
No, just sitting. Enjoying the view.
She built this bench.
She built this bench, right?
If you're trying to scare me off so you can steal my seat, it won't work.
No, I just remember us all sitting here after. I fell
Who was
asleep and woke up
stabbed?
really stiff later.
I don't remember us sitting anywhere for more than
Or
a few
shot at.
seconds, which
Was it
sounds
her? Was it
exhausting
me?
now.
Guess we're just
I don't
old.
want to talk
At
anymore.
least
Can
we've
I
got
get
a few
up?
more years before we're...
As old as her.
Let's go inside.
Come on, that's enough rest for us. Let's get inside.
All right.
Can I go walk on the ice? I'm only a little bit crazy. We need time to talk. We're twins! Talk things over with your twin. Oh, what's this? The fuck is these frogs?
I can't believe these are still here.
Yeah. We should hide them so they don't frighten away potential buyers.
Why? Can you shut up about selling shit?
Remember how
Ew.
mad she'd get if we didn't use the compost?
And she always knew when we were lying.
Waste not, or kiss the planet goodbye.
Well, you inherited that from your mama, huh?
At least the shed's still standing.
Yeah. I don't want to think about what might be living
Is it openable?
Well, better alive than dead.
Okay.
Hey, it's locked all right.
No shit, Sherlock. Is there a window? There is a window.
What was she doing out here that night? Come on, man. Stop thinking about that.
Weed killer.
Products may be better for the planet, but they do not have the same shelf life.
Homemade cleaning products.
Add it to the shopping list. She did not like us using her tools.
She was probably...
Well, at least the tools are still here. That'll help with the repairs.
They're good quality, too. Marianne wanted stuff
It's
like
been
that to
10
last.
years and they've been sitting in a shed. I doubt it. Also, it's way too clean in there. What the fuck? Still not trying the front door first.
Did you smoke something before you left fireweed? The door's right there.
It's called fireweed for a reason, Allison. Duh. Oh, what do you know? It doesn't fucking open,
Locked.
Allison.
Well,
Bitch.
it's a good thing I remembered this.
And why didn't you
You sure
open the
that's the
fucking
right
door? I'm dying.
Yes. Maybe someone changed the lock.
Who would change the lock on us?
I don't know. We're screwed.
You got a plan B?
Yeah. We find another way in. I never knew a locked door that could keep the crafty goblins out.
Yeah, we had a million ways in and out of this old house. At least one of them's gotta work.
Sorry, I was so very flabbergasted. Ugh, can't breathe.
Crafty goblins. I haven't thought about them in... Or should I say, us? Remember how whenever we lost our toys in the sand, we thought the Mad Hunter had stolen them?
Stop dying.
Hey, I think that's the same rake I cut my foot on.
Wait, your foot? Wasn't that me?
What? Oh, yeah. I think you're right. You're out of your element, little guy.
How do you know?
How many sandcastles did we build with this?
None that's...
We thought this sandbox would hide us from the Mad Hunter, remember?
That's right. The sand was, what, supposed to distort his piercing
Ollie
eye?
and Allison in Vessel. Oh. No die, only water.
Mad Hunter. That was some
No.
dog shit for two little kids.
Yeah, that's why we liked it.
Was our dead name Ollie? Ollie was pretty duty name. What did we change it to Tyler for? Can I go in here now, or...?
It's no good. I can't open this one either.
Oh, can we go underneath? We could probably go underneath. Totally not creepy to go under the house. Hey, do you want to try the keys on this door? Isistra. No? Alright, you're fucking useless. Hello?
So, and then how we're gonna get in?
We used to play under the...
Yeah.
You need to handle
No, I'm just fine.
Okay.
You shouldn't pry that with your hands.
Board out of the way, I could probably squeeze through.
So we need something to
Oh,
pry
great.
off.
So we gotta go into the shed. Mom didn't like it when we used her
Screwed in
tools.
pretty good. We need a screwdriver.
A screwdriver. That's not
I
prying
think I
at
saw
all.
one back in the shed.
Oh my god, can we just break a window? Good god, kick a hole in it, right? Ain't no way this shit's...
Okay. Should be something in here that'll work.
Yeah, right there.
I guess Marianne left us something useful, huh?
Yeah.
Who...
We still have to find a way to get inside, though.
You know.
And please, no broken windows.
Ugh.
We'll see ya. What's happening? Do you feel that?
What? Space to focus your bond. Use the sensor to locate the memory. What the fuck?
And don't leave this room until everything looks as clean as a whistle. Ugh.
This is the millionth time I've gotten in trouble because of you. You and your big mouth.
Hey, you were thinking the same thing. You just weren't brave enough to tell her.
What good would it do? It's not like she ever listens to us anyway.
Well, I'd rather scream it right in her stupid face than be a quiet little mouse.
Oh, we forgot the key. We need to put it back.
Maybe we could hide it somewhere. You know, for fun.
Goblins are supposed to help the princess, not
No.
play mean tricks.
That's not how
Whatever,
goblins
you're not
work.
Fun.
I'm only trying not to make everything worse.
Whoa. Did that just happen?
I don't know, but I saw it too.
It felt like it did when we used to share thoughts. With our voice.
It did. But that was a memory of us 10 years ago, right? I vaguely remember it happening.
I think so. And,
What the
that's
fuck
new,
is
right?
happening?
We could share thoughts and feelings, but we never replayed memories like that.
Why would it happen?
Cause we
And
gotta
why that
reconnect. We're on different pages and
pretty
Sis is
eerie.
trying to abandon us and we don't want to sell the
Weird.
house.
But our voice was always a good thing.
Also, she got a
This
bad
could be
dad who separated us. We're playing Allison now, aren't we?
I'm feeling something again. Near
No?
The barn.
Am I staying as Tyler?
Me too.
Remember. You guys remember when we remembered? Follow the memory.
Let's go see the silent frog.
Coming. I'm coming.
What? Stop sulking. I told you already. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Okay. Guess you don't want to see what I put in the treasure room then.
Treasure room?
What? No, I want to see.
Okay.
Guess we know where to search now.
The silent frog,
Which
so this
is the
one.
silent frog.
Well, don't ask stupid questions,
Damn,
Allison.
Where's the key?
Seriously?
Kidding.
Come on.
Okay, sorry.
I got a key.
Nice job keeping a secret, buddy.
Bum 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 bum. Oh, the fuck is on the floor? This looks way better through the window. Can we go in there? No? Alright. What's that? Why are we taking it?
Huh. Who left this box here? It looks brand new.
It wasn't me. Has
Ah.
someone been out here recently?
Guess it's your lucky day, bird friends.
We gonna feed the birds?
Got it.
All this for a screwdriver?
You got a better idea how to get
It
in?
wasn't that much. There's a star behind the door. Can I have it? Can I feed the birds? I didn't see a bird feeder. There's a bell. Where the bird feeder? I don't see no damn bird feeder. The fuck? Also, how'd that get in there if the door was locked? I'm not allowed to run on the porch.
At least we don't seem to have any squatters.
You say that, but we found a brand new box of bird feed. I'm pretty sure somebody's squatting somewhere. Alright, chat, do your squats. Up, down, what? What was that texture on the snow? You took 2 screws out. You could've just kicked that.
You sure you want to go in there?
This was our very first den, remember?
Who knows what lives down there now?
Me. I live here now. This is a big crawl space. No squats. There was no redeem.
Everything okay down there?
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Tyler?
It's got me!
It's not funny!
I thought it was funny.
Then why am I laughing?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But you're still an idiot.
You just your
All right.
grumpy pants.
Going in for real this time.
Okay. I'll see you at the front door in a few minutes.
Bitch, crawl in here with me. Dude, we're basically standing. No! Stop!
Are you okay? What happened?
I hit my head because I'm stupid.
My head like an idiot. Wait. What? Where are you?
Ty, I'm outside. But I can hear you in my head. Our voice. It's back.
Holy shit.
It's because we live here and we're high off something.
To the hatch.
It's the fireweed, man.
We'll figure it out together.
Where's the up? My truck!
Straight ahead.
Need to go left, I think.
Look how shiny. Who was letting the kids play in a crawl space? This is 90% of the time. There's exposed wires. Also, why is the ground all wiggly at the top?
Left again. After the
And then there's like critters and all kinds of stuff. Moosey.
Wow. Can't say I ever expected to see you again. It's been a long time, buddy.
Turn. Why am I not taking him? Why are we leaving him? If he's our buddy, we should take him with us. Duh. Also, who taught you guys that goblins save princesses? Treasure room? Where's it? This isn't a treasure room. Oh, there's tarps. Did you guys hide stuff under the tarps?
Past the treasure. Straight ahead. You know, I almost convinced myself our voice
What's this?
was just another
Oh.
child of the Mad Hunter.
Mad
Why am I
Hunter.
still afraid to say his name?
He was Mary Ann's creation. She made all the creepy characters.
Whoa. Mom will cray-cray, huh? Oh, hey, a crawl space. Hello? Look up? Thank you. Also, welcome, Malaya. Memories of when we were... Whoa, was it a birthday that all that happened? Was it our birthday? Everything looks to be in great condition for 10 years later. What a charming little house, minus, you know, the water damage over there on the ceiling. And on that wall. Also, the floor is super warped.
Tyler, are you in there? Tyler!
Coming.
Coming.
What the fuck?
Are you okay?
I'll live. Good to hear your voice again.
Yeah, same here.
So, coming in or what?
Now.
Just working up to it.
Why are you afraid? I was the one that was stabbed. That's the only explanation I have for us being separated and me being in a facility like that.
Well, we're here.
Here we are.
So, how do we get started?
What are we doing
We
here?
figure out what to keep, what to trash, and
Oh,
see what else this house might be trying to show us.
the house is trying to show us something? I'm coming into the Ronin house. Excuse me, don't push me. Is this our room?
Mary Ann's room.
Let's
Oh.
not go in there until we.
Why is there a
absolutely have to.
puzzle?
Agreed.
Don't push me. Did we say we're not going in there? Where is our room then?
After all this time, I thought I'd feel more prepared.
String, glue, duct tape. The holy trinity of house repair.
Mary Ann loved having something to fix.
Not when we broke them. And we should fix yourself.
Yeah, well, she could have tried a little harder to fix her own head.
Can you picture Mary Ann talking to a shrink?
No.
No. And speaking of,
Therapy's expensive, and I'm fine.
No, you're not. You just had to work yourself up to come inside. You were super not fine. I'm going upstairs. Bro, did we have our own rooms? No, we did not. Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa. What's that?
where'd you come from?
Tale of Two Swords. Huh. Dude, Mom let us write on the walls? 16, 13. Why are there numbers everywhere? What the fuck? Also, why did she have that weird, kooky little... This is cute. That's cool as shit. I would've loved that as a kid.
If you don't come up soon, I'm gonna take whatever I want from our bedroom.
No way! Wait for me!
No way. Dibs.
No, this feels like home.
What's that?
Hey, the postcard we sent ourselves from Juno.
Forever alone.
What?
Love.
We barely had any friends. We even had to be our own pen pals.
Hello, Allison and Ollie. We are writing from the past. What is it like in the future? Anyway, Juno is super cool. We look
Tyler, do you copy? If we don't move fast, this whole thing is going to melt. Do you copy?
We're basically walkie-talkies on legs, you know.
Yeah, well, how do you play
What are
Ice
you
Road Tougher
doing?
Assassins without a walkie-talkie, right? Yeesh.
Do you mind?
It's
I
just
was trying to
serious
read
all
your
the same.
terrible handwriting. What's that? What the?
Some of our old toys give me the creeps.
Why does it have matches on its butt? I suppose that's what happens when you don't have electricity. Is that Marianne?
You
Ours.
know, if there's one thing you gotta give Marianne, it's that she let us explore our artistic side.
You should have seen Eddie's face when I tried to read
You guys shaped yarn to it.
I bet Uncle Eddie didn't appreciate your artistic touch.
I'd rather you called him Chief Brown if you're gonna be an ass about it.
I am going to be super ass about it. Oh god.
Look what I found!
What?
Only our greatest creation, the Book of Goblins.
Whoa.
Seriously? It was in
Tab.
that chest the whole time?
All these stories.
I had ideas for so many more.
Oh, this
Marianne
is so
wrote a lot of
cute.
them.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
It's one of the only times I remember her
You
being
guys made
at
this?
peace.
Who typed it? You guys didn't have electricity. I'm not reading all this, but man, it's cute. And neither of you are artists. Alright, it's time for a regularly scheduled ad. Oh, no. So we will be back shortly. I heard neither of you are artists and looked up from art stuff to see an ad.
Where is it?
I already
You
put the
looking
book
for something
away.
in particular?
My diary.
You never told me about it.
Yeah. With the way Marianne was, I tried extra hard to keep it a secret. Marianne. Yeah, that day she found out about it.
Yo, did she try to... Wait, I'm stuck. Oh, it's supposed to be in here. I don't know if we want to... Hi, Aki! Welcome!
Mom!
Did she try to kill us because we were trans?
Mom, where is it? What did you do with it?
What now?
I can't find my diary. I know you stole it. Give it back.
Sweetie, whatever I do, it's just for your benefit.
You read it, didn't you? You had no right to do that.
I have the right to do whatever I need to protect my little girl.
I'm not your girl. I hate you.
You will always be my little girl. And no matter how hard you fight me, I'll fight twice as hard to keep you safe.
My mom said that to me too. Some people be having kids and they think they can control everything about them. Children are not dolls, they're humans. They're people.
She was willing to hurt me to keep me from transitioning.
Well, it was definitely us she tried to kill.
There is no way you could have known she'd go that far.
I want my diary back. Her room was the only place I didn't look.
To be fair,
Okay, but
Tyler,
you
we
need to
didn't
get
look
it, like,
anywhere. We
now?
went straight to our room.
That diary was important to me, Allison. Writing down my thoughts helped me realize who I am.
Well, then let's go find it.
You think her room is still locked?
It always was. I'm not looking forward to going there.
I know, but we'll have to eventually, and I need it back.
You're going right now.
Huh. This bathroom still smells like Marianne.
Good scrub and we'll be...
What is that? Mom's tacky
What are we
jewelry.
gonna do with all her jewelry?
Well, I'm certainly not gonna wear it.
Donation
That's
pile
fair.
it is, then.
Who's
Handmade
that?
soap. Still here after 10 years. Impressive.
You could say that about the entire house.
Wow. I forgot all about her weird concoctions.
And how she was always testing them on us.
What
Like
the
we were
fuck?
Lab rats.
Bro. Are we gonna... There we go.
We should take down the creepy masks if we don't want to scare the buyers away.
Oh, so now you don't want to scare someone with those masks.
Hey, I just put on the mask and pretended to be a warrior. You were the one who got freaked out by it.
Right.
Not that she ever let me wear him very long.
What is this? This. Hey Mom, we are sorry. The vase got broke. We didn't know you love it so much. We need to be careful and not act up in the window room. Next time we will try and use a good judgment. M-I-N-T. Please forgive us for doing bad things. I'm sorry too. We should be more careful. I'm very sad we made you cry so much. We should play outside instead. I will tell Ollie not to be wild all the time. We aren't going to do it anymore.
What are you reading?
Nothing.
Nothing interesting. Old textbooks. Tessa gave them to us, right?
Yeah.
She
Coupons.
pinched every penny.
No wonder we had a weird dragon made out of
I don't remember
sticks.
these.
It's probably one of Mary Ann's unfinished masterpieces.
Was
There's
she a
2 of them.
woodworker?
Maybe they were us. in some weird way that only made sense to Marianne.
Probably. Bitch was crazy. Wasn't
I
there.
didn't realize how much I missed the smell of firewood.
Why am I focusing a memory? Over here?
With big mugs of hot cocoa.
Yeah.
Memory.
Marianne was so tired she was usually asleep on the couch.
Memory.
Ah,
This way?
that's why it was so nice. No
The memory is sparkling somewhere.
We'd use our voice so we didn't
Over
wake her
here?
up.
And then we'd be up all night
No, it's like here.
watching the fire die. Marianne was
So the sparkles. Bro, can you just tell me where the memory is? I'm not understanding. The vent? What is happening? Over here with you? But it says behind me. What the fuck is the memory? I'm confused.
She was
This?
trying to save the planet way before Al Gore made it cool.
Has Al Gore ever made anything cool?
Up here?
Nah.
No?
Yes, she was right about
What do you want? Curtains? Chair?
for not listening to
Time out?
crazy Marianne Ronan.
I already looked at the fireplace. I don't know what you want from me. It's misting my eye face as if I need to remember something. I wonder if it wants me to be upstairs. That? No. Because the sparkle goes away when I leave that corner, but it's not telling me what it... Ah! I can just do it. It's not gonna tell me anymore. Oh, wait. Hold up. There we go.
Mom? About me joining the hockey team? Mom!
Sorry, what? Not now. Maybe next year.
But you promised!
Keep whining, and my next year will become never.
You
You
suck.
cut my hair?
Your hair is fine.
But I want to cut it short. Really short.
What? Look, I'm tired, and I'm busy.
Doing what?
Talk about this later.
You always say that.
Marianne said no to everything. Made me so pissed.
She was always on edge those last few months.
Yeah, and completely deaf to everything I was telling her I needed.
She pretty much always said no to me, too.
True, but it felt personal with me.
It felt personal, alright? Because it was fucking personal. I don't
Hold
know if
up.
this is the game I should be
What?
playing, to be honest.
Remember this?
Unfortunately.
You must solve my riddle to earn the right to enter the princess's sanctum.
Nothing
Why
a
is
good
Mom
hard shovel will
princess?
take care of.
I mean, yes, we could brute force it, but it might be kind of fun to finally solve it, right?
We have different definitions of the word fun.
Okay, well, if we break it, we're just gonna have to fix it for the sale. So let's at least try not to. You have the Book of Goblins?
Isn't it? I don't know. I feel like if I was buying a house, I
Hand it
wouldn't want
over.
this on there. Did Mom take our story and
What are you
put a
looking
puzzle
for?
on our door?
The image on the door. It's making me think of a story from the book. One that Marianne wrote.
You have a way better memory than me.
Well,
We choose not
Book of
to
Goblins
remember.
was my creation.
And you'll never let anyone forget it.
Here it is. The one about the princess's party.
Party princess. It's my party.
Give
I'm
it a
a
read.
cry if
I
I,
think the symbols
want
may
to.
represent something in the story.
First ghost memories, now storybook puzzles. What a weird day.
What a weird childhood.
Touche.
All right, let's brute force the puzzle. Frog. Door.
I think I'm just gonna force this open.
You sure? We're not in a rush.
Frog is punished. Goblin saved the old beaver. Ice King. Pelican. Rat. Moose. Mad Hunter. Am I expected to actually read this? All the way back to the beginning. Alright. The bear and the princess. Okay, the bear was friends with the princess. Alright, back to that. Makes new friends. Goblins. Is the twins. The twins are goblins. The fuck? Mom is the princess. The twins are goblins. That explains the goblins save the princess. The fuck? The goblins tricked the muskrat. That's bad. Manhunter gets his hand back. Bear, pelican, beaver. That sound right?
And we'll have to fix it.
Solve the puzzle.
Alright, one more try.
Bear. Was it already on bear? Pelican. Beaver. Wait, is that a beaver? Is that a beaver though? Bye, Renji. Everybody say goodbye.
Maybe if we put our heads together.
Break the door down. Look, it didn't even break. You just gotta fix the doorknob. Burn it.
So much for the fairy tale mood.
Whatever. We're not 10 anymore.
Yeah, Allison, we don't want to be here, remember? You didn't even want to come into the building.
So much time making those elaborate games and worlds for us.
Yeah. Enough that she lost her grip on reality.
What was the answer
Where do you
supposed
think
to
we
be?
should start looking.
Probably a locked box or under the
Where in this mess
floorboards.
would she stash someone else's personal thoughts?
Floorboards. What is that?
She and Tessa were best friends. Until suddenly they weren't. Wonder what happened.
Either Tessa got sick of Marianne's moods, or Marianne got sick of Tessa's judgment.
Hmm. If I were crazy mom, where would I have kept my child's book?
This explains a lot.
What is it?
Mostly full.
Oh.
She was too stubborn to take medication.
She always had to have a picture of us close by.
Why this picture, though? I mean, do you see the expression on our faces?
Oh.
I just can't get through. Whatever's going on, they won't let me in.
Backup closet. What's over
They used
there?
to tell me everything. They shut me out, Tessa. They've shut me out.
Maybe because you're a psycho
I've
bitch.
had so much on my plate lately, and they're convinced I'm the enemy, and I don't know why.
That's what happens when your kids become teenagers. You become the enemy.
I need my goblins.
Stop calling us goblins, first of all. Damn.
We heard her
Can we read her
crying.
notebook?
We listened through the door.
Seeing her like this. As if she's still
What is
here.
that? Is that the princess? It's the princess.
She was really coming apart those last few months, wasn't she?
I found a collectible. Wise princess. I don't know about that. Crazy princess. What's that?
I tried to read this one, I can never figure out the order of the chapters, though.
Didn't the author go insane or something? No wonder Miriam liked it.
Straight in the trash?
No. I bet we could sell it on the internet.
True. Maybe we could sell it to the guy who collects John Wayne Gacy's clown paintings.
Valid. Who did she murder? Or am I the murderer? Ollie's diary with the dead name scribbled out.
I fucking knew it.
Do you think she read it?
Of course. She was nosy as hell.
We're pissed.
Tyler.
What?
Look.
No. That just means she was fucking conflicted.
What? Where did you find that?
It was on her desk with her papers.
Seriously? Are you fucking kidding me?
Look, we gotta be really careful not to overthink this.
But it doesn't make any sense. She was mad, right? She was mad I cut my hair. She attacked me because I cut my hair.
She was mad and she attacked you. We both saw it.
Then what is this shit?
I don't know. I don't know. Tyler, come here.
Why are you fucking crying?
Not now. When I've finally made sense of a few things.
Well, that was your first mistake. Thinking the world made any kind of sense.
That's fair.
10 years in the grave, and she's still finding new ways to piss us off.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I think I need some air.
I need more than some fucking air. We need a drink. Or, I don't know, a nap. Probably a nap. That was emotionally heavy. I remember having to sleep a lot after therapy. Therapy, guys, be exhausting as fuck. I thought we were playing a game. This is heavy. It's so heavy. I don't know about this. This is what we call a mistake.
Are you really, really sure? I am. Do it.
Oh.
Okay. Here we go.
You could have undone your hair before you started cutting. Oh my god.
Whoa. Is it all gone? Yeah. It looks amazing. Really? Yeah. I can't wait to show Mom. She's been so sad lately. More than sad. She's been scary. Yeah, but not tonight, though. It was almost like a party. Thank you, Allison. You don't have to thank me. You're my sister. I feel more like your brother.
Wait, is there fucking music still playing?
We look out for each other. but I'm pretty sure I just gave you a really bad haircut.
Why you guys didn't say music
Mom?
was playing?
Mom!
God. Ugh. Okay, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna keep going. Hey, just trying again.
Mom?
Oh no. No, 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 no. This is wrong. This is all wrong. Wait! Stop!
No. What the fuck? Why does it look like your jacket's embroidered?
Glad we found your diary.
Me too.
I guess she was trying to figure out where you were at.
Yeah, well, she should have asked. I wasn't some goddamn research project. I was her child.
About the book.
Raising your transgender child? Do you even know how rare these books were in 2005? Was she trying to figure out how to support me?
Maybe.
Which, she wasn't trying. She never...
It doesn't make sense. I know. You cutting your hair was what set her off, right?
Allison, she read my diary. She already knew. It wasn't my hair. And if we were wrong about that... Fuck.
You think she read it. It's possible she never even opened the diary, and that things are exactly like we always thought they were.
Okay, but why
But if
does she have the book?
And they aren't.
God, Tyler. Sure. I mean, we could have been wrong. But what good does it do to ask the question now?
You mean other than not having to live with the thought that my mom tried to kill me for being me?
Tyler, I know you want there to be something to find. Something that'll make it all make sense. But she was unhinged.
So that's it then. She was crazy. Nothing else to say.
I think we'd be better off if we tried to move on.
Why don't we talk to a few people who knew her? See if that book makes any sense to them.
People don't want to talk about Marianne. They pretend like that night never happened.
Must be nice to forget.
Must be nice to be able to forget.
So, say we get our answers, and it becomes crystal clear Marianne didn't attack you because of your hair. What then?
We deal with it when we get there. But knowing that would mean everything to me.
I get it.
What about Tessa? She was Marianne's closest friend. Let's ask her about it.
Sure. But I'll warn you, she's particularly touchy about this subject.
Well, maybe she'll talk to me. I was always her favorite.
Operative word was. But we need to go by the store anyway, to get a few things for the repairs.
Great.
Like the door.
2 seagulls, 1 stale hunk of bread.
I'm not sure I like that analogy.
Listen, I know you don't want to keep talking about this.
But you're obviously not going to be satisfied until we do. So let's talk.
What is your problem?
You've been on edge all day. Is there something more going on with you?
It's nothing.
Pretty sure it's not nothing. and I'd like us to be on the same page.
I thought we were on the same page.
No.
Sell this place as quick as possible and move on.
Look, I've already explained why this is so important to me. Why are you still dragging your feet?
It's just with the way you avoided this place for the last 3 years, I thought you wouldn't want to spend any extra time here.
Oh. So that's what this is about.
Maybe a little. Yeah,
Well, you can just fucking leave, bro.
you graduated 3 years ago.
Why
This
are
is
you
the
being
first
such a
time we've seen each
bitch?
other in person.
It's not that I didn't want to see you. I just
You forget that
wasn't
your
ready to
dad
be
wouldn't let me
Tyler
see you.
in Delos Crossing.
I tried to visit you. I tried to go to your fireweed graduation. I wanted to bake you a crappy boxed cake and take awkwardly posed photos.
I know.
But you shut me out. All I got was non-responses and half-assed evasions.
Stop making it about you.
It was about me, not you. And making it about you is really not cool.
Seriously? That's it?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Okay then.
Why are you trying to rush
So,
this?
I was thinking...
Hmm?
Do we need to be in such a rush to sell this place?
Oh my god, Tyler. Really?
What? Everything we thought we knew about Marianne just got thrown out the window.
Maybe it did. Or maybe nothing's changed and we dig up that nightmare for no reason.
It's not
So,
your
It's
nightmare.
not worth the risk to you?
Not if it means throwing away all our plans.
Your plans. It's your plan to sell the house. Your plan to go to Juneau.
Yeah.
Me? I'm just looking for some goddamn peace of mind.
How about we start digging without putting off the sale?
No.
And if it seems like we need more time, we'll talk about it then.
Okay. So, we have a plan?
Yep. We
You
ask
just want to
around
use
about
the money to
Marianne,
get to
but we
Juneau.
also stick
You
to
can
our repair
go.
schedule.
I can deal with the
Sounds good to me.
house. If I feel like it, I'll send you your half of the money.
It's been a long time since I heard that name.
Was I the only one who ever called you that?
Actually, no. I used it at Fireweed for a while, until I settled on Tyler. Most people were pretty chill about the switch. Not everyone, though.
What do you mean?
I had a mentee who refused to call me Tyler. He didn't want my help. He didn't want anyone's help.
I'm sorry. I like the name Tyler, by the way.
Thanks.
Do this, do that. I am sick of her voice. I'm Ollie the Goblin. Whoa, the camera. Blech. Can I?
Not a bad view, right?
I forgot how beautiful it is.
The time we tried to cross.
Remember that time we tried to cross the lake after it froze over?
Oh yeah, how can I forget? Marianne lectured us for an hour.
Well, she wasn't wrong, at least. It was really dangerous. If we'd fallen in, no more goblins.
We grew up on this lake. We know how to spot thin ice.
Can I leave or are we going over
If you
there?
squint, you could almost forget Delos Crossing's only a few miles away.
I'm sure Marianne tried to.
Can't blame her.
We're headed there for supplies later. You ready for that?
Yeah, but I was really enjoying a day without assholes.
Just
Can we
a
leave
little
now?
longer, and every day will be asshole-free.
That might be asking a lot.
Are we gonna
Nice
comment
ring.
on the...
Gift from your boyfriend?
Come on. I told you I'm not with anyone right now. Don't rub it in.
Why does it look familiar?
It was a gift from Eddie. He had them both made at the same time.
Both? Oh, wait.
Yeah. The ring was supposed to be linked to the one he tried to give you.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't think you were gonna toss the ring my foster father gave you overboard.
I'm sorry. I'm an ass.
You are,
I don't regret it.
but I get it.
No regrets. Can I leave? Leave. Leave. Leave.
Alright. I think that's enough time enjoying the view.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
Yeah, I know. I was the one all eager to go, and then I started waxing poetic about the landscape.
go ahead. I'll catch up. Need to respond to a message.
Ah, my sister, the social butterfly.
Big dad conversation.
Seems we got a trespasser.
What the fuck?
You got 5 seconds to talk me into defending my property.
Your property?
Your property?
5, 4.
Who the fuck are you?
Tyler.
Don't know any Tylers. 3,
Ronan.
2.
Sam!
Ellie? What are you doing out here, girl?
This is our house.
Was I talking to you?
Yeah.
Sam, put the gun down. This is Tyler. My brother.
Your brother?
Oh, come on now.
Oh, shit. Huh. I guess I heard about all that, but I never... Damn, you look like a real man.
So do you, Sam.
You
Fuck
know
you.
what I mean.
Fuck you.
Just didn't know they could make a woman look so much like a man.
I'm about to fight.
Not a woman who looks like a man, Sam.
Yeah.
A man.
Yeah.
A real man.
Bitch.
Just like you.
Bitch. Bitch. Come on, Safi. You and me. Let's get him. He can't shoot both of us with that.
Again.
I'll be the
You gotta
decoy.
excuse us old guys.
I'm easier to repair.
Come on.
Yes.
Kids keep changing the rules. You can't expect us to keep up.
Yes, we
Just
can.
respect the people are who they say they are. It's not hard.
Yeah.
No, it ain't hard, but it just takes some getting used to.
We'll get used to it.
Get him with that flying tackle.
So, what are you doing here exactly?
Oh, yeah. I've been kind of keeping an eye on this place for you, you know? It's like patching the roof, checking pipes, you know, all that stuff.
Thank you, Sam.
Did you leave the
yeah,
bird food?
That's no big deal. I just... You know, your mama, she was a special lady. She deserved much better than, you know, what you got.
Me stabbing her?
Didn't you used to help Mary Ann with repairs and building projects?
Oh, yeah.
Were you in love with our mother?
Yeah, seeing as your mama never had a man around, I just took it on myself to help her keep this place
She
standing.
had us. That right,
How
Chad?
antiquated of you.
Thanks. I guess you two are still aiming to sell the place?
That's the plan.
That's her
By
plan.
the way, we need your keys.
Since apparently you went and changed the locks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, selling your mother's house? Are you sure? Bad.
I'm not.
Good. It's all you've got left of her.
You know, sometimes we don't have to hold on to memories of people that are supposed to be our quote-unquote family because they treated us like shit. However, we're trying to figure out if that was actually the case or not, but most of it was bad memories. But nobody asked you, so fuck off.
Funny. Don't remember asking for your opinion on the subject.
Tyler!
What?
For real.
What Tyler
What are we clipping?
means is
Who
a
clipped
fresh
what?
start is what we both need.
Of course. This place has got to be full of all kinds of bad memories. But maybe some good ones, too?
Yeah, with my sister. Space to hold the speak. He's drunk.
Allie, can you hear me?
Ty, we can't do this when we're in the middle of talking to someone.
But this is pointless. He's hammered.
He's always hammered. And who knows? Maybe it'll make him chatty. Now come on. People think our family is weird enough.
Everything okay with you two?
Yes.
No.
Oh. Alright.
I'm glad I'm the honest one. We should go.
We should get going.
That's all you think we'll get out of him?
He's too wasted. It's not even chocolate
He's
wasted.
too wasted to be of any more help.
I'll tell him to get a move on then. Well, we've got a supply run to make, and Uncle Eddie's expecting a visit. So.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Uncle Eddie.
Get going, you two.
Sam? We all gotta get going.
Oh. Of course. Of course, yeah, I
Yeah.
got lots to do myself. Lots of to-dos on old Sam's list.
Sam, you
You
good?
don't want to keep Brown waiting, you know?
Thanks for looking out for this place.
Happy to do it.
You were in love with our mom. Yeah, we get it.
Don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Anything at all. You hear?
Ugh, you can take that.
Sam?
Huh?
Sam?
Huh?
The keys?
Oh, yeah. Of course. Of course. Yeah, they're yours. This place, it meant a lot to your mother. It almost felt like it was a part of her, and it's like some part of her is alive here still.
Hopefully the house doesn't turn out to be a murderous psycho that tries to kill us in our sleep, huh?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
take care
Making
of
shit
yourself,
awkward.
both of you.
Hey, so we really do have a lot to do.
Okay, go on. I'll be right behind you.
Bye, house. Goodbye, mother. Murder. Mutterer. Motherer. I'm trying to combine the words mother and murderer. Lay it down. Get rid of it. We already have to see her face in our memory remembering thing that we do with our heads. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Ba, 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 ba. Nice man bun. BB 796. Bajord.
Ready to Veni Vidi Vecchi?
Mindy.
I'm ready to talk to
Mini,
Tessa.
Becky. What? What? What?
Just try to keep in mind that your memory of her is 10 years out of date.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be if she reached out to me while I was in Fireweed, which she didn't. So I'm guessing this is
No! I don't want to be you. I don't want to be you. Can't relate.
Hey, you.
Tyler, don't
Hey,
take this the wrong
Isn't it
way.
your day off?
Yep, we're here
But
as
you swing your
patrons.
hips like a woman.
Tyler, meet Michael. This is the annoying coworker I was telling you about.
I was there for your introduction to marshmallow vodka and wine coolers, and I've only worked my way up to annoying coworker. Rude.
Don't worry, she told me exactly how miserable she'd be in this town without you.
It's so good to finally meet you. The Tyler talk goes on 24/7, so I feel like I already know you.
I doubt that. She doesn't know me very well.
So, you here to grab some stuff for the homestead, or?
Yeah, we decided it'd be easiest if we just stayed out there. We'll get it cleaned up faster if we literally cannot escape it.
Hey, I'm all for efficiency. Cannot wait for us to get out of here.
What's that?
He wants to move too.
Oh, Michael is moving to Juneau too.
Oh, And did you guys plan on moving together, or...?
Well, I mean, yeah. It'll be cheaper to share a place, but nothing's set in stone.
You do realize he's obsessed with you,
There could
right?
be room for you too.
He clearly
For
has a
sure.
crush.
The more Ronins, the merrier. I'm studying to be a chef, so you know it'll be good eating. And hey,
Dang, that's a
only
great
snore during
offer.
allergy season and baseball.
How can I say no to that?
I don't know what that last part
You
was,
okay?
but food.
Dead on my feet, girl. Got up at 4 to fish before work. It's been a day.
Oh, you like to fish?
Yeah, there's this spot called Buzzard Hole I go to at least twice a week. It's like an hour drive, but it's so chill, especially first thing in the morning.
Shut up. I used to go there all the time.
For real?
Yeah.
Hey, well,
We
if you
do
want to go
bro in it.
sometime, holler at me. I don't mind sharing.
Cool. Most guys I know get all smeagol about their fishing spots.
Oh, look at you two, bonding over the most slow and boring way to kill an animal.
She's just jealous because she couldn't catch a fish.
You know you
even
can
if
throw
she
the
filled
fish
lake
back.
with cyanide
I'm
first.
not... Ugh, never mind. Tyler, we better get started with our shopping.
Yeah, I'll be around if you need anything.
I wanted to talk to your boyfriend. I mean, maybe he wanted to talk to our boyfriend. I'm confused. Vinny Vidi Vich. Oh, is it Alaskan native speak? Was that Fuzzy? Sparkle? Oh, there it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I turned the camera. My bad. I was trying to look at the other figure.
I want to have the crispy tocino and noodles and spring rolls.
Ooh.
And can we get the coconut cake for dessert?
Easy, easy, my hungry goblins. We have to leave some food for the other customers.
But Auntie Tessa said we can have whatever we want.
Man, I miss Tessa's cooking. She still make those... What are they called? Fried banana rolls?
What the fuck?
Right.
No, I'm pretty sure she made them special for us.
Seafood steak. Well, she could always make us some now, Allison. Unless she never wants to see me. I mean, Tyler. Bro, I'm hungry.
Well, hello, Miss Ronan. Did you forget something
You are
in the
not
office?
Tessa.
No, just doing some shopping. You remember my brother, Tyler?
Hello.
Your brother? Oh,
Oh boy.
right, Tyler. What a pleasant surprise.
Didn't Allison tell you I'd be by today?
Yes, I think she did. I just didn't expect to see such a dapper young man.
Dapper's on a
Well, I did shower this morning.
towers.
Did you just get back into town, or?
More or less. We've
Why
been
are you
working out
avoiding
at the old
looking at
house,
him?
But surprise, surprise, after 10 years of sitting empty, it was missing a few things. Hence the supply run.
Ah, right. Well, we'll get you set right up. It must be nice to be home.
Are you running for
I'm not sure
mayor?
nice is the word for it.
Oh, of course. I assume being there feels complicated.
You are
That's
running.
one way to describe it.
You're the owner of
Well,
Tessa's
don't
place?
let me keep you any longer. I'll be here if you need anything.
Oh, hey, is Tessa around today?
The wife's not in at the moment. I'm sure she'll be around later, though.
Well, I guess we'll be hanging around till she gets here.
Okay, so we need candles and an all-purpose cleaner.
Plus snacks and drinks. I'm starving.
Snacks and a drink. Sorry.
You could take a picture of this? Look, all the good fishing.
What's this? Casting call. What are we playing? Role of Rodolfo in La Boheme. Expo, big sale. Jawbreakers. That sounds painful.
No way. The trout
Is
king
this
is still
cereal
here.
or seed? I cannot get close. What are you saying, Tyler? I can't hear you. The grocery store is whack.
Remember how we would stage sit-ins at the candy aisle?
What do we want? Candy corn! When do we want it? Before we go home!
Ugh, candy corn. So nasty.
Tyler, we're gonna have to disagree on this part. I fucking love candy
Why do they have
corn.
So many candles. Should I get the fancy scented ones?
Get the fancy ones.
Sure.
Live it up.
Let's class the joint up.
Toasted marshmallow? If that doesn't make the house more welcoming, what will?
Definitely. What is that?
Michael, you want me to pick up some birch syrup for you?
Is that some roundabout way of asking me to make you two my world famous pancakes?
Yeah.
Ooh, busted.
Can I
Grab some bait for my
get
next
it?
fishing trip.
Are we getting these snacks?
Hey, Tyler, candy or chips?
You know I got a sweet tooth, sis.
I have a salt tooth.
Sugar rush it is.
We could get both. ¿Por qué no los dos? You think it's gonna be done in a day? We should get both. I'm hungry. What the fuck is that?
Hey, Tyler, remember the Trout King?
Yeah, I saw it. I thought Tom might have retired him by now.
You kidding? He never misses a chance to tell customers he won a trout derby.
It was a 12-pounder.
Any opinion on cleaning products?
Only that using them is an unfortunate way to spend an afternoon.
What? They look like they're the same price. All surface? All surface, all purpose. Probably that one then,
I'll
huh?
take the strong one.
Is that, how do you know that's a strong one? How was I supposed to discern that? Also, we could have got both candy and chips. How else are you supposed to get more, like, want to eat more candy?
What do we still need to get?
Something to drink.
Oh. Bebies.
Man, I wish we had a toaster.
Where them at?
We could stock up on frozen waffles.
Ooh, yeah. Beverages. Beverages. We could drink the all-purpose cleaner. I'll do that. I found some. It won't let me interact with it. Where's the beverages, bro? Hydrate. Listen, I was looking for the beverages.
All the good fishing spots are
Oh, great. Okay. Hold on, I'm coming. What are you looking at? Oh. Oh, dope. Take a picture of it.
What do we still need to get?
something to drink.
What's this?
Hey, Tom, when'd you get that new California plate?
I can't hear you.
The funky van.
They sent you their license plate?
Their van got impounded. But I pulled some strings to get it out.
What does that
So
say?
by pulled strings, you mean you gave Eddie a discount on those new waiters?
I've got friends in high places.
Bro, is that the drinks? Oh,
Huge.
I went in so many circles.
Tyler, you want water, soda, juice?
Whatever you want. I'm not picky.
Wish any of it sounded good.
Minute butterfly. The best of your children's. For the best of your children's.
I'm grabbing some water.
You do you, girl.
We ain't drinking grape soda. Disgusting.
Okay, I think we're done here.
Tom will ring us up at the counter.
We bought a single bottle of water. A single bag of candy. Scented candles. And powerful laundry soap.
Aren't you running for more gun control?
My platform calls for sensible regulations, but folks around here need guns for
Allison,
safety.
I'm waiting.
And
with
as
the
you know,
groceries.
we run extensive background checks before each and every sale. Will that be all?
Yes. Thanks, Tom.
Yes, a quarter for you. Hi, Tessa!
Oh, hi, Tessa. We were just meaning to come talk to you.
Hi, Tessa.
Can we
Long
have the
time no
banana
see.
things?
My god, you look like a completely different person.
It's me. Plus beard.
Yes.
You call that a beard? No
So
scruff,
we were out
boy.
at the old house today.
Heavens, why would you go there? Surprised it's even still standing.
We found some stuff in Mary Ann's room that took us by surprise.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We
Why
want to ask
did-
you some questions about her. You're the only person who might have known Marianne better than us.
I don't know about that. It's been a decade, kids.
We're
I know,
not kids.
but I need to ask.
We're
What is
adults.
Did she ever talk about me being a boy?
No. It never came up. I found out much later, just like everybody else.
Marianne was obviously concerned. She really didn't confide in you at all?
Your mother was intensely private. She didn't need anyone else, and she made that clear.
But this was about Tyler. She was always willing to ask for help when it came to us.
Not at the end. Look, I have a lot on my plate today. I'm sorry.
With what?
My advice to you would be to try to move on.
You live in a tiny Alaskan
It's not
town.
that easy.
What happened that night? You can't understand something like that, but it was God's
That
plan.
answers that fucking
That's all we
question.
can know.
You're the reason
need to
because
go.
of the pamphlet.
Best of luck to you, truly.
What the hell was that?
That explained
Told you she
everything,
wouldn't talk.
Tyler.
It's like she's got CIA training.
Something's weird here. It's weird, right?
Transphobic bitches around here is what it is.
It's like something's on the tip of my tongue.
Tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips, the tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips, the tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips, the tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips. Candy. Candyland. I work here. $12 to $8, 9 to 5. That's a whole hour between your people coming in, and then Sunday we work together. We're only off 2 days to clean that house, Allison. What the fuck?
Can I help you, Allison?
Oh,
No.
no thanks. I'm good. I'm just looking
Collectible.
for something that I forgot.
Collectible. The pious pelican. I found a what's this?
Tessa keeps track of everything in these notebooks.
Like what?
Any loans she's given out, stuff she lets regulars take for free, even her tithes.
And then what?
Tithes?
She starts passing out horse heads if people don't pay her back.
I think she just likes having a record. She's gonna hand it off to St. Paul like a resume.
Okay, I guess we don't need anything in there. Alright, you know something.
Is there something I can do for you?
What are you up to? You're being a little bit
So what are you
sussy.
doing there?
Oh, just inventory.
Guess I'm lucky I had the day off, huh?
Yes, what a lucky coincidence.
No, just picking up some things for the house.
Oh, okay. Does your brother need any, shaving products?
You know
We've got
women
some on
shave
sale.
too.
I think he's got everything. But, thanks.
Good, good. Well, you let me know if we're running low on anything you need.
Mine.
No.
Goodbye.
Never mind.
Pickpocketer. She's got her secrets in the pocket. You ready to go, Ty? Let's go. My friend is playing Baldur's Gate. They're making people smooch. Excuse?
Hey, Tom.
There's something I can help you with?
Tessa looks on edge.
How's Tessa today? She looked a bit overloaded earlier.
She's a real busy bee. Ever since I started campaigning, she's picked up the slack around here. She's practically running the place.
I hate to break it to you, but she always kinda has run the place.
Well, now that's a matter of opinion.
Okay, bye. Can I leave now? Do I need to go
Okay,
talk to my
I'll talk to you
boyfriend?
later.
Boyfriend. We're leaving. Are you working right now? I think you are on the schedule. The weird schedule for some reason. What are you doing? Oh, memory. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Oh, awkward.
Hey guys, you all done yet?
Yeah, Mom. can we go outside while you and Tessa play cards?
I'm afraid there's no time for games today, sweetie. Now let's go.
Marianne, can you come here?
Sorry, Tessa, I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Oh, what's your excuse this time? Emergency repairs for the beaver dam?
Tessa, look.
No, I don't want to hear it. I want to talk to you now. Or do I need to start calling in your debts?
Whoa.
Huh. I'd completely forgotten about that.
I remember it, but not exactly like that. Here, let's see if we can call up my version, okay?
Alright.
Mom, can we go outside while you and Tessa play cards?
No, there's no time for games today.
Marianne, can we talk?
No, we can't. Just leave the groceries, kids. Let's go.
Don't. Please, let's just talk for a few minutes. Okay?
Okay, we remember that slightly differently. I guess
That
that
wasn't-
makes sense. Rashomon, you know? But whatever happened, after that they walked to the counter, and then Marianne lashed out at Tessa, right?
No. Marianne defended
I
us
want to
because
talk to
Tessa
you
got all preachy.
now. Or do I need to start calling in your debts?
No, Tessa what?
I want to talk to you now. Or do I need to start calling in your debts? The Lord disciplines those he loves. You're failing these kids, Marianne.
Judge me all you want, but don't spew that hate around my children.
Spew hate? I am trying to be your friend. They need a firm, guiding hand, and you...
My God. You actually think you're being a friend right now? Talking about my children that way?
Yes, you might find this hard to believe, but friends aren't just for loans, Marianne.
You really want to get into this? Fine. Let's go to your office. I'll be right back, kids. You stay inside, okay?
What's wrong with you?
Why are we divided over a memory? I didn't even do that.
I wish you would have trusted me on this. I really don't think Tessa was being that harsh.
Wait.
You don't know her. And regardless of who started things, once they were in the office, they both went at it.
What do you think they were arguing about? Me?
Don't know. It was impossible to hear over the music. But hey, now that we know she was lying to our faces, let's ask her.
I oopsied. I didn't realize there was another memory to choose from. I was confused why it said choose Allison's memory. And I'm like, what? There's only... I can't scroll anything. Hey, bitch! What's
Is
up?
there something I can do for you?
You had a fight with Mom.
Earlier you said Marianne kept everything to herself. But you two had a big fight a few months before her death, didn't you?
We argued all the time. You'll have to be more specific.
This
the
wasn't
last
about who
fight?
cheated at Canasta. This was intense. You locked yourselves in the office so we couldn't hear.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. Now,
You're being
I'm
a
in the middle of
suspicious
something.
bitch.
Okay. We'll leave you to it. Damn it.
I think she knows more than she's letting on.
Definitely.
Duh. But there's no way to nail her down when we don't even know what we mean.
If we could pinpoint what it was about, she'd be out of excuses.
Sure, but how do we do that? The music was too loud to make out what they were saying.
Marianne and Tessa were obsessed with that song. It was on all the time.
What are you thinking?
We've been getting these visions whenever we see or hear something really emotional. Maybe
Ooh.
listening to it will trigger something.
Good point, good point, good
You
point.
may be onto something here, Ronan.
Why are
We
you
can't
calling
go
each other
back
by
to
your
her
last
with
names?
Anything half-assed. We should go talk to Tom. Make sure we build as strong of a case as possible.
True.
Okay. Let's see if we
Welcome
can
back.
figure out
I
what
accidentally
song it
chose
was.
the wrong memory. Can I be Tyler again? No offense, Allison, but more relatable. What's that? Oh, the mail. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
There's something I can help you with?
Remember that one song?
This might be a weird question, but do you remember the song that Tessa and Marianne used to love? They played it all the time.
How could I forget? I think she's still got the CD back here. A little worse for the wear, of course. Hold on. Here it is. I was happy when it got put away, to be honest. A bit cheesy for my tastes.
This is it, right?
La 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 la. I was filling in the song for you.
Whoa. I just got
Because I turned the music down because it
You seen what I'm
streamer
seeing?
life.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I go hunt
Check this
down.
one out. You're seeing
Oh.
what I'm seeing, right?
Mom, stop! That's so embarrassing!
Oh, yeah? Tessa, come join me. I know you love this song.
No, I couldn't possibly. Some of us are actually trying to get work done here.
What are you looking at?
I forgot how carefree she could be.
Yeah. What the hell happened?
Somebody said that she
You
was
think there's
raising
more
her kids
memories
wrong.
lurking around?
I don't know. Let's see.
Wait, is that this one?
The kids keep pestering me for these candies, but they're so expensive.
Oh, just grab a bag. It's fine.
Oh, no. I can't, Tessa.
It's nothing.
Okay. But write it down in your little notebook.
Okay, okay. Whatever you want. There. Happy?
Yes. And I'll be by on Wednesday to help you close, like I promised.
Tessa acted like she was Marianne's mom sometimes.
I think you mean Tessa was self-righteous and treated Marianne like a charity case.
She was trying to help.
We should go find that notebook she was holding. Pretty sure I saw one marked 2004 in the office closet earlier.
I kind of was already in there.
What are you doing here?
I thought you needed help at the store.
I needed help 2 hours ago. Have you been drinking?
What? No, I just had a day, okay? I took a pill. I'm fine.
Marianne.
I said I'm fine. Kids, come on, let's go.
Wait, please. I have something for you. Take a look at this when you get home, okay? They can handle this confusion. I've been working with these people for years. They can help.
What do you think that pamphlet was Tessa gave to Marianne?
Yes.
I don't know. I saw it in Marianne's room. It had a creepy vibe, but I didn't think much about it. It was bad, though. Like, maybe conversion therapy bad.
Can I help you, Allison?
Nope, just forgot
no,
something.
No, thanks. I'm good. I'm just looking for something that I forgot. Ah, 2004.
Anything interesting?
Elijah, June. Eric. Not mom. Oh my god.
It looks like Marianne started flaking on her dad.
50 for gas paid off. New jacket for Allison paid off. Help at store paid off. Paid off. Washing machine no show. 55 check bounce. No show. No, not returning calls. No show. Should I go be nosy on the computer? I'm gonna be going. I'm gonna go be nosy on the computer.
Tessa? Is it okay if I run a quick Google search? My phone's dead.
Sure, but make it quick. I'm going to need the computer.
You don't want to, but Lisa has Blake on rehearsals again. Seize the day, Robin Williams. Rip. Hey, Tessie. Ew. Adrian. Aunt Tessie. Notorious NIC. Thank you for shopping with us. Your order of garlic peeler kitchen tool has been shipped. Alliance for traditional families.
Wait, what? Is that what she recommended for Tyler?
I don't know what to say.
God's design for sexuality. 10 powerful Christian quotes that will change your life. A parent's guide to preventing same-sex attraction. Virtue Seekers Youth Camp. Now it's the 20th year. Admissions for 2015 open. What if I told you the government owed you up to $10,000 in cash? This is not a loan. You won't have to pay back. This is not a scam. Take this seriously. Click below. Click here. Click it. Put fucking viruses on her shit.
I think we've seen enough.
Yeah, we've got a good sense of what went down.
Let's get the fuck out of here. No. We should leave.
I think we've seen enough.
Yeah, we've got a good sense of what went down.
Is there something I can do for you?
Yeah. We remembered some things. By
We're
snooping.
back, with details that should help your memory.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. We were buying groceries, and then you stormed in, threatening to call in debts and demanding that Marianne talk to you. It turned into an argument. So you guys went into the office and blasted that song you used to dance to all the time.
Call in debts? I never. Like I'm some kind of loan shark. When did this supposedly occur?
Well, our memories don't exactly have timestamps.
I can't be expected to take these accusations seriously if you can't even recall basic details.
Bitch, it was 10 years ago. We were children. January. August? August? Because the last 3 months she didn't show
August
up.
2004. That's when she stopped paying off her debts to you, right?
August? No, that doesn't sound right. I distinctly remember her helping during the summer rush. I'm sure.
Oh, October is
we never
after
fought that
August.
way, though. I was always forgiving with your mother. I could see how she was struggling.
Yeah, and you loved lording it over her, didn't you?
Allison.
Excuse me? Young lady, I help others because it's the right thing to do. You all would have starved if it weren't for me.
And we're grateful for that. It's just an emotional subject for us, right, Allison?
Yeah. I never said you two were arguing about money.
Mm-hmm.
We know you support the Alliance for Traditional Families, and that you gave her the pamphlet about their camp.
What camp?
Oh, I remember. The Virtue Seekers Youth Camp.
The Virtue Seekers Youth Camp. It was conversion therapy. You told her that Tyler should go there.
Bitch. Deny it. I dare
you. I really
you.
have no idea what you're talking about, and I was never cruel to Marianne.
Why
I
did that divide us?
I could to help her, to help you all. Even when she fought me, even when she screamed and spit in my face for the effort, even when she didn't deserve it.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Calm down. Look, we know you took care of us, and we're grateful. But I really need you to answer one question. When you two fought, was it ever about me?
It was always about a lot of things. She was struggling with everything at the end.
Did you try to convince Marianne to send Tyler to some kind of program?
No, and I think you should go now.
Tessa, I'm here to figure out if Marianne tried to kill me because of who I am. Do you get that?
I do. I just...
Then why won't you give us a straight answer?
I truly don't know what went on in her mind that day. And it will always be my deepest regret that I didn't see it coming. Now, I understand that this is an emotional topic for you both, and fortunately for you, I keep forgiveness at the heart of my relationships.
If you're so fucking righteous, why did you dump Marianne when she was at her worst?
I will not be dragged back into this. You need to go, now.
Can we have our groceries?
Michael already put them in your trunk.
Cool. Bye, Tom.
Allison, what the fuck?
What are you thinking?
Just trying to wrap my brain around all that. You know, we might have actually gotten to the truth if you hadn't lashed out at her.
Are you serious right now?
You were on her case the whole time.
Don't turn this on me. It's obvious she's guilty of something, and that's why she doesn't want to talk about it. Oh, that sanctimonious bitch!
Done now? You get all that out of your system?
Sorry I got so worked up. It just makes me crazy that she would play dumb like that. She knows how important this is to us. To you.
Yeah, but you know, you're onto something with the guilt. She didn't want to admit what they thought about, which makes me think it was me. You spooked her with that talk about the program. I think Marianne really was trying to figure out how to support me before whatever the hell happened that pushed her over the edge.
You may be right.
Yeah. She stood up for me, Allison. She was still crazy Marianne, but she saw me. I feel lighter. Like I've been carrying something around for the last 10 years, and now it's gone.
Well, that makes one of us.
I'm really happy for you.
This is bad timing for me.
But
that just opens a whole new box of Pandora's, doesn't it?
yeah, a whole damn shipping crate full.
I think it's been about 10 years since I came out to my mom.
Well, it's a good thing Eddie's expecting us. He knew Marianne pretty well, and he was in charge of her case.
Did he ever mention anything about the investigation to you?
No, I never asked. And I'm sure he thought I was better off not knowing.
Guess that might have made for some awkward dinner conversation.
Exactly. But I mean, he's a good cop. Thorough. I'm sure he's got something. Let's go.
Do you think Mom was poisoning herself with the weird concoctions she was doing? Sorry, I had weird burps. Ow, my shoulder, shit. Oh, great. We get to go see Fake Dad. Uncle Fake Dad. Why are we here? I don't want to talk to your Uncle Fake Dad, Allison.
This is kind of bleak.
It's usually more crowded, but the other officers punch out at 6 o'clock sharp.
There's no crime after 6?
In the mean streets of Delos Crossing? Just bears and drunken disorderlies. And Uncle Eddie can usually handle them on his own.
Is he uncle or is he dad?
Anyway, he's probably in his office, upstairs.
Why do I have to go talk to him? You go talk to him. God damn it. We are gonna go talk to him. What's that?
Damn. They still got this creepy mask.
Let us take you for a ride. This thing scares the kids.
Yeah, I keep telling Eddie to get rid of it. He terrifies all the kids that come through here.
Please wait in line. What are we reading? Oh. The Big Dipper.
I want to catch up on all the Delos Crossing gossip.
Hello?
Home sweet home.
You spent a lot of time here growing up?
Yeah, whenever Eddie was working. The whole precinct's basically family.
Sutton. Dean Becker. Confidential. Patient transfer. Due to overcrowding issues.
It's freezing in here.
Then turn the heater on, big baby.
Greg's. Just leaving this out on display again.
Greg's? Like Officer Greg's? The one who was with us that
What's
night.
this?
Yeah,
Oh.
he's still here. You remember Dan and Shelby?
I think so. The high schoolers who were always pissing Tessa off because they would blast fish and make out in the Vecchi's parking lot.
Yep. Dan's a cop now. They're married and have a kid, a dog, the whole shebang.
Damn.
Whoa.
When did everybody decide to become an adult?
That's some weird shit, honestly. Like, everybody around you growing up, and you're just like, where's the memory? I'm pushing the spacebar. Oh. Was I waiting?
Man, we can't make these poor kids sleep here.
Well, where do you suggest they go? Social services will be here in a few hours, and this is the only room with a bed.
Anywhere but a cell. We'll find some other place.
God, not here too. I'm not ready.
Uncle Dad. Hello? No? Oogie.
Something's in the way.
Push it. What's that?
Man, they are never gonna catch this guy.
What exactly did he do?
This guy keeps stealing out of people's mailboxes. Asshole snagged a box of fancy washi tape I ordered online.
See, I was picturing an actual mailbox bandit. You know, like hopping around.
Oh, look, a drawer.
with
What's
little
this on the
mask door.
counter?
Huh?
You
Happy
know,
birthday.
The mailbox is the bandit.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Huh. Looks like she forgot her locker key here.
We should take it. And go snooping in the lockers. She left her chocolates uncovered.
That's Denise Wilson's desk. Remember her?
Crazy D? The woman who set fire to her ex's trailer?
Set fire to her ex's
Allegedly set
trailer?
fire.
Allegedly.
She was acquitted. And that's Officer Wilson to you.
Shut it.
Something's in the way.
What am I supposed to do about that? What are you looking at? Okay, don't push me, Ty. I was trying to look. Okay. Anyway, I'm going upstairs now. Up we go.
Tyler, you coming?
Yeah, come on, Ty. Bro, let's go. We gotta go talk to Uncle Dad. What's this? What is that? A balcony?
I'm guessing this is where they stash all the guns and stuff.
You should stay away from there.
Yep. But I don't need to tell you that it's off limits.
Don't worry, I won't try to get in. I'm not big on firearms.
Are we surprised? No. Hello,
Allison,
Uncle
hey.
Dad.
Just finishing up a call.
How old are you?
Trying to convince Melinda the Ravens and her garbage aren't police business. Give me a few minutes.
Sure.
You don't look old
Make
enough to
yourselves a
be
cup of
Uncle
coffee.
Dad.
Here's the key to the break room.
Thanks.
Something's
Come
blocking
back
the
upstairs
break
when you're
room.
done, okay?
Coffee sound good? The machine is in the break room downstairs.
Let's go. The door wasn't locked. It's just blocked. Oh god.
You know, I really thought I'd locked those memories in some deep, deep part of my brain.
Same here.
Something's in the way.
Shove the fucking door open. What do you expect me to do for it? Is there another door?
Brown just flat out.
I didn't notice. But I mean, he's probably feeling awkward since, you know, you didn't take his gift.
This door? No. This door? No. Memory? Memory? Local desk? Let's faint here. How am I supposed to be remembering this? Move, Ty! God! I'm clicking the remember button. Open. Oh, that ain't it. Oh. Oh, wrong button. I was walking too far. Oh.
Where are we
Okay.
going?
We're just gonna sit down in here, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions, okay?
Bro, they're 6-year-olds. What are you asking them questions for?
You okay?
Yeah. I just usually try my best not to remember that night when I'm here.
Okay, the other door. What is this door? There's no smoking. Is there a way to loop around to the break room? Is this the break room?
Let's go in.
What was blocking the door?
Ugh, they've let this place get gross.
Move it. Get this shit out of my way. Who the fuck is blocking
This is
this?
heavier
Somebody
than I
needs to tell
expected.
the fire department. Alright. Let's snoop into some people's lockers. Starting with this one. I guess I should go
it's
get her
locked.
key. Anyway, we're gonna go get her key, and then we're gonna snoop into her locker. Cause why not? It's a video game. There's no questions. Consequences. Take it.
She won't notice if we borrow this, right?
As long as you remember to put it back. Hello? Wait.
Yep, but...
Tell me why? Yeah. How'd you know? Sure. Whatever. This
Hey,
answer.
she's Delos Crossing's best cop.
Ain't
than Eddie,
nothing
of
but a heart. Ain't that
Delos
joke has
Crossing's
already been
best cop
made.
Stashes in her locker.
Hours ago.
We really shouldn't be in here.
Yet you opened it anyway. What's that?
Might find information about that night.
I guess so. So Wilson leaves her locker key in her desk and her password reminder in her locker? That's so irresponsible. An intruder could easily access all
But
kinds
chat
of police
don't
files
show
with
it.
this.
Yeah, like 2 goblin intruders. Nice. There's an apple in here. Gross. Is that...
Balto came through.
Okay. So we're gonna go put this key back, and then snoop in her computer. Dun 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 dun. I want it that way. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Did anybody get what the password was? I didn't. Turn on the poder. Turn it on. Ooh, chocolate.
Oh, no, it was her birthday. I completely forgot.
You're a terrible person.
It's your
Oh.
fault. I was so excited to see you that it completely slipped my mind.
What am I writing? Wish her happy birthday.
Maybe she won't notice
Alright,
that I
alright,
added
alright.
it afterwards.
Let's go with the Jonas Brothers. Tell me why. I don't know the Jonas Brothers. Tell me why. Bro, this woman's keyboard is disgusting. Birthday message left. Okay. We got my face. Ew. Gross. What's that?
I'm not that hungry.
What is it? We could be that hungry. What's that?
Check out this masterpiece.
You made it?
Uh-huh. I glued it to the pot one day when I was bored, and nobody has bothered to peel it off. I'm not going in. I'm not going in.
Why not? Is that the interrogation room? Why is it...
How is it still warm? You sure you want coffee this late in the day? We'll be up
hell
all
yeah.
night.
Tell me
I don't think I'll sleep
why
much anyways.
hi,
Much
does it hurt
Those
so
dusty
bad?
couches won't make it
Breakup
any
song
easier.
from their series. I don't know that song.
Hey, you okay?
I know. Have you been to the year 3000? Not much has changed, but they lived underwater. And your great-great-grand-granddaughter
do this.
is doing
Calm down,
fine.
Allison. Stick to the plan. Come on, don't freak out on me now.
I don't mind, but I don't know if the
can't
setting's
lie.
gonna let
We
you.
already lied. It's all gonna be fine, okay?
What happened? What? What did we lie about?
You okay?
Honestly?
Dang.
Do you ever regret?
No. No way.
Regret
Well,
what?
Maybe once or twice early on, but now, no way. I mean, look where we're at. Look where I'm at.
Uncle Eddie's probably done by now. We should go find him.
Do you mind if I go inside that room for a second?
Bound
you
to a
sure?
lie. Remember the night the twins agreed to lie. About what did we lie about, though? Do I need to go in there with him? I'm coming! I'm coming!
It's the first time I've been in here since... that night. Eddie was so uncomfortable, he dropped a vase.
Here, have a seat.
Alright.
Wait, were we the crazy one? Was Ty the crazy one?
Damn it. Sorry.
Huh, they kept this?
What?
It's that vase. They glued it back together. What are you looking at?
This poster.
Exploring national parks. I mean,
kept staring at
exploring
it
national
tonight.
parks.
I was picturing myself in the forest, hunting for goblin treasure. Just wanted to be anywhere but here.
Yeah.
Can we leave now, Ty? Stop pushing me. Move it. Back up. Back up. Back up. I'm going upstairs. Oh, no, I'm not. What now? This way? Is our brother the crazy one?
Why did you separate us? Is Ollie okay?
Ollie's just fine, honey. They're all in the other room having cocoa. Everything's gonna be okay. I'm
Wow.
asking a few questions now. Come with me.
Yeah. Sorry. Trying to deal, but it's a lot.
Where did we talk?
Hey, sorry that
Oh,
took
hi,
so long.
Uncle Dad. That doesn't look old enough.
Sometimes these old folks want us to come out.
You sent it on
They're
Twitter?
lonely.
Okay.
No worries, Uncle.
I'll look at
Hey, you remember this guy?
Of course. Tyler Ronan. The prodigal son returns.
Yep.
Look at you. I didn't even recognize you at first.
Heard that a lot today, Chief Brown.
Chief Brown. No need for that kind of formality, not with family.
And we are not family.
Huh.
How you finding Delos Crossing? Change much?
Same dump, different year.
Well, we're no Juno, but lots of folks
Hi,
feel that
Day.
lonely. It's gotta be good to be back with your sister, huh?
Yeah, it's been a long
I
time
have an
coming.
ad for the song.
Look, Eddie, we aren't here just to say hi. We found something in Marion's room. Things aren't really adding up anymore, and we've got questions.
Oh yeah?
I don't think I watched their show. You know what's unfortunate? I had a crush on Joe Jonas. And I use the term crush lightly. It was more like everybody was like, oh, which Jonas brother was cuter? And I was like, I guess Joe Jonas. What were her last days like?
Did she mention anything about us that might have been worrying her? About Tyler in particular?
Ah.
No, she dealt with those kind of worries all on her own. Kept the rest of us at arm's length.
I see.
I will tell you
Okay,
one thing, though.
how long until it goes to the song?
Never
This
knew
is
where
a
to hate anyone
long
for
intro.
being unconventional.
Okay.
Usually, it's the other way around.
Did anyone mention anything about her behavior in the days leading up to that day? Anything at all?
No. Everyone I talked to said it took them by surprise.
Did you see her at all? Like, in those last few days?
No. I hadn't seen her for weeks. Maybe a month before.
Why were they popular? The Jonas Brothers. Ugh. Thanks.
Thanks, Uncle Eddie.
All right, give me
You want my
a
advice?
quick rundown. What did he
Nothing
say?
good comes from stirring up old memories.
Nothing good comes from stirring old memories like
We
that.
don't really have a choice about that.
There's always a choice, son. I know sometimes
I
it
ain't
doesn't
your
seem like
son.
it, but
I
there it is.
forgot.
Can we take a look at her file? Maybe we'd see something you didn't.
Her file?
Her case file, or police file, whatever you call it. You keep those pretty much forever, right?
We do, but I can't just pull it out right here, right now. There are procedures.
But you're the chief.
Which makes it even more important that I follow procedures.
Look, Chief Brown, are you gonna help us, or are you gonna be a cop about
Tyler!
this?
No, it's
Oh,
fine.
what? You
Tyler,
can
I know you
bitch to
resent me,
Tessa, but
fireweed
he
was the
can't
best deal I
bitch
could get you.
to your uncle
I'm not
Dan.
mad about fireweed, but I may be a little salty you kept my sister away for 7 fucking years.
That's what this is about? Look, that was the court's recommendation. They're the experts. I just went along.
Yeah, sure you did.
Trust me, son.
Pretty boy
We all
singers and
believed
boy
that what
bands
happened that
feed
night
into
was
attraction,
self-defense.
especially
But we
hormone
couldn't
crazy
do it.
teens.
I can't believe this.
That's
Look,
up.
we
You
couldn't
ever
be
think about
sure,
how creepy that
okay?
is? Because it was
I was
like
trying to protect
tweens,
you
not
both.
teens.
So you still
Teens
not
didn't
sure?
watch
What?
Disney Channel.
You still think keeping
At that
us apart
time,
was the right call?
She
They
was
tried to market
traumatized.
it for
We needed
teenagers.
each other to heal, and you took that away from us.
So why
That's
didn't you
true.
let your sister visit when you turned 18
Uncle,
then, huh?
please. Let's move on.
She's never gonna tell you how much that hurt her, but it did.
That was about me. It wasn't about her. Allison gets that. And 3 years is nothing compared to 7. Right, Allie?
Yeah. Being kept apart was wrong, Uncle Dad.
Look, Uncle, separating
I
us
gotta
like that
try to
did
mend
not
my
help me heal.
relationship with my
If
twin
anything,
brother.
It was the opposite. Even if he had been dangerous, I'd have taken the risk. Being apart was that miserable.
I didn't know you felt that way, little moose.
Don't. What the
It was hard to talk to you about it. I didn't want to seem ungrateful. Look, we've all fucked up. And we've all hurt each other. But isn't that what family's for? Can't we just...
Uncle Dad is
Sounds like
not my
somebody.
family.
Times like this, I wonder who really is too.
We're gonna stay the night at the old house.
Considering how old you looked, I'm pretty sure it was very
Wanna grab a
confusing
bite
back in the
first?
day, too.
It's on me. Don't want to send you out there with empty stomachs.
I would not turn that down.
Hey, yo,
Okay.
food?
Let's go.
Bro, I'm starving. Not literally. But I could go for a snack or two. What the fuck is that? Tyler? Excuse me? Did you inherit mom's cray-cray? Is that what happened? Oh my god. What is happening? What is the story?
Stop!
What? Oh. Jesus Christ.
Allison! Allison!
Dude, she was asleep inside. I don't know, I just got here. I think I just got here. Oh. Ah!
Mad Hunter.
Never mind that. Did you see that? It was like the Shadow Man. The Shadow People? Mom, put the gun down.
Please, Mom. I'm sorry I cut my hair. I won't do it again. I'm going to kill you! No. Please. Please. Mom, no. Mom, please. No, don't do this.
What the fuck is happening? What? Our sister did it. We took the blame. That was the lie.
This isn't... What?
Ma.
Allison? I killed her. I killed her. Allison, we need to call for help. I killed her. No, you didn't. I killed her. And when they come, that's what we're gonna tell them. No, no. Yes. We look out for each other. That's what goblins do.
That's not what goblins do at all, but
And
okay.
brothers and sisters. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay.
Bruh. What the fuck? Chapter 1. Hold on. I'm gonna take the halo off. Nope. There we go. I feel like it's blocking too much. Resume. Allison was furious, disregarded Eddie and his gift. 74% accepted. Solve the puzzle. Yeah, I didn't care about the damn puzzle. I didn't want to read all that shit. Do you know how many? There was like 10 chapters of little stories. I wasn't reading all that. That was an accident. 70% sided with Tyler. Good. Tyler earned Sam's respect. What did we do? Tessa shut out the twins about Mary. Antagonized. Didn't get an answer. Learned the truth. You guys learned the truth? 70% sided with Tyler. Good. How close are we? I did a lot of fucking up.
So what now?
Well, he's obviously not going to give us the truth. So I say we go get it ourselves.
Wait, you're not seriously thinking of breaking and entering a police archive?
Go big or go home.
Last checkout. I feel like I should go get some food. Let's continue. I think I have some pretzels somewhere behind me. Or I can wait till I'm finished with this.
Once upon a time, in a
Oh,
deep
story
and
time.
ancient forest, there lived a pair of crafty goblins.
The crafty goblins did everything together. Until one day, when darkness overwhelmed the big wooden house in which they lived.
Blamed for the darkness, Brother Goblin was forced to leave the forest, while his sister had to stay behind.
Ten years later, they were finally reunited, and together, they decided to confront the darkness in the big wooden house.
Though they sought the help of their friends in the forest, they found that no one wanted to delve into
Who's
the
that third
long-gone
one?
past.
Oh, Sam. He must have been the bear. The frog's Tessa.
This is how the
Moose is
goblins found
definitely the
themselves
cop.
alone in the woods, trying to discover why darkness had submerged the big wooden house.
I never guessed that the other one did the stabbing. Is that lasagna?
Tomorrow we should play Compass and North Star in the woods.
Be sure to wear your hat then.
You be sure to wear your hat.
All right, who wants ice cream?
Me!
Eat up.
Is that fucking mint chocolate chip? The fuck? Garbage.
Without a word, she went out and buried the tiara in the ground beneath the sapling. And as the final scoop of dirt fell, the tiara felt truly gone. And with it,
yes,
the final link to her old
we learned
self.
that in the very
She could only
beginning.
go forward
You should
and
have been
find a
here. It was
new place for
amazing.
herself
It was
in this
great.
world, where she was no longer truly a princess in a tiara and a beautiful gown, but a wan woman, alone in a deep and ancient wood. And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure, and her title.
I don't like that story. There were no goblins, and it was depressing.
We won't read it again.
I love you, Mom. Not me. Just kidding. Love you, Mom.
Mwah. I love you too. Sleep well and dream, my doves.
Oh, the doves were us. One of us inherited Mom's crazy.
Ollie?
Ollie is Tyler. For the record, those of you weren't here at the beginning. Are you looking for my ice cream?
What a waste.
Child, what are you doing?
Ollie! Allison, help!
Oh. What is that? That's why Mom flipped shit about him cutting his hair. There's some confusion on that. Mom was definitely supposed to be on meds. I'm gonna be okay. Mom spoke to us? I don't think either of the twins heard that.
We need to call for help.
This is not the same memory.
I killed Mom. I killed her.
I'm confused. Family secrets. So, originally we thought Mom killed us because, or tried to kill us because we cut our hair. But we found a book in her room that said Raising Your Trans Child from 2005, which was obviously not a common occurrence. So we're trying to figure out what happened. I think one of us got Mom's mental illness. We think Tessa gave Mom a pamphlet for conversion therapy for us. But it was great when we open Tyler's away at something else, some facility or something. And you look at the calendar and it's like testosterone every week. Which, by the way, I don't think that's correct. Generally, it's injectable and you don't do it every week. I'm pretty sure it's bi-weekly. At least mine was, but I was taking it much later in life. What is happening right now? Is somebody dreaming? Is this what would have happened if it didn't go down? I'm not gonna lie, the way Allison was rubbing her eyes when they cut Tyler's hair when he was little made it seem like they were drugged to me. That's how I interpreted it. And then she went and tried to drink more of the ice cream. Whose picture is that? I have the music turned way down because I'm pretty sure I'll get a copyright strike. And that's also why I'm babbling, because I feel like it might still be loud enough that the AI that they freaking use might pick up on it. Oh, that picture sucks. Her sweater's too similar between young and old. It's confusing. Where's the box? What's the box? What you got there, Ty? Oh, that's the book we found. We're gonna talk now? No more music? Thank you.
You doing alright?
No.
I thought coming here would be closing a chapter of our lives, you know?
And instead we spun off a whole miserable prequel trilogy.
Tell me to hydrate, you hydrate. Oh my guys, you know that hurts me. Hold on.
Okay. No. We're not letting ourselves do this again. Come on. Up.
Ow.
Mind-numbing labor is a great way to forget your troubles.
Can't we just have coffee instead?
No.
I
On
did.
your feet, soldier.
If I have to hydrate, everybody has to hydrate.
Let's take a break
Chat,
from
drink your
packing
water.
and sort out the furniture. If we get enough done, I'll drive you into town and buy you a gallon of ice cream.
Fries a raisin looking ass. Excuse me?
Mint chocolate chip, 2 gallons. Let's do this.
You did not say mint chocolate chip. Trash. Damn.
Goblin face is keep. $sign is donate or sell, and trash can as well. Trash. By the way, I cleared out most of the stuff from the bathroom.
Are you throwing away everything in Mom's room?
How very generous of you.
That explains why Tyler wasn't bitter about everything. But it also doesn't.
Crummy table and wobbly chairs.
Sell it.
We could make some pretty good money if we sell this. And I know I'd end up eating on the couch most of the time anyway.
Oh. Oh, God.
This table.
Smell.
Look.
What to do with this?
Sell it.
Maybe someone would be willing to refinish it.
This chair? What is it? Look under. Ah, collectible!
What's this doing?
Give me
down here? Is that gum?
Ew.
I guess
You
that
guys
was
are
probably
disgusting.
me.
I got a collectible. Anyway, this couch, sell it. This rug, look under.
Ugh, gross stain is gross.
What happened?
Some unfortunate spillage that brought about the end of indoor tea parties. I hid the stain with my toys, forgetting that they would eventually be picked up.
Brilliant move.
Congrats. You were no better.
Well, I seem to recall a time you stole an egg, put it on the couch, and sat on it because you wanted a pet chicken.
We don't talk about that.
Uh-huh.
All memories. This memory?
Ooh, what's that that smell? Smells like delicious garbage. Ooh, yes, delicious indeed.
Who's this man?
Or could it be Stinky Pants
Is that Sam?
Oh, Stinky Pants Sam!
Come on now. Sam got that smell getting a skunk out of our barn. Be nice.
A skunk? What did you do to her? Is she okay?
Sure is. She just went hunting for food and couldn't get back out. All she needed was a little nudge to get her on her way.
Oh, on the collectible.
Sam Kansky, hero of skunk kind.
Anyway, let's sell the couches.
And it made me want to be a
Why
wild
is-
animal superhero.
Why are you guys sleeping on it? You got bunk beds upstairs. Oh, damn, we got a fireplace going? Dope. Get out of the way, Ty. Sell the refrigerator.
Allison, I asked you to clean up the coffee table 3 times already.
Why are you literally selling
hungry?
everything? Because Allison's
A
trying to
whole lot of
move.
nothing.
Ew, how old is that ketchup bottle?
Maybe one of
Blech.
those pickle and
It's
ketchup
probably
sandwiches?
stinky too. There's no electricity. No pickles. Ketchup, maybe?
I'm sorry, sir. We are all out of pickles today. Could I interest you in a ketchup-only sandwich? Looks like there's still a bottle back here.
Ugh.
Says the guy who used to eat peanut butter with ranch.
Tyler! What the fuck, bro? Ugh. Ooh, that thing? We should sell that. That would make good money. The stove?
Ancient appliances, you are staying here.
Oh.
Although, that oven looks in okay enough shape.
Dump cake.
No way. We are not moving the oven.
Fair enough, actually. Bathroom? Sell the tub? Ugh, gross. Why does it look like somebody was murdered in here? Why is the panels wood? That's molded for sure. It is dark in here. What is
I
this?
don't really want to keep it.
Thanks for clearing out those cabinets.
Not my pleasure.
Smell?
Oh, ew, ew, ew. Raven Sarah,
Oh, God. I can still taste it. Put it...
say ah.
Uh-uh.
I remember
Blech.
cutting off shaving cream beards with these.
Yeah.
Trash. What's in this?
What about that dresser?
If you want your towels to rot, go for it.
We could clean it.
Maybe someone could clean it up? It's well made.
Your call.
Keep it. I wanted
Keeping
to
it.
sell it. Ty, why are you just standing there doing nothing? Why am I doing all the sticky notes?
And what do you know? More stuff.
Yay, stuff! Teddy bear. I'm keeping him.
Baloney. Guess who I found? Baloney.
Why is... Dude, that juice box ancient. Fuck, I can't talk now. Third time today? What?
We should gather up all our old toys and give them to charity.
What's that?
I said we should give our old toys
Juice
to charity.
Oh, good idea.
Shut up. It was a juice box.
5 little
Sitting on a book.
monkeys jumping on the bed. Hey,
One
Tyler.
fell off and bumped his head.
Will this ever stop feeling so weird?
No. What is that? It's so dark. Congratulations, you found the map. Okay. Did we follow that map? What's
So
this?
long, trusty bunk beds.
Oh. What's that? Dearest Ollie, how are you? I'm the... something else. Insert Ollie. Dear Allison. Kind regards. Who's keeping that? What's that? Oh, the keep box. To Ollie from Allison. Others may not understand the laughs we have together and love we share for each other, but I know whatever happens, every goblin has a twin. Happy Siblings Day. Trash. This dresser, nothing.
So,
I guess,
you gonna come back down to help me, or what?
now. You were just leaning in the goddamn doorway.
Hey, did you finish packing upstairs?
Nope. There's way too much junk to sort through.
you imagine having to clear this shit out 10 years later? What was that supposed to be?
I completely forgot we had a pet vole for a few days.
What's a vole?
You know, she was in rough shape when we found her. Good thing Marianne actually knew what she was doing with injured wildlife.
What's a vole?
Lasagna! Lasagna!
Finish your salad first. Thank you, Tessa. You're a lifesaver.
Oh, don't worry about it. They're just leftovers from the restaurant.
What about
A vole is a
volcano?
rodent of
She needs to
some
eat her lunch,
kind.
too.
What the fuck is IIRC?
Quite right, love.
She can have my corn.
Here you go, little one. You must be hungry too.
If I remember correctly.
Looks like Tessa didn't have that broom up her ass back then.
She definitely did.
All right, I'll clean it up.
Thanks. While you do that, I'll check out the furniture. I'm guessing you want to keep the coffee table?
Sell it.
If there's anything you want, speak now.
I'm not really planning on bringing furniture to Denali.
Where the
And
fuck's
if I need
Denali?
a base in Juneau, you'll have all the furniture I need.
What's
How
this?
very non-committal of you. All right, I'll keep it.
What the fuck?
Are you gonna keep doing that? I really like that armchair.
For your Forsec? You like the smell of mold?
Maybe sit in it for a few minutes and see if you get used to the mold smell first.
On second thought, never mind.
Trash.
Another one for the landfill.
Meow. Meow.
Having fun, are we?
Yeah, Ty.
And finally. I hate to say it, but the couches get a one-way ticket to the dump.
No protest here. I think I have permanent knee damage from a decade of bumping into the corner of those damn things.
Well, then that's it.
How
for
long
the
could I
living
keep
room.
doing
You
this?
are relieved from your duties. This is getting utterly ridiculous.
It can get more utterly ridiculous, you know. We should sell that picture of Mom. I bet people really like the idea of a murderer's photograph, you know. Ty. Ty. Why is there a ladder in here?
Alright, I guess that was pretty funny. Allison.
I got an achievement. Can I keep this? I want to keep this. I know I did this too long. Alright, the bit's over.
Hey, can you come here for a sec?
No. I want to move the can. Meow. Okay, I'm done. I'll stop. I'll stop. Get up. Get off the ground before I pick it up again. What up, Tai Tai? Oh, that photo.
Allison.
What? I'm standing here. I gotta wait 55 seconds. Calm your tits. I mean...
Hey, can you come here for a sec?
I'm standing right here, bro. Just give me half a minute. No, you calm yours. No! Roy, where the fuck you been? Hello? How you been, Roy? You just woke up. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. It's
Allison.
morning. Is it? It's not even 1 o'clock yet. Ty, shut up. 10 more seconds, okay? Okay. I join. Oh, look, a photograph. Hello, guys. I moved the cow
throw
thing
these
a
pictures out?
lot and got an achievement.
I mean, most of them are pretty happy memories.
I guess.
You feel cute here.
That's not me. I mean, it is, but...
I feel that.
But not really. I get it.
It's just weird.
It's like
Seeing
looking at
myself like that
somebody's
again. Damn.
memory
Didn't
sometimes, you
think
know?
a picture could throw me like this anymore.
Didn't think a picture could throw me like that.
I'm sorry. That sounds really rough.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm like 1,000 times better. But I've got a ways to go before I'm comfortable taking my shirt off.
Ban
Which is
in-game
why I'm
left
scheduling
click.
my top surgery as soon as we sell this house. No more putting a binder on every morning.
What's the
God,
time
that
on
sounds
that?
fucking amazing.
Yeah.
How long
totally.
is that?
Just so you know, I'll be there to help out when you do. Whatever you need.
Thanks.
All right.
Hold on.
What's your verdict?
Let me see how long this redeem is. Where is it? Ban in game. 5 minutes. Okay. I have to click it to resume the game.
You know what? I'll keep a few.
I will start it now.
Remind us how far we've come.
Man, I can't even go move the cow because it takes left clicks to move the cow thing. Well, can't look at that. Oh. Nope. I can hit F. Fish. Who the fuck? Why is that there?
Oh man, I love this one.
Why do I look so pissed?
Why do
I
you guys
remember
not
loving
use
this.
frames that fit the
Maybe
photo?
because Marianne was sticking a camera in your face?
Where is it? Where is it? Look, I can still go moo it. Oh, it's tempting. Okay, wait. Listen, you missed the trash with that one. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Hold it.
Come on, honey, smile.
Heh.
Like Allison.
You
Hold up
thought
your
you
fish.
could get me with the left
It's not
clicking.
my fish anymore. Allison stole it.
Why are you so grumpy?
My sister, the fish thief.
You were just being bratty.
Was I though?
Yes.
Yes.
All I did was help clean it when we were out on the porch. Eddie had to force you to share.
Why is Eddie in our memories? Ty, get out of my face. What the fuck, bro? Where else could we find a collectible? What's that?
Everywhere I look, there's just stuff, and more stuff.
Yeah, that's what happens when you live somewhere.
Hello, ancient broken down machines that will be the future owner's problem.
Yeah, not our problem. Place a sticky note. Trash. This shit garbage. On and on and on and on and on. Hey Tai, what you want to talk about?
Hey, clean.
Starting the fire again?
Yeah, I'm gonna boil some water. You want something to drink?
Oh. Ooh, instant coffee powder or tea? Probably that one.
Would you rather have instant coffee or instant coffee?
Nah, sorry. I'm more of a tea person. Get it? Tea. As in,
Yeah, I got it.
How long have you been waiting to make that joke?
longer than I'm willing to admit.
I am so glad Eddie came through on the caffeine.
Shh, did you hear that?
The Ice King is sending us a warning.
What? Whoa. What is this?
For your punishment,
the Ice King. You shall be banished from the forest. And if you dare come back before the new moon, you shall feel my anger in your gut.
Rah!
Hear it in
Oh,
the
hi,
wind.
Mom.
Whoosh!
Huh. Do you think the Ice King would really react that way? He may be intimidating, but he's always fair and never mean.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Maybe he tells the goblins to help the people they hurt instead?
Great idea, sweetie. Why don't we think about it at dinner? I'll put everything away for safekeeping while you go wash your hands.
Hey, where are you putting that?
Can you put them in the binder so they don't get stained?
Of course, love.
Is that the second drawer? Can I open that?
I still think my dark and twisty version was better.
We put so many hours into that book.
Yeah. Our binder was full of extra drawings and incomplete stories. Think they're all still in the kitchen drawer?
We should
Yeah,
go take
well,
a look.
I was just trying to look. If you'd let me. Not that one. You weren't very specific about which kitchen drawer, you know. Oh, you have to go get him.
Check this out. Allison's first drafts. Right.
Oh.
Because I didn't contribute at all.
Come on. I know you did. I can't believe she kept all these.
You guys should turn it into a book.
Putting them on the fridge for a couple of weeks would have been enough.
You know how we thought of ourselves as the goblins? Did you ever get
All
the
right,
sense
timer's
that
off.
maybe Marianne was the
I
princess in this
cheated.
story?
Yeah.
Fucking click again.
She called her bedroom the princess's sanctum. And she was all alone in the woods, in this house, until we showed up.
She was.
Where's y'all's
Alone,
father?
but with a few friends who helped her along the way.
What are you doing?
Research. So, if Marianne was the princess, then who were all the rest?
And here we go.
That's
Come
Sam.
on, humor me.
Memory? This one is Sam.
The bear was the most helpful one. He was always around.
Stalking her?
What? No.
I mean, he was kinda always there. Lurking.
It was Sam. Definitely. Oh, okay, that one's right.
Pelican.
She was the most generous one.
Well, that answered that
But there was
question.
always a
Swap
catch.
those two.
You go here.
I knew he was the moose. I thought she was a frog. Is that not correct? What is the moose?
Poor Moose. Really didn't do him justice.
Justice? Kind of ironic, huh?
Considering
Oh, yeah.
he was the lawful good one.
Too bad the law isn't really just. You done?
Yep.
All right. I think I'm done.
You sure?
Bleh. Yes, I'm sure. Oh, shit. Definitely.
How do you like them apples?
You know, I think you might be onto something. What about these guys? I don't see them being
Guess
real-life
who?
people,
I
or
fucking
this
love
one.
the game. What? Those guys?
You better hurry, or the Mad Hunter will catch us! We need to hide. This way! What's going on?
I don't know. Is he here? Is he really here?
I don't know. I'm scared. Go away! Yeah! Go back to the forest!
What the fuck?
I forgot about that. We'd been pretending he was there.
And then, suddenly he was.
That was the only time that happened, right?
What the fuck, bro? That shit's
Allison?
creepy.
Wait. It felt way too real. It was...
Us. Pushing our imagination way too
That's
far.
not how that works at all.
Great. Sam Kansky, Grandmaster of Bad Timing. We're not done with this conversation.
Yeah. Allison.
Morning, Sam.
Hi, Sam. What's up?
Ahoy, goblins! I ran into Chief Brown, who said you were starting the cleanup on the house this morning, so, I kind of figured you might need some supplies.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful.
Oh, also got something for you, Tyler.
A bro gift? Yeah, bro gift.
Every man needs a good knife.
That's very nice, Sam.
There you are.
Thanks, Sam.
Good. Good, yeah.
That was nice. You have been
and
redeemed.
Before I forget.
Acceptable.
For the lady of the house.
Fish. Gross.
It was your mom's favorite recipe. Still make it darn near every week. Think of her every time.
Okay. That'd be creepy, man.
Thanks. But we don't have a stove. Still no electricity.
Oh, yeah. That fuse box is busted.
Busted.
Just another thing I've been meaning to put back together around here.
Where is it? I can take care of it.
Oh, I don't doubt you can. But, I've been kicking this thing back to life for the last 20-some years. I'll give you a hand.
All right.
Boxes in the barn.
That
follow
face.
me.
We'll be right behind you.
Ty, what are you keeping in your pocket? Do we ever get
Well, I
to
guess
stop
old
playing
bears
you?
can learn new tricks.
Yep. Come on. Let's go get our electricity back on.
Aw, hell yeah. We can cook a fish. Blech. Blech. I'm here. Open the door.
So, how's school?
I graduated already. Outdoor studies.
Oh, outdoor studies, huh?
Yeah,
Well,
he wants to be a
good thing I
ranger.
came along when I did. You know, I built this here barn for your mama.
You were very
You
helpful.
really helped her out, huh?
Now, you know, just a few
What are
chores
you
here and
doing?
there. I was glad to help. Your mother,
Don't scare.
I could never bring myself to leave her high and dry. Anyways, let me find that darn key.
Just open the door.
Just open the door.
And give us our keys. All of them.
Well, I, figured I might still need to do some maintenance, so,
Nope. We're good.
Jesus Christ.
Fair warning, door's a bit temperamental.
Haven't you been taking care of this place? You didn't oil the doors?
What? You think I just hang out here all day or something?
It seems like it.
Here, son, give me a try.
Good.
Okay, when you twist it as far as you can to the left, give it a nice little jerk.
Jesus Christ. Did
No
you break
shit.
it, Ty? I didn't move. Way to go. I'm going inside. You boys figure it out. Where are the lights?
Well, at least the door's open. All right.
Alright.
Fuses go into plugs.
Marianne.
Should be
I
easy
wrapped
enough.
up your electrical something. Fuses. Oh. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The whole jam needs to be replaced.
You'll have to use 15 fuse for the garage. 120 for the whole house. Place the fuse. 15 for the garage. Wait.
Pass me that handle.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Oh,
How is this supposed to equal 120?
What happened? You okay?
15 for the garage. 15, 15. Wait.
Wrecked it playing ball.
So, but that's not 120. 50. 45. That's not 120. What is this first one? Water heater. That probably can take a 15. Kitchen, probably the 20, and then lights.
Let's try this one.
The 30. How's that? That's good, right? Oh! I thought I only had one of each. Okay. Remove that. Okay, 120 for the whole house, so 15, 15, 30.
Salt and lime can't fix.
It's a door latch, not a bottle.
Fuck. Don't make me do math, man.
Sure could go for a margarita right about now.
A margarita.
60.
Hey, sometimes old
70, 80, 90. 30, 30? No?
Here, hold this. I want to get a look at the spindle.
Shouldn't we get this cleaned up before we put it back together?
Just
30.
Hey,
What do you want?
bear insurance.
What for?
Because you said 15 for the garage. There's already 15 in the garage.
Fend off a bear with smart ass.
Do I need to have a 15 there? Can I? Okay, that one's correct, I guess. You said... Wait. Okay, what if I did 20? Place fuse 20. 45, 65, 85.
Like it's a goddamn bouquet.
30.
Mildew's always a problem with these doors. They're on the north side, so no sunlight.
And 20. I don't know how math works, guys.
You know.
I don't have a calculator in my brain. It's not fucking working. Now it's letting me take this one out.
I usually air out the barn much better.
Linseed?
Hell no.
Okay, it says 15 for the garage. Total 120, so we'll do 15 for the lights, maybe. 30. 15 for the outlet. And then 20, 30.
Silver bit.
Just become an electrician. Fuck you. How about that?
Probably so. You got a good head for this stuff.
Yeah.
50, 80, 95.
Pretty much took an army to keep this place standing.
Yeah, so,
I'm confused. Oh,
we kind of...
Wait, that's not right.
well, you didn't let me verify
Hey, I'm
the other
moving
one.
at my own pace. I need to know this stuff.
Alright.
Women, huh?
Okay. Did I break it?
Did you read the note next to the box?
Yeah. Okay. Remove the fuse. How do I... So those two are correct? Is that what that means? You don't want that one there. Okay. 60. Yeah, 60. This is the filler arc where you go to the electrician trade school for years, then come back. No.
Anyways, see how loose
30.
the bolt is? Strike needs to be replaced.
Does that mean...
30.
Yeah. Not today.
So much for
90. 120. Does it want to have to be here? No, that's not for a number. Let's do another 15, 20. God damn
I
it!
should try a higher amp fuse.
plug. That's a fire just waiting to happen.
Just do the math, Allison.
Now! Here. Or no, because this needs 20. And that needs 15. But 20 needs to wrong. If it starts a fire, I'm fine with it. Okay, 20. Move. But the number's gonna be the right. Correct. That's what I meant. Remove that. Put a 20. I don't even know if this means it's correct. See, then the math is wrong.
Seems good.
Ah! I did it! Brute force. Man, all that time in electrician trade school was great. You guys missed it.
You damn fool.
Everything okay?
You two look like you got this all in hand, so,
I think he gave her the shotgun.
Bye.
What was that about?
I wonder why Sam got so upset.
Oh, he probably forgot he was all out of bourbon.
That's not funny,
Hey,
bro.
that's not cool. Sam has a serious problem.
Sorry. It was a low blow. He really freaked out when he saw that gun rack. Remind me to take it down later.
What is this photo? Is it supposed to be Tessa?
Huh, look at this. I think this is where she made all her toys. She was so crafty.
Mom made our toys?
Draw and write and take pictures.
She could have been an artist instead of just locking herself up out here.
Must have been the
Toilet
reason
paper
she did.
tubes, rope, cardboard.
Wonder what she planned to make with that.
What the fuck
Maybe
is
a
that
car.
frog?
Ooh, or a tank. Hey there, little buddy.
Is this our
Are
family
you
car?
cooing at a spider? What are we gonna do with this wreck?
Take it apart and sell the scrap.
Be my guest. You have fun with that.
Be my guest, but it sure looks like a pile of junk to me.
Where do you see Joe? I see.
Preda rep.
Rep.
What's that? Ew, what?
Do not spill it on
Do not spill it on your shoes. I sense a story.
I sense a story.
Well, if by story you mean using it at fireweed to get rid of some rats, and then spilling it on my only pair of shoes, then yes. Hey, it was
Collectible.
not funny.
Sure thing, B-boy.
Oh man,
Collectible.
put together the sweetest.
Found Marianne's stash.
Strawberry. What is that?
Those have definitely gone bad.
As far as I'm concerned, they always were.
Blueberry, salmonberry. Huh. Birch and fireweed?
Bet it tastes like restricted freedom and 9 p.m. lights out.
Does canned food really expire?
Yes.
I mean, it's airtight, right?
Not gonna be the one to test that out.
Don't eat that, Allison. That's
Allison, do you know
nasty.
who this is?
What? No. I was already trying to look at that.
What did you find?
Do you know who that is?
Yeah. That's Carol, Eddie's mom. I've seen other pictures of her, but never this one.
Man, look at Brown. And Marianne. She looks really happy.
Can I?
careful.
Uncle
the glass
Dad
is
was our dad.
broken.
Are you okay? It stings. Let's go see Mom. But she'll get mad. We weren't even supposed to be here.
What's happening? Bro, I'm getting hit with the mad sleepies. Whoops. Follow the memory.
Come on, it's gonna get infected. I don't want to. She said not to disturb her and Eddie.
What the fuck? Do we want to know?
Things were different when she was around. We were family, Eddie. How could you do this to me?
Shh. Look. I had to make that call.
What was that?
I don't know, but I remember whatever Eddie had to do, whatever that call was about, it was tearing him up.
He was being a total cop, and Marianne got pissed and threw him out. Here, I'm gonna show you what I remember. Over here, Allison.
Yeah. I'm coming. I'm not close enough. Ty. Game audio sometimes gets fuzzy. Yeah, that's proximity.
I was just following the law.
Oh yeah? And this little visit
I
right here?
can
What
barely
would the
hear it
law say
myself.
about
It's not
this,
me, it's the
huh?
game.
Look, I didn't have to come out here, but I did.
You're a goddamn hypocrite. Get out of here.
Marianne.
I said get out! Out!
I mean, you guys were standing outside.
What? She didn't throw the picture at him.
You sure about that? He was being a complete dick.
How can you be sure? We were eavesdropping. We could barely see a thing.
What do you think happened then?
Let me remember real quick for you. And
Look.
stand over here so we can hear.
I had to make that call. I was following procedure. What I'm legally required to do.
Then why are you here?
I can't hear this one.
Pretty sure this isn't procedure.
I wanted you to hear it from me.
Please leave.
Marianne. I'm sorry.
Please just go.
How do we keep remembering the same things so differently?
It was a long time ago, and, well, memory's a tricky thing.
Wait.
I'm taller than you.
I'm not sure.
I might be standing on
I think
snow.
it was the exact same day she attacked you.
That's what I thought.
But Uncle Eddie said he hadn't seen Marianne for weeks.
Yeah, that was bullshit. And what was all that about following the law? What was he doing here exactly?
No idea. Let's go break into the...
I don't know. I have no idea. We shouldn't jump to any
precinct.
Look.
Hey, where are you going?
Care of you, but that doesn't make him incapable of lying.
I can't see him being that cold with Marianne. Even if he was being a cop.
I mean, I can, but who knows? I guess memory's a tricky thing, huh?
Bruh. I'm fucking sleepy. Let's choose Tyler's memory.
You're a goddamn hypocrite. Get out of here. Get off my property right now.
So, we agree. Brown came out here and bullied Marianne the same day she attacked us. And then lied about it. Now what?
We go and get a straight answer from him.
Yeah, right.
Yes. I'll go get my car keys.
I wanted
But what
to
will these
finish
mountains of
this
trash do
game
without us?
Fuck the trash.
in one stream. Trash? I am trash. But I am free. How many chapters is this game? Let me see.
Man,
It's really fucking late for
I
me.
can't believe Brown lied. I mean, I may not be the guy's biggest fan, but he's always talking about the truth and the law and shit.
Do you have to be so happy about it?
What?
I know you've been waiting for something like this. Something that proves Eddie's an asshole. But gloating about it
3
is really not
chapters.
cool.
We can do it. We can do it. I'll just be really fucking tired.
It's Tina. I gotta take this. Yeah, just a sec. I'm parking the car.
Why are we out here? Why are we parking here? We won't get stuck.
Guess I'll just go stretch my legs then.
No, just give me a sec.
Tell Eddie he's a bitch. And that I know what he did last summer.
Okay, Tina. What's going on?
Who's Tina?
Hi, hon. I've got someone who is super interested in seeing the house.
Oh, that's amazing. When?
They're just in the area for a couple of days, so they'd like to come by day after tomorrow.
Oh, I'm not sure it'll be ready.
Collectible?
This guy is very motivated, but I know he's looking at other
Corrector?
properties. It's not like you've had people breaking down the door.
I appreciate that, but we've kind of got a lot going on.
Corrector?
Did I mention
Correctable?
it would be an all-cash offer?
It's not the right time. Stop rushing me.
It's not the right time.
A cash offer, Allison.
I'm sorry.
I
but
said
it'll be a
no,
total
bitch.
mess. I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Okay, well, you tell me when you're ready.
Huh. Well, I think I just made Tina's shit list.
Corrector? Corrector? Corrector?
God, I'd love to be able to make something like this.
Well, enjoy the rest of your story. I'm off to bed. Good night. Have a good one, Mastermind. Thanks for chilling. Corrector? Oh, the river is frozen. Hi, did you see a collectible? I'm sure I've missed them. Oh, I can't walk off with this. Can't walk through a buttress. Excuse me, do you have a corrector? Say it. I don't care. Pie. Give me a minute. Caution. Oh, alert for bears. Oh god. No thanks. Surely it wouldn't be a collectible out here. That wouldn't make sense, right? You know what I just realized? I got a pelican with Tessa, but I didn't get a moose from Eddie. Should've probably snooped in his locker, huh?
The artist really nailed this one. Dorian Key. Kinda rings a bell.
Hmm.
Looks like you found a nice spot.
We've been here before, right?
Probably. It's a small town.
So, Tina?
Tina West, our realtor.
Realtor.
Oh, that Tina. What'd she need?
She had someone who wanted to see the house, but
She was
he could only
offering
come by day after
cash.
tomorrow.
And I said no.
And you told her no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need more time than that, to get things cleaned up and,
Thanks. But what if it's the only call we get?
And I guess we just grow old and lose our minds in that fucking house.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, you could sell it
So,
eventually.
before Tina called, we were talking.
Yeah?
I'm not happy your foster father fucked up.
Oh yeah? Because you sure sounded like
He
it.
hid information about Marianne.
I know!
Stop
you just don't have to
fighting.
rub it in.
I get it. You're always gonna side with him over me.
Come on, that's not fair.
Also not
Then
true.
why do you keep doing it?
This town, these people, they're just memories to you. But it's my home, Tyler. My friends, my family. And as much as
Wow.
I want answers, I'd rather not lay waste to my entire life to get them.
I didn't come here to ruin your life, Allison.
Pretty sure I took
Just
the
want
fall
some
for
answers.
you.
I know.
You could have
That's
been the
why
one
we're
that was
doing all
sent
this,
away, you
right?
know. The fuck? This is... The juxtaposition of this argument and this... We are not bringing up
Our
Eddie right
hometown
now.
looks pretty picturesque from here, doesn't it?
You're way more attached to this place than you let on.
So, you really want to live somewhere super secluded
I
like
can't
this?
hear...
Alone in a cave?
Why the audio is so crazy? Dynamic range. Reduces the gap between the loudest and quietest volumes. High is the default setting. Enhances sounds while using headphones. Reduces the gap. High gap? Is that what that means? I don't know what that means. No. It needs to stop doing that. Ugh, whatever. Let's try that.
Cave, speaking for the trees?
I do. Is it really that hard?
That didn't help. Oops. Oh, I didn't do it. Oops.
I just don't think of you as a loner. You and I always did everything together.
It is so quiet.
Well, you're way less terrible than other people.
That didn't fix it. Bruh, stop doing that shit with the games. It's annoying. Accessibility. Sound. Dyslexia-friendly font. Closed captioning game fonts. Okay, that doesn't help the audio process. Oh my fuck. Maybe turn off the sound distance thing. Eh? We're just gonna sit in silence. Can I get up? Stop talking in your heads.
Yeah.
Oh.
Found you! North Star! Okay, now you're the star and I'm the compass. Okay, and don't cheat. I know you were sending me fake hints last time. I did not. Yes, you did.
Nuh-uh.
Okay, I won't do it again.
Bruh, that's just too quiet.
You were always accusing me of cheating.
Because you totally did.
Nuh-uh.
It was a cool game. Guessing where you were just by feeling what you felt.
We look like little freaks.
Yeah. I can't believe we played it in public, though. We probably looked like tiny freaks shouting nonsense.
Well, we were freaks. But that's why we were awesome.
Yeah.
You never wished we fit in a little more?
No.
Not at all?
No, not really. I mean, we had each other. That was enough for me.
Yeah.
So,
Sister.
not too disappointed I turned down our chance to be billionaires?
Nah, all that money would have made me soft.
Soft?
And I've spent way too many years polishing my edgy side.
You have a denim jacket.
You were right to call me out earlier. I was being a jerk about Eddie.
I'm all for enjoying the wins as they come. But maybe not at the expense of my father figure?
I'll try my best.
Your father figure is suspicious. Everybody here is suspicious. Let's get the fuck out of here.
So, I have to warn you. I'm not sure we're getting any answers out of Eddie.
You won't have a choice. We're not 10 years old anymore.
He's overprotective.
He tries to protect me from everything.
Occupational hazard.
He was always so worried about how I was left out at school. So he'd make me throw these huge birthday parties and invite everyone.
And they'd all have to show up because you were the chief's daughter?
Bingo. Then they didn't actually talk to me. so I felt like a stranger in my own
Why are you
house.
going over there?
Hey, look what I found.
What'd you find? Ooh.
Aha! I knew it was still here.
I knew we'd been here before.
He said
Claimed
that
it as
we've been
part of
here.
the Ronin Kingdom.
And it still is. All it needs is a little update.
How are you gonna turn an O into a T? That is not how you do that.
What are you doing?
What I wanted to do back then, but I didn't have the guts.
Okay.
There, looking better already.
You're right. Way better.
Still don't understand how you turned a T to an O. Okay. You should have wrote over the A so then it was matching. A baroglyph. Correct the old graffiti on the tree. That's graffiti? Why are we sitting in the car?
So, what's the plan?
We go inside and calmly ask Eddie why he was there that day.
Alright.
Let's try to let him get his side of the story out. Okay?
Never. Can I be Ty again?
Oh, yeah. I understand, Mr. Barrow. I'll be sure to let him know. Yes, I have it all.
Yeah! My
Have a good day,
boy!
Morning, Missy.
How do you get
You
stuck
are
working
here.
reception?
Rose called in.
Do you think I can find
Covering for her while I
the... What's that?
What are you doing here?
Just checking in with Uncle Eddie.
I'm guessing from the identical features.
National Guard. No, the sticky note. What is the sticky note?
Denise, Tyler.
Wilson,
Huh.
did you tell Officer Vincenzi that I'll be... Oh, good morning,
Oh,
Allison.
there we go. No.
Hi, Uncle.
Quit tricking me. I want to
Take
see the
Dr.
damn
Torres'
sticky
statement.
note.
No need for Vincenzi to come back to the station.
What if I just walked back here?
He doesn't seem like he's in the best of moods.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but
What is up with your hair?
Morning, young man. Can I help you with something?
I'm here with my sister.
Oh, sorry. I'm here with my sister.
Your sister? Oh, right. Tyler Ronan. Yeah, I see it
Yeah.
now. Good to see you again. You've gotten tall.
That usually happens between ages 11 and 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were 11. I thought we were
welcome
6.
turn that car around. Chief's gonna take care of the victim.
Thanks, but I won't be here long.
So, what brings you two around?
Later.
We're here to see Chief Brown.
Oh boy.
We gotta see
What do you
Uncle
do now?
Dad.
Suspects wanted for a felony.
Oh, well, don't forget to read him his Miranda rights. So is there anything I can help you with?
Talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later.
Dr. Torres,
You don't have to whisper.
you said your daughter was
You're in my head.
Yes, she was. Apparently Eddie's not in a great mood, so
Her name and date of
we
birth?
sat outside most of
Isabella Henderson, July 16th, 2000.
Yeah. What if I go in here?
Yes, her father's.
I didn't find my collectible. Is it gonna be in his office? Whoa.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Because of my hours.
Where did you
She stays
go?
with me on the weekends.
Hello, middle-aged adult.
Everything all right? Your uncle said you two were going to be knee-deep in trash for a few days.
A few days? That's optimistic. It feels like every time we clear out a drawer, 2 more just appear out of thin air.
That's dramatic. I mean,
Yes.
people
Got my
did live there.
sympathies. When we emptied Linda's parents' house,
All right.
I thought we'd have to rent a
Incident
backhoe.
report station called yesterday
How
at
is Linda?
6:13 a.m.
I feel like I haven't seen her in
Someone
months.
vandalized your mailbox.
Good. Yeah, she started working over at the high school as the
Dispatched her
librarian.
home at 6:29
Pay's not great,
a.m.,
but she gets to see the kids
but
every
you couldn't
day, so...
stay to give a statement?
I bet Brendan's thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
I was
Happy as
already
any
running
teenager who's got to spend extra time with his mom.
Says here
Well,
you work at
I'll let you
Cottonwood
work.
Hospital?
No worries.
That
You're not
sure
a
is
bother.
commute.
It certainly is.
Why did you stop to talk?
I'm a surgical resident at one of the only hospitals in Southeast Alaska. I'm basically always on call.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Girl, where are we going? Are we waiting for Uncle, Dad, Grandpa? Are we going in here? Allison, what are we doing? You said we're not going upstairs. Where'd she go now? Allison.
So I got your note.
I'm sorry I forgot your birthday. I got so wrapped up with Tyler coming that it totally slipped my mind. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
Isabella's father was coming over to pick her up at 6:30. So
Girl, what are you doing? Can we go upstairs now?
And as we were eating, I realized I hadn't grabbed the mail.
Morning, Chief Brown.
Oh.
Good morning, Tyler.
Hey, could we talk to you in private? It's a little urgent.
Can you excuse me for a second, Dr. Torres? What's going on, you two?
What's your
We had a few more questions about our mother.
Look, now's not the best time.
Well, maybe we can come back later then?
Excuse me. Come on.
You...
Guys, I'm understaffed today. I've got a receptionist out sick, an officer dealing with personal issues. I need to finish taking this woman's statement, and I don't have time to chat right now.
We said later.
We're just hoping for some answers.
Well, I don't know what more you think I'm going to say. I already told you everything.
No, you didn't.
I need to get back to this complaint. Sorry, guys.
Your Uncle Dad's a bitch. Allison.
I hate when he's stubborn like that.
I can't fucking hear when you talk in my head.
Of course, Miss Torres. Where were we?
Well, he's obviously not going to give us the truth. So I said we go get it ourselves.
I can't hear!
I don't know. The archive room?
Archive room, where's that?
Wait, you're not seriously thinking of breaking and entering a police archive?
Why is the floor all scratched?
Did you go through the full details of your morning with me, Dr. Torres?
Of course.
Can I go up here?
Hey.
Oh, whoa, whoa,
What are
whoa.
you two up to over there? Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine. We're just, I was just telling Tyler where the upstairs bathroom is. Tyler, help me out here.
Oh, yeah. Toilet emergency, lake water, you know, Mother Nature's juice cleanse.
There's a bathroom just past the break room. Behind you. First door on your right.
Forget it, Tyler. There's no way we're getting upstairs out in the open like this. It's too suspicious. There must be another way up.
Maybe we can check out that map of the building near reception.
Oh, gotcha.
Think of that. Lobby, now.
Lobby, now. Got it. Running. Going. Map. I looked at that earlier. It makes sense to me. There's a... Oh, the outside balcony. I got it. Let's go. Outside.
You heading out?
I need a smoke.
Yeah, I need a smoke.
You should think about quitting. Only gets harder the longer you do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. Yep.
Get your sister to stop.
What? Our sister fucking smokes? I was lying. What's that?
Those garbage cans are like the opposite of bear-proof. You know, it's actually really unhealthy for animals to eat our trash.
Simmer down.
Oh my god. Why is the audio so bad for that?
There. Fire exit.
It opens up to a staircase on the side of the building, but it'll definitely be locked from the inside. If one of us were to create a diversion, the other could slip upstairs and open the door. And since you're the troublemaker, I nominate you as the one to make a scene.
Wait, really?
Okay. Not really.
Not really? No.
Time for a joyride.
Who's kooky enough to bike to work in sub-zero weather?
That would be Vincenzi. He's got a bike for every season. Names him too. Duncan Rocket.
Hey, which one's Brown's car?
Why?
Just curious.
You can tell a lot about someone by the car they drive.
The love language of car people.
Diversion.
Was that red warehouse part of the whole chicken farm business?
Why is it shaking?
It's a shooting range now.
Oh. That's what that is. Happen in a store? No. Where am I creating a ruckus?
Fire exit's right behind me.
No shit, Sherlock! Diversion. I'm covered in snow. I'm watching the snow on my jacket. I can't talk to you. I can't talk to you. Where did the sister go? Bathroom? No. Fire exit. Where did the sister? Oh, over there. Fire exit. What? What are you looking at me for? I don't know what you want me to do. To create a goddamn diversion? I don't know.
That pile of paperwork?
What about it?
I could
Tip it over.
Kind of messy, but I mean, sure.
Never mind. I don't know if that's good enough. What if... No? Okay. I don't know what I'm expected to do. I don't know. I don't know. It'll piss him off. Uncle, Grandpa, Dad. I'm doing it.
Jesus, Tyler, what happened?
Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going.
Just leave that there.
Okay, we're gonna head out now. Bye, Uncle, Grandpa, Dad. That I hate.
I'm in position.
What now?
Turn right when you exit the station and follow the side of the building.
Yeah, bitch, I already been back there.
Right there.
Don't tell me what I know.
Winter hair.
Okay.
Shut up, I can't hear you guys talk. Fuck. Allison, let me in. I'm sleepy. Oh. Somebody in there? Whoa, 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 whoa. Go, 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 go. Did it.
Get in. Oh god, what did I just do?
You took control of your destiny.
Ooh. Let's get in here, hurry. Okay. Collectible. Bear. Where the bear at? Where the bear at? Where the bear? 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 Don't eat my kayak, bear.
There's no turning back now.
Open.
Huh. The Delos police force is getting a new officer.
Finally.
Open. Bear. Moose. I thought, oh no, Sam's the bear. Take that.
Hey, you.
What's this?
Though we are destined to burn, we emerge as stardust.
Is that? Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Burn it. Burn it with fire.
No. Mom's file should be on the computer, right? Or in the filing cabinet?
You finding anything?
No.
Looks like this is where Brown keeps all his personal mail.
What's that?
Why is Brown on a first-name basis with the director of Fireweed? Oh.
What'd you find?
It's an invoice. Eddie Brown, you'll find enclosed the final invoice for resident Tyler Ronan. The Fireweed administration would like to thank you for all of the support you've given us over the years.
I knew Eddie pulled some strings to send you there, but that's a lot of money.
More backdoors and secret moves.
Maybe he didn't want to make you uncomfortable.
Well, now I feel like I'm in his debt. Looks like he's working with the Office of Child Services on the case.
None of our business.
True. What's that one?
You applied to a summer drama program back in 2009?
I did, but they rejected me. Michael and I were supposed to go together. He went, but I was stuck here for the summer with no one but Justin Beaver for company. Why?
Well, this letter says you got in.
What the hell? So he just turned it down?
I'm sorry, Allison.
Shouldn't be surprised he's lied to me in the past.
Good God, the sound is so bad. No wonder you had to give your game away.
Brown really wants everyone to know what a fine, upstanding citizen he is.
What is this?
Doesn't he? The police chief of Delos Crossing hosts charity events?
Huh? Oh, yeah. The community social. He volunteered to help.
Nope.
Who's called the
Alright.
He's in charge of the
He's in charge of the seating chart. Good for him. Bitch, where's the fucking files? I already looked at that shit. Oh, there we go.
Seriously? You're gonna try to hack into his computer?
We're here for information. And computers are basically information piñatas. Whoa. Brown looked at our file this morning.
Wait, what? What does that mean?
I don't
Find
know.
the paper originals
But there's a
in the
reference
archives for other references about the case.
R68653. One of his emails mentioned the archives. That's gotta be where our file is.
Well, I feel kind of guilty considering he paid for everything. Allison, where'd you go? Oh. Whoa, this building's bigger than it looks. Aw, damn.
Please tell me you know what the code is.
To the highly confidential police archive?
Then, how am I supposed to open the door?
I spent hours playing next to this room. I'd see people go inside all the time. The keypad does this little tune. Dum-da-dee-doo.
Seriously?
Go on, try.
How did that tune go again?
Dum-da-dee-doo.
Da do. Okay. Let me try again.
How did that tune go again?
Shut up. Dum da dee doo. Dum da. Ah, shit.
How did that tune go again?
Dum-da-dee-doo.
Okay. This one. This one. This one. That one. That.
Yes.
Got it. First try. Did you guys write down the number? Because I don't remember it.
Looks like they're finally going digital.
Oh, that's right. I remember Eddie complaining about this. They're gonna have to resort everything.
Great.
They've digitized their closed files, but only the ones before 1990.
Meaning?
Ow.
Meaning our file is still somewhere in those boxes.
Yeah, we know. We read the email, remember?
Perfect. A room of scattered case files and a half-done sorting system.
Yep. This is gonna be so fun for you. I'm gonna go keep a lookout.
What the fuck,
What?
bro?
Why do I have to be the one stuck with box duty?
Because if anyone sees me, I'll have a better excuse for being there. Reach out if you need anything.
2008.
R68653.
Is that what? Oh, fuck.
Look it up, she says.
This
Okay,
number?
here we go. Looks like a step-by-step record of the investigation.
Well?
So far, I'm not seeing anything we didn't know already. It does reference some other files and audio recordings, though.
You might be able to look those up on the computer. Even if our file hasn't been digitized
5629.
yet, they may already have them in the appendix.
Uh, 69. This was this box on this table, right?
There might be other references on the computer.
Oh, computer.
Alright, I'm in. You can search by keywords. What should I look for?
I don't know. Mary Ann Ronan? March 1st, 2005?
Autopsy report. Mr. Crime Summary. 2766 and 1889.
References 05 R
2766.
889.
2766. 2766. 2766. None of these look right. 18. 52. 2334. 27. 27. Oh, 66. This one?
That's not it.
Well, how am I supposed to fucking know? 25. 63. 61. These boxes aren't very... 5241923. I know the 18 one, but I want to read the autopsy first. 2766. Oh, 62766. That's why I couldn't find it.
I need to check out 05 R62
627 62 62 62 62 5209 62 62. What the fuck? Where is it? 66. What the fuck? Where the autopsy? 61. It's that one. I already tried to click this box.
I have her autopsy report.
I have her autopsy. She, God.
What is it?
She drowned. Stab wound was non-fatal.
What?
Well. Drowning and stab wound, left loin, 2 assaults with scissors by daughter. Seen in mouth and nose, cerebral edema, broader logged lungs, see pulmonary edema. Distended stomach, 2 degree to fluid content, 3 stab wound left in the lobe. Homicide. Victim fell over dock into the ocean. Hemolysis. Ugh. Body tag, clothing, x-ray, med record. Urine regular. Screen alcohol. Analysis positive. She was drunk as shit. Okay. I know where the other box is. I wanted to read that first in case it was like... Whoop, hold on.
There might be other references on the computer.
Butch! Did I read that number wrong too? Wasn't it 1889? Oh, probably not. Oh. Eddie Brown.
Here.
Crime report? 6189. Oh, I did read the number. I missed that first number. Oops. I'm trying to push escape to get out of that computer.
05 R61 889.
Beep, 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 beep.
There.
What you got to say, Eddie? Marianne, Caucasian, 5'6". Unemployed. Crossing the entire occurrence PD. Threatened child with gun, child stabbed with various victim subsequently fell in the lake. E. Brown, detective. C. Holt. Involved persons, minor name, redacted. White. Here's the 94. Name redacted. Combined report. Narrative.
Found a summary of everything. Wow, this is a real detective novel.
On March 1st, 2005, at around 22 o'clock, the victim, Marianne Ronan, a 41-year-old white female, exited her home and entered her garage to start loading a Wrestler 3121 9mm shotgun. Shortly after, her child, minor's name redacted, Ronan, 11 years old, entered the garage to display new haircut given by sister, minor's name redacted, Ronan. According to witnesses, minor's name redacted, Ronan's statement, when she saw the child's haircut, Marianne became enraged and threatened minor's name redacted, Ronan with shotgun. Minor's name redacted, Ronan, but fled the garage to the lake calling for help. Marianne followed, still armed. Blah, 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 blah. See their statements for further description details. Walter and Brown arrived. Noticed that the crime scene was located entirely outdoors. Secluded road, mostly compromised. They directed forensic personnel to recover items. And then stabbed Marianne with... That doesn't explain why he's there.
Shit. Eddie's coming up the stairs. What do I do?
Coming out.
I'm coming out.
No, you're not. He'll see you.
Get him in his office.
Tell him you need to talk in his office.
I'm gonna go around this corner so I can hide. What if he comes in, guys? What if he comes in and he sees me? Why can I not crouch? I'll hold the emergency button. Did you get him in there? Ma'am? Hello? I can't open this door. Let me out! I want out of here! Am I still using this? Recording. Ronan children.
Delos Crossing Police Department.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
It's my mom. She fell in the water and she's not coming up.
Okay, where are you now?
Home. We're home.
Are you alone? Where's your dad?
It's just me and my sister.
All right, honey, can you give me your address?
12 Cannery Road. Please.
I thought that said canary.
Just stay right where you
I'm
are, okay?
dyslexic.
We're sending someone out
Don't
to help
mind
you.
that.
Don't hang up.
Delos Crossing Police Department.
Okay, you don't need to.
Hello? Hello?
Autopsy report for
Hello, I can hear
Eddie.
you.
It's my mom. She fell in the water and she's not coming.
Facts. I looked at that.
Okay, I need to check out 0501 COMEBR.
0501 com. 0501. This? That? No. Oh, there's some that have short. That. There. Got it.
Okay, here it is.
I figured it out. What is this?
Jesus. Unbelievable. Brown reported Marianne to Child Services. What? Where are you? What's going on?
Are we in trouble? Sister? Am I still looking for shit? R68 MISC.
Reference is 05 R68 MISC.
Miss. That?
Here we go.
Are we just guessing on this one? Bye!
Huh. Why is that here?
Pressure in the headache, loss of consciousness. Release. Can we leave now? Bruh. Can I just look in all the boxes? Fuck. I feel like that'd be faster at this point.
Search for her?
Tessa. Mary Ann Ronan. Incident report. Child neglect report.
Okay.
2005.
Check out 2005 201546.
Did you say 201?
There.
Why is these...
What the hell? Tessa accused her of child neglect.
10:45 hours. Marianne entered Vinny Vici, owned by Thomas and Tessa. Stated that she observed Ronan browse the odds for approximately 10 minutes while chatting distractedly with her. Was behind the register and did not have a direct eye contact with Ronan at all times. Informed Ronan that she did not, but she stated she believed this demand was odd due to the winter season. Left without purchasing anything. Oh, you know what? And no one else had been in the store that morning. They don't eat and are exposed to all kinds of inappropriate influences. Okay. Inappropriate influences being themselves.
I need to get moving.
Shit. I'm sorry, Tyler. I couldn't stop him. He's coming your way.
Fuck.
Get out.
Uncle, we didn't mean to.
I'm not gonna repeat myself.
You're a goddamn hypocrite.
I said move it!
Hey! Get off me!
Rather spend the night here? Come on!
I said don't fucking touch me!
Go on. And consider yourselves lucky you're family.
Let's talk.
You're right. Family. And for Allison's sake, we should talk.
Yeah.
About what?
We saw our file. We know about social services. Why? Why did you turn your back on her? Why did Tessa?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You're right. We need to talk.
Are you gonna give me answers?
The winter before your mother's death was hard. Delos Crossing was snowed in for months. Most roads were closed and plane supplies were scarce. Everyone was struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Marianne.
Yeah. She was always just scraping by. And that winter left nothing to scrape up. Even if locals had found time to help her. I don't know, I'm not sure your mother would have accepted.
She came to you.
You're saying Tessa reported her mother because she was having supply issues?
Tessa came to me because she was honestly concerned.
Bullshit.
Right.
I was legally required to report Tessa's complaint, even if I didn't agree.
Tessa is a backstabbing bitch. Who would have thought?
A snake? Pretending to care? To be her friend? Just to stab her in the back when she was down?
Tessa helped out your family for years. I'm convinced her concern was real.
Of course you
I don't.
Just following the law then. Right.
Is that why you came over that day, before she died? You felt shitty, didn't you? That's why you broke procedure?
I had to warn her that it was happening and that it wasn't looking good. An assessment worker had been assigned and started doing background checks. What else was I supposed to do?
I thought always telling each other the truth was our #1 rule.
Still is, little moose.
And yet you still lied.
I didn't want you two putting yourselves through unnecessary hurt. But you're adults and that was your choice to make.
Yeah.
I'm truly sorry.
Thank you, Uncle.
Uncle, Dad, Grandpa. Just like that, huh?
Just like that, huh? Must be nice to have a daughter who lets you off the hook that easy. Eddie, you keep trying to point your finger at Tessa, but you have to take responsibility for your part in our mother's death.
Yeah. You pushed her on the edge.
I've asked myself over and over for the past 10 years what I could have done different. I know I made a big mistake with you two here. And you've got every right to be angry.
Us.
Being a father? Well, it's a pretty tough job. I've tried my best. And I'd like to try my best with you too, Tyler. If you want it.
Obviously not. The fuck? Don't touch us. We're not your son. Maybe. Only because our sister wants us to. And I need to make sure that we don't hate each other by the end of this.
Big, happy family.
I respect that.
Sounds boring as fuck.
It's hard work rebuilding trust.
Rather be by myself.
But you've got a place here whenever you need it.
Well, now I really feel like an asshole for tossing that ring.
You're kidding, right?
Okay, I think it's a good time for us to make our exit.
Bye, Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, Grandpa, Sheriff. Sheriff? Chief. Chief. That's bigger, isn't it?
Better than I was afraid it would.
Stop talking to me in my head. I cannot hear you when you do that. Bye, everybody. Bye. I don't care whatever that was. Let's get the fuck out of here. Nothing.
Allison.
What?
Right? Pissed off.
You feel like shit.
How can you tell?
Because you just stormed through the door that I opened for myself. Obviously.
What are we gonna do about Tessa?
Nothing. Look, we're not gonna do anything. That's enough, Tyler. Talk to Tessa? Why? What are you looking for? What are you expecting her to say?
I thought she loved us.
Really?
Chief Brown, is it true? Is she... Oh my God. Children,
Tessa. Tessa, you need to leave. Come on, kids.
Everything is going to be all right, okay? You're going to be okay, I promise.
Go home. You can't be here right now.
Oh God. Oh God.
Go discover intel. You know jeans are really
is
not
everybody?
warm. You're not my
Tessa's
dad,
gotta be
always trying to
around
say
somewhere.
something ugly ass. Why is
I'm
that in
hearing something.
quotations? Is it a reference to
Well,
something?
At least we know the entire world didn't vanish.
Did I say that? I don't think I said ugly ass bitch. I have said things similar
If
to
he
that.
is here,
Classic
he can't
Vine.
count out the rapture quite yet.
Sounds like me. Hey,
I
it's
need
the
to take a
guy.
breather. I'm gonna do a bit of shopping. You look for Tessa, okay?
No.
On it.
Bro.
I stopped to take a leak, and just as I was
Oh.
finishing up, what do I see?
How long? I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Tessa, open up. Ugly ass. I'm so fucking sleepy. Open the door! Oh. Sorry.
What do you mean?
I was
We've
looking for
got enough
Tessa.
signatures. It should have at least been enough to stall construction while we figure out our next move. Well, why don't we schedule a meeting with the Alaska Wildlife Foundation?
I feel awkward.
Try to get their support. Look, Harold, I have to go. We can pick this up at the meeting. I should be on my way over soon.
Hi, Tom. Sorry about that.
Hello, Tyler. Can I help you?
I was looking for your wife. Tessa. Can I talk to you? Thank you. Hello? I need to come closer. No, the other, all the way around the front. Okay, that's weird.
Hey, I hope this isn't a bad
Where
time,
did you
but
come
is
from? What
Tessa
the
around
fuck?
today?
She had to step out for a family matter.
Did you see that shit?
This
She
wouldn't be
just
something
fucking
I
appeared
could
out
help
of
with,
nowhere.
would it?
Out of
Yeah,
nowhere.
maybe, actually. We were over at the police station and we took a look at Marianne's case file.
Okay.
Tessa reported
Tessa
our
reported
mom.
Marianne to social services. Did you know?
Vaguely. But I didn't get involved. I didn't think I really had anything to add.
You never thought to mention it?
Well, now, I'm not sure how a thing like that would have come up.
That's
and
fair.
I didn't want to rub salt in any wounds.
Huh.
That's
How
fair.
about when we were in the store yesterday
Oh, you're
asking about it point blank?
That was
Italian.
between you and Tessa.
That explains
I
the
try
name.
to stay out of other people's affairs.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay.
We vote for
Thank
you,
you.
Tom.
Look,
If we're still here.
I'm sorry if you felt resistance from people around here.
To put it mildly.
Allison, you know this better than anybody. But your mother's death left a scar on this community.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
I won't claim we went through anything close to what you did, but it was a cruel
The
reminder
puppy looks so
of the limits
cute.
of
She's
trust.
sleeping. It makes me sleepier. We just need the
Well,
truth.
if we want to get past the limits of trust, we all need to face what happened, which
Whoa.
means being completely honest about it.
We all want to find peace.
I ain't never streamed 7 hours by myself
It's just
before.
harder for some people to talk about the past. Now, you let me know if you have any other questions, okay?
If I wasn't sleepy, I'd be fine.
Hey,
Yes?
you said I should remind you not to be late for your meeting, so
Don't be
Don't
late
be
for your
late.
meeting.
Yep. I'll be on my way in a minute.
To be fair, it's pretty
So,
late. Yeah,
kids,
I
was
accidentally woke up too
there,
early.
Anything else you two wanted to talk to me about?
I
Did you ever hear any
feel
rumors about our mother?
zooted.
Like, who her father might have been?
And I also had to get up stupid early. He has a flag on his mug. Yeah, his name is Vecchi. Vici. And it's called Vindi Vici Vici.
But look, oh, gosh.
It's
I'm
Italy.
sorry. I really have to go.
Italia.
Michael, could you finish up the
Pull up
storage
your
room and then
pants.
just close up?
Makes your legs look short.
boss man.
See you later.
He didn't put a jacket on.
You two want to help a brother out, spend the afternoon here working for free?
Fuck no.
Why not?
Because we don't do shit for free, Allison.
She's at the cemetery.
Love hypothermia. Yay.
Hey, tell you what. Why don't you guys help me close the store, and then we can drive over together. I've been meaning to pay my uncle a visit.
Can't we just wait for her to come back here? I'm not really excited about going there.
Bitch.
Allison, we don't have to visit her grave.
We do.
We're
gonna. I'll drag your ass over there,
Tyler, join me when
bitch.
Sure thing. Just give me a
What are you gonna do? Fight me? Cause you should. So I'll win, and then you have to go with a bruise on your shoulder from like a punch buggy kind of punch. Whoa, there's produce. Look at that shit. The red cabbage. What the fuck's that shit down there? What's underneath the cabbage? What is that shit? Leek? What is this? What are these things? Free labor is illegal. Do not deny me. I'll help close the store for $50 to $100. Go big or go home. I'll do it for $100. Whoa, biggest pumpkin? What? I know words. They're hard. Oh.
Alright. I already
Whoa.
counted there, but I just need you to double check a few things. It's not complicated.
I've got this in the back.
Oh, yeah?
I've never worked a day in my life. I'm just clowning.
I'm clowning.
I'm
I don't even know where to
goofing.
begin. What do I do?
On straight wacky, bro. What's that? Who is that? Why is there a heart?
Aye, aye.
Ooh, collectible. Gimme.
Is that the mangy
Why is that a
muskrat?
ram? Oh, that must be Tom. Who's this man? And why does he got hearts?
Is that a picture of a priest with little hearts?
Yeah. That's the hot priest who hosts Bible study with Tessa. For the record, that was
A&B.
Alice's doing. She had a crush on him for ages. But he is very, very hot.
Shit. Yeah. I remember him from when we were kids. That's Father Batista.
Yeah, he's got that silver fox thing going on now, see?
Yeah, yep. I see it. Yikes, that's unsettling.
What is that? Bobbleheads? Ooh, what if I just sit?
Tired already?
Yeah, man. You know what time it is? It's almost 2:30. Vote Vici Tessa. No. I would never vote for Tessa. Examine. 1, 2, 3. Look.
I was just remembering the time Allison and I opened up a bag of flour and threw it at each other's faces. We called it a summer snow fight. We made a gigantic mess. Marianne was pissed.
Does anybody
wonder
else
what's
call
in that
their parents
box.
by their first name? In like an insulting way.
I
What?
wonder what's in that box.
You could peek. I mean, what's in the box? They're supposed to be labeled. Red Queen, glassware. Examine.
We could use some of that at the house. Maybe I should pick up some for Allison?
Binoculars. You guys sell fucking binoculars here? What the fuck? What's that? What's that?
No, that's not it.
What am I looking
I
for?
wonder what's in
Was
that
it?
box. Why am I standing here looking at this?
Bro, I don't fucking know. Like, you're the one that slept. What's in that box? What are we looking for?
No, that's not it. No, that's not what Michael wanted.
I don't know what he
I
wanted,
wonder what's in that
man.
box.
Mikey, what did you want? Oh, Polaroid. Hey, yo! What was that game? The other one that was like this, but with the butterfly effect nonsense. You know what I'm talking about? Chloe? Was her name Sam? You know what I mean. Yeah! It's like a reference. There's a random ass butterfly up there and shit.
Remind me where I'm going, and what am I supposed to be counting?
Back of the room. And we're looking for molto bene tomato sauce.
Back of the room. Molto belle tomato sauce. Molto belle? Panda. Molto belle. Molto belle. Molto belle. Oh, did the box say something now? No?
I wonder
These?
what's in that box.
No? Okay. Nothing? There it is! I found it! I got it. Molto belle. Molto bene. Count.
Hold on. Let me count
1,
this.
2, 3, 4, 6, 12, 13, 14. I know how to count. Shut up.
There's 14 cans of Malta Bene tomato sauce.
Life hack.
Sounds about right.
Use
Man,
bleach in your
I'm so
spaghetti.
good at this.
That was easy.
Life is Strange
I need
just
you to
started
count
out
all the
kind of
bleach
cringe, but I ended up liking it. Count the bleach. How did you know we were gonna go to bleach? Put Safi scores in bed. What the fuck? On it. Where's the blech? Blech. Blech bottles. Right there. I found it. 1, 2, 6. I'm going nighty night. Bye bye. 6.
6?
Not bad, not bad.
Cool. They might give me your job.
Yeah, I'm talented.
What's next?
Boy. What do you want? What's next?
What's up?
I need your opinion on this masterpiece.
Bro.
Is that supposed to be me?
Yeah, come on. Look at the hair. Nailed it, right?
Beautiful.
Honestly, it's beautiful.
Hey, don't make fun of me.
I'm not. Oh, maybe a little bit, but
I'm
I
gonna
like it.
tattoo it on my butt.
Well, it helps to have a good
My
model.
butt cheek.
So this is what you're up to while I was out there doing your work?
What can I say? I'm a multitasker.
Hey, multitasker, I think you made a mistake here. Total amount should be 36.
Oh, how dare you, sir?
What? I just don't want you to get in trouble.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I'm off my game today.
Okay, bye.
Alright, anything else you wanted me to check?
Yep, one last thing, and then we should be free from this purgatory.
Where?
Can you count how many plushies we have in that box over there?
Ah, fuck. Okay.
Okay. So
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
You've got about 11 left in that box.
They're
Did I get it
creepy as
wrong?
shit.
Michael? Ouch, what the fuck?
Hey, sorry. It was just too tempting.
What the fuck, bro?
Lesson number 1 in the ancient art of inventory. Never let your guard down.
What
You
the
have
fuck
no
is
idea what
happening?
you just started.
How old
First
are
one with
you?
3 confirmed hits wins. Cool?
Aw, you bitch. Why didn't you throwing it?
Damn, overshot it.
Oh, come on. Is that all you got, Ronan?
You just wait. I'm gonna
Just
nail you.
wait. I've got a strategy.
Oh, yeah? We'll see.
Where'd he go?
Boom.
Oh, change cover. I can't see that way.
So, is this a typical workday for you?
Nah, I usually don't.
I don't
want to
play this game, man.
Back here.
Good looking.
Oh, so I'm good looking company, huh?
Yeah, well, don't let it get to your head. I'm still destroying you.
Nuh-uh. Okay, it up.
Damn, overshot it.
Damn it.
Damn, overshot it.
How am I overshotting it? What does that mean? I need to be over there. Don't hit me. Bitch. Ah! Bullshit.
Hey, is it cool that we're throwing these toys around? Aren't you guys gonna, like, sell them?
Nah, supplier made a typo on Vecchi. Can't sell any of them.
Vicky.
Cool. No harm, no foul, then.
Put your head up.
Who's letting their guard down now?
Suck it.
One more hit and you're out. Prepare to feel my wrath.
God, you're corny.
Bro.
Yo, we better wrap this up soon.
Yeah, poke your head out.
Damn, overshot it.
Damn it. Do I have to hold it? They wouldn't let me get the thing. It's cheating!
Damn, overshot it.
How am I overshotting it? I don't understand. Is it because of the angle, which is stupid? Not my fault you can't aim.
Boom.
I win. That was the last one.
Oh, man, you're good.
Where did you pop
I
out
told
from?
you not to doubt the golden arm.
Well, I'll never make that mistake again. Okay. I'll need to finish this inventory thing real quick. Your sister's probably done already.
Was he flirting with
Here.
us?
Let's hit the bitch's grotto.
The what?
Fancy name for the couch where Allison and I sit during breaks.
Ah, alright, cool. Let me see what you've done with the place.
Win the plush battle. Yeah! Fucking suck it. You want a juice?
Oh, hey, see that container? That's for you.
Huh?
What is
The
it?
trout I caught yesterday at the buzzard hole.
Hey yo, he got guys, he gave us fish. I don't like fish, but you know, Tyler does.
That's actually super thoughtful. Thank you.
Give me it.
You sound surprised.
No,
Nobody's
sorry.
hit on me before.
I'm just not
I
used to
mean, given
people
me fish
randomly
before.
doing nice things for me.
We'll have to fix that.
Okay. I guess I can't have it. Let me just hang with the door open, you know? Can we sit next to him? No? Okay. It's a little snug there, I get it. We just sit like this. Coalition. Ooh. What's
No
that?
way. You like Duplex Duo too?
Yeah, Allison got me into him. We were supposed to go to his show in Juneau a few months ago.
You know what's up. They
Alright,
fucking
you know what's up?
sick,
You
yo.
listened to his earlier stuff?
Who
Dark Arc
clipped
of
something?
Destiny?
Not yet.
Who clipped?
It might be
What'd
a
you
bit
clip?
experimental for me, though.
You guys are
Yeah,
sneaky.
definitely. One of the songs is like 9 minutes of the same MJG drum machine sample. Fucking brilliant. But not for everyone.
And I'm done.
Hi.
I gotta tell you, it's so weird to finally meet the other Ronin.
You mean the OG Ronin? I was born first,
Yeah, I
know?
was born
Is that
first.
so? I thought Allison said she was.
Well, our mother never actually told us, but it was me. So, why is it so weird to meet me?
Because I just heard Allison tell your story so many times. She told me everything about you. Fireweed, your transition.
Well, that
I
was
hope that's
nobody's
okay,
business.
by the way.
Yeah, it's fine. She asked me first.
Yeah, figures. That lady is thorough and she loves you like crazy.
I know. So, yeah, you were probably the first person to know about it other than Allison.
I'm glad he trusted me. And it's great to finally get to know you in the flesh.
Okay, this is
You're
weird.
pretty alright.
You're not too bad yourself. I thought you were into my sister.
But you're not too bad yourself.
I try not to be. Especially around guys I'm trying to impress.
Whoa, he's flirting.
So I wasn't blowing smoke when I said you should move to Juneau.
Chat aboard. He's flirting with us. It's
know.
real. I can't.
I've got a community
Help.
there. Could be yours too.
Fitting in. There's a concept.
We're being flirted with.
You have no
Help.
idea how life-saving a chosen family can be. It pulled me out of the dark more times than I can count.
I hear you. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Of course. Shoot.
Why do you care so much if I move to Juneau?
Look, like I said, I want to get to know you.
Because I'm just that fascinating, huh?
Cause you're
Honestly,
handsome.
Yeah. I think you might be one of a kind, Tyler.
What?
Golly gee, Michael. I think you're swell too.
Ah!
You're in cat's pajamas.
So she does like him. Do you see it? It's
I
split.
got way better compliments than that. But I can't open with my best, right?
It's cool. So, I'll get more of those if I get to know you better.
Not gonna
sure.
lie, I shipped
That's
these two
something you'd
first.
be interested in.
I might be. Yeah.
Oh.
Don't be
I've been
jealous.
standing at that counter for an hour waiting for you two dum-dums to come back.
Don't
Are
worry
you guys
about
ready
it.
to go?
Mm-hmm. I think we've done
She has no
about as
right to
much
be
damage as we can
upset
back
because she
here.
never shot
Yeah.
her shot. Okay.
Let's go.
I just stepped on that doll. She should have shot her shot. I'm just saying, you can't just dang, like, tether or lead a guy on and be upset when your brother comes and steals him. Oh, she's
Here we are.
pissed. She looks pissed. I didn't do it. She said
Thanks for letting me
roommates.
hitch a ride over.
They
No
were
problem.
roommates. We
You
don't
sure we
have
can't
to be.
drive you back?
Nah, you're like stretching my legs. It isn't far. And anyway, can't put the wind in a bottle.
All right.
What does that mean?
Tessa should be at her parents' grave, not far from the entrance. Look for a big crooked tree. You can't miss
With
it.
a crooked snake near it.
I'm gonna go check in with my uncle. Good luck. For real.
Friend zoned. Hey, about your boyfriend. I was joking when I said it was your boyfriend, and I didn't think you actually liked him. To be
pretty
fair,
spooked.
you should have said
I've never been a
something.
big fan of cemeteries.
Oh, right.
especially after-
Dead people.
You know.
I promise after this we can
It must
chill
be
at the
really
house.
creepy when
Cool?
you are the one that stabbed him. What? I didn't say anything. Why are you stopping? I didn't say anything. I'm gonna go find Mom's grave. I bet somebody vandalized it.
Hey, graves are back that way.
Sorry, I was investigating.
So, did you ever come back?
What?
Much. Why do people...
I can't fucking hear when you do this shit.
No,
Whose grave is
probably
that?
just a neuron thing.
Oh, what?
Who's that?
Monkey see, monkey do.
Nope.
Yeah. Anyway, have you been back here at all? Since the funeral?
No,
Who's this?
I've never had a
What's this
reason to.
memory?
Mom, why do we always come here?
Does it bother you?
No, It's just weird because we don't know any of these people. I mean, except Eddie's mom.
It never hurts to say hello.
Because they're very lonely.
That's right. And sometimes, even if you can't see them, they stay with you. In here. Always here.
Mom?
Always.
She loved us. A lot. But sometimes it was like loving us hurt her.
Do you think she was just really scared of losing us?
Maybe.
Can you guys talk out loud for the love of fuck?
I mean, most parents are scared
What
of
does it
losing their
say? Due to the outlawing of native religions and ways of life. Bro, you fucking outlawed that shit? That's fucked up. Where's Mom's grave?
Well, here's the crooked tree,
Oh.
but no Tessa.
Let's check around for her parents' grave. Just to make sure this is the right spot.
Is this? I don't want her parents' grave. Here lies
I've done inventory with him before, so...
Robin.
yes.
What's this? Corazon. What's this? Can't read that one. Oh, one.
Look, there's Michael.
Some of these look too old to be moms. Hazel Salazar. Oh hey, he's visiting his uncle.
Last year. It was really hard on him. He's still feeling it.
Well.
Long time no see. Do you want some company?
Come on over. Make yourselves comfortable.
What are you rubbing the tree for?
So, how are you,
Do you know where our mom's grave is? I can't find it.
with you? Never.
Don't mind me. I'm not really here.
Hey, I get to see your ugly mug almost every day. You're old news, lady.
You wound me. Deeply.
So, can I help you guys out somehow?
What was your uncle like?
So what was your uncle like?
Oh boy. Where do I start? You know that one grumpy grandpa in all the sitcoms? The one that types like a T-Rex and never leaves his recliner?
Type like a T-Rex?
Just how does one type like a T-Rex?
You know, almost kissing the keyboard. Like, makes you look like you got tiny baby arms. Like a T-Rex.
Never change, Michael.
Anyway, as grumpy as he was, they didn't make him any sweeter than him. He's the kind of guy who accepted you for
Aw.
where you were at, even when he didn't approve.
Not many of those out there. You and your uncle were really close, huh?
Definitely. I could push his buttons without even trying. My family's old school Tlingit. Spent more time with my uncle
Oh,
than my
you're
dad.
a
He was
native.
the first person to test out all my new recipes. Even before Allison.
Guess I should thank Uncle William for saving me from a muffin top.
I volunteer.
If you need a new taste tester, sign me up.
As if you had a choice. I plan to hit you both up for feedback my whole way through school.
I'm in. As long as there's nothing as adventurous as that Tlingit-style salmon with pepper and saffron.
Pff, no, I'm promising that. Fortune favors the bold, goes double for food.
Where'd you say the grave was?
So we might be having some trouble finding a particular grave.
You serious? Walk straight to the big tree, then look to your right. I swear, bats have better eyesight than you two.
Says the guy wearing glasses.
Yeah, but these are magnifying glasses. And they do infrared, so I see everything.
Do you? Okay, thanks for chatting. Goodbye.
Talk to you later.
You bet.
Where's our mom's grave?
holding up.
Everything's such a mess. I thought we'd almost be done packing by now. I'm so ready to...
Allison, stop talking to my boyfriend. Do not step on graves. I don't know if I want to go that way. Is that Mom? No. I'm Justin, dude. Carreria? All these look really, really old.
Allison, you coming?
I'll be right there. Well, I better make sure he doesn't...
I'm already lost.
Not this one.
I feel like it's the one with a lot of decoration.
That's the one.
Don't tell me we missed her.
A she-go. Oh, that's an eagle.
Hello, Mr. Eagle.
Kids. It's time.
Where is it? Whoops. I let go of the thinky button.
Do we really have to go, Eddie?
You can hold my hand if you want.
I can walk fine on my own.
It'll be quick, okay? Then we'll get something to eat.
The day of the funeral. Wait, is this the one we called the Big Crookedy?
The exact one.
Why didn't we call it Gnarls Branching? Total missed opportunity.
Again, can't hear your asses. Open this gate. Kick it.
I remember it going all the way up to the clouds.
Mama. Mama.
I mean, for what it's worth, I remember staring at the water during the funeral.
Allison, please.
I'm not going.
Allison, come back.
Yeah. Any hope that this would be easier than last time? Totally gone.
At least this time no one's sending me away.
I'm holding you to that.
I can't hear you when you talk in your heads. Just speak out loud. Shit. Good fucking god. What's that?
You think Snowball still lives in there?
Snowy owls only
Little
tend to
babies.
live about 10 years.
Oh, rest in peace, Snowball.
This
Little
spot's
baby eggs. Who the heck's Carol Brown? Oh, his mom. Where were we when we witnessed this?
I forgot how hard Marianne took it when Eddie's mom died.
We were only 4.
Anderson.
She lost one of her only friends.
Oh, I found her. She's at Mom's grave, isn't she?
You think her death kicked off Marianne's...
I really wish I could jog.
No dice.
Nope. I'm sure she's up there with Mom right now. What do you want? Are you cold? I can't talk to you. I don't want to talk to you anyway, sister. Honestly.
I want to see her grave before we go.
Whoa, okay. Is that her? I don't think so. That one? No. This one? No. No. I feel like it should be just a regular freaking headstone, right? That one? Raise. No.
Why can't I remember?
Where is it? It would help if somebody... Oh, there it is! Found it. I thought it was 2001. Sup, mama? How you doing? Your knees are gonna be all wet. Now
Is
your
that her?
knees are gonna be all wet and
hell's going on
cold.
with you?
Jeans is not something you want to wear in the winter. I'm just
Bro?
saying. Ugh.
Why didn't you say anything? We were your goblins. You didn't have to do it all alone.
You guys were 11, bro. How the hell is that your fault?
Tessa?
Kids, I wasn't expecting to see.
Throw
What are
hands
you-
with her.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Feeling a little guilty, maybe?
Probably. That's generally what happens when people survive and somebody dies, especially if they did something bad. Death glare times 2. She kinda looks like my aunt.
When we pass on, our graves are all anyone has to remember us by.
Mm-hmm.
Letting hers just fall apart would be cruel. I'm not a cruel person.
Cruel enough to call social services on our mother.
To be fair, she did experiment
I
on
wanted to
her.
protect you. Marianne was getting worse all the time. I was afraid that if things kept going the way they were, then one day...
We were going to end up dead?
No, I won't do this again. I refuse to be held responsible for her choices.
Marianne was fine until you reported her.
Fine. She was getting by on handouts for years. There are only so many times you can show up high to a generous offer of employment. Assuming you show up at all. In the end, she isolated herself from everyone. She was alone and out of options.
She had us, until you threatened to have us taken away.
I couldn't let her drag you down with her. She had you stealing for God's sake. Your mother never wanted to be a part of this community. She always thought she was better than the rest of us. A spoiled little girl playing fairy princess in the woods. If she just settled down with someone instead of running around with married men, well... Just ask Sam Kansky how much better that would have been for everyone.
Wait, what?
Oh God.
What happened between them?
I wasn't thinking. Please, just forget I said anything.
Tessa!
All I know is whatever went on, Laura left Sam over it. But I shouldn't have said anything about that. I promised I wouldn't. I'm sorry, kids.
What the fuck? You destroyed our family.
Typical. Running away when things get tough. I don't buy that Marianne pushed you away. You turned your back on her. And now you're making excuses. Like always, you destroyed our family. You don't even have the decency to admit it.
I know I've made mistakes. All
We
I can
ended
do
up
now is
separated
say
because
that
of
I'm
you.
sorry. If I could give you back your mother, I would. I don't deserve your forgiveness, especially yours, Tyler. But if there's a place for me in your lives, I'd like to be there.
I have to know something first. Are you good with who I am?
You went through a very challenging time, and anyone could come out on the other side confused. There's help available out there, if you'll take it.
Keep your help.
So that's it then. We're done because I believe something different than you?
Yes.
No.
And it's not because you...
Because you don't believe in
Yeah.
me.
I see. Then I guess there's nothing more to say.
Push her in the river.
You two really are her children.
I hope you get what's coming to you, crazy bitch.
Hey.
Fuck that
I know
lady.
that was hard, but you did the right thing. Come on.
Transphobic bitch.
That was something, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Well, if you feel like saying I told you so,